All right, we'll do it live.
We'll do what live?
We'll do it live. Fuck it. We'll do it live.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Thank you to anyone who prayed for my cousin. She should be okay. Prayers go up, blessings come down. 2 p.m. Grand Rising. Yeah, high noon panel sounds better. Okay, well, this is a late, great Grand Rising start to the day. OTW is still MIA. I guess I'll get off the phone now. If you're gonna join, I'm live. I'm now 39 seconds into my live stream.
Okay. Bye.
Love ya. Peace. So yeah, I was watching Mr. Cage over here, Mr. Caged Reality. Where's he at? Oh, my bad. It's now 2:01. Illuminati confirmed. Yeah, he was playing some good
invisible
stuff.
To us. Would it be more difficult to notice its effects? Would enough people care before it was seemingly too late?
The biggest danger from cell phones, by far and away, is texting and driving. It has nothing to do with cancer.
Precisely. So, shout out to Cage Reality. He's been playing some interesting stuff. I think Mr. Paul, Mr. Proper Instruction Motivates People is going to be going live here soon. But I wanted to review some Kurt Kallenbach. So this is going to be kind of a live reaction and maybe with some commentary. You know, I'll drop the link if anybody has any thoughts on Mr. Kurt. He seems to be a wealth of knowledge. And shout out to Sierra Michelle. Shout out to Sunshine Time. Thank you very much for your contribution, Sunshine Time. I very much appreciate it. If you check the description, I have left a little note for you there. And if anybody knows Kurt Kallenbach, especially, I would love to hear your, thoughts on this individual. Again, this is kind of a live reaction video type of deal. So, I'm also interested to see this video of Carl Lentz allegedly destroying Kurt Kallenbach. And so I have some other videos here with Kurt in it, but let's just get into it because, again, I have very little to no knowledge of this individual, but he seems, again, to be a complete wealth of knowledge. So we'll start with a clip. It's only a minute long.
Why are you not investing in tax liens? No, seriously.
Of course.
Why are you not investing into one of the...
All right.
Supposedly, and again, I've only read this recently, but the Rothschilds.
Oh, let me turn the speed down a little bit. My apologies. And let me edit the banner there too, because I want Sunshine Time's name to be there for the whole remainder of the stream to show my appreciation. Okay, there we go. Walk away from their private currency system by Kurt Kallenbach.
Supposedly, and again, I've only read this recently, but the Rothschilds, supposedly have a net worth in the $23-24 trillion range. And what did I just say? The Rothschilds have a net worth worldwide, globally, of somewhere between $23 and $24 trillion. That's only if we value the dollar. The moment we walk away from their system of value, they can't even put food on their table. Because we're the ones that are giving it value. We need to say, you know what, we're going to create our own. I don't know what that system is, but I know it's not the one we currently have. If we walk away from their private currency system, they can't even feed themselves because they don't bring anything. They don't bring anything to the table. Nobody. In fact, if we created our own, that giant Mundelein family will starve. We control that, but we won't give up our currency system because that's who we are. We identify with our stuff.
It's because we don't have an alternate. We don't have an alternate.
You know what? You can never wait till the ducks are all lined up. You got to just jump.
All right, well, that was just a clip. Not with a lot of context, obviously, but I'm going to mute this just in case there's an ad. Okay, there's no ad.
BWAH, fire.
Oh, no, I can't do it with the robot voice. I can't do that. And it wants to load all weird. All right, give me a minute here. I think I have to close this other window I have. It's Taken away from the buffer. Oh, this is, yeah, let me close this. All right, try that again.
Alarm sounds. Kurt Kallenbach is right. Protect your DNA in the RV. March 26, 2019.
See, now with the chat GPT, you know, they can make these voices sound a lot more, you know, digestible. That's appropriate. A lot more handable.
Anna Von writes,
This is terrible.
when I first read Kurt's research, even though I was already familiar with the Great Fraud, I was taken aback, and I admit that my initial reaction was, wow, what is this guy smoking?
This is
As
terrible.
preposterous as the history sounds at first blush, it runs in the channels of what can be readily observed today, like tracing a river back to its headwaters.
All right, we're going to bear through it, guys. Please deal with the robot voice. I apologize. It is awful, but...
What Kurt is telling people about the church history giving rise to the current malpractices is right. Confirmed. It's dead serious. Literally, true and correct. The rot, the false probate of estates, the contracting with minors, the false claims of guardianship, the false claims of abandonment, pauperism, claims of legal death, and claims of commonwealth interest in the estates of infant decedents does go all the way back to the church in the Middle Ages. It vastly predates the Cestui Act of 1666. Kurt has continued to work and expand his researches and follow the thread forward to its modern-day conclusions. There is no doubt in my mind, and should be no doubt in anyone else's mind, that the Roman Catholic Church and the Holy Roman Empire is the source of all this fraud and legal chicanery. What started out as superstitious ignorance in the Middle Ages has borne fruit as a gargantuan system of fraud and predation by purported service organizations today. It began when midwives and clergy in the Middle Ages couldn't account for what a placenta is. It appeared to them to be a hideously misshapen, malformed, living being, a monster that had a pulse to begin with, but which always mysteriously died shortly after a baby was born. Not knowing any better, they assumed it was a sort of evil twin to the child, and named it after the child, and buried it. This is the genesis of the straw man and the practices associated with creating and justifying the existence of an infant decedent and probating its estate. Of course, we now know what a placenta is and how it functions, but the church had benefited so royally from all these extra estates being donated to it that the evil legal practices associated with this medieval ignorance has carried right on into the present day and gotten worse. Did you know that unless you specifically ask for it back, the hospital seizes upon the placenta as property and retains it? They also claim the DNA found in the placenta, your DNA, as abandoned property. That then gives them the right, purportedly, to claim you right down to your hair and fingernails. Like all other such claims, it's fraudulent non-disclosed theft and crime against babies and new mothers, but if you don't come back and claim your DNA, their false claim in commerce stands. Kurt has pioneered an extensive process to overcome this, which he calls a paramount claim. It is, last time I looked, about 20 pages worth of precisely defined recordings that establish the evidence and the claims of a living soul all the way back to the moment of conception and the zygote formed, and placing an absolute priority claim on our own DNA combination. This is becoming ever more important and critical to claim as the move is on to create biological ID devices, cards, readers, etc. for use in banking and government. And obviously, if they have already claimed your DNA, they can claim any assets attached to that DNA. Just recently it was announced on Dinar Chronicles or one of the other major GCR/RV sites that people seeking to exchange dinar and zims will be required to give 2 drops of blood and get a bio ID based on their DNA, but as a result of Kurt's research you can now see the endgame. This is their new gambit in their endless attempt to own us and our assets. It's time to slap the filthy hands of the prelates, poobahs, politicians and police responsible and attention to our recordings, a paramount claim to own our moment of conception. I drafted a 1-page version and am adding it to the basic forms package, securing this additional explicit asset claim. Those who are preparing to do any large or important monetary transactions, especially those that require biological ID, are advised to run, don't walk. Get at least this 1-page paramount claim on your DNA and other biological assets recorded before any transactions take place. Take a certified copy to the exchanges to make part of your paperwork, otherwise, you stand to be defrauded and controlled by this latest false claim in commerce brought to you by the Holy Roman Empire. If you are likely to be doing any government work or banking or anything requiring a bio ID, you would be well advised to contact Kurt and do his whole process, but at a minimum everyone needs to get at least a basic DNA claim recorded.
Okay, so this is quite a long one here, so we're going to get into it. Walking the Talk on Sovereignty with Kurt Kallenbach. This is from 9 years ago. It says, what really happens when you are born into this world. Again, I haven't watched this or listened to this, rather. It looks like a re-upload. It looks like Mr. Dick is jamming too. Maybe go give Dick some thumb love over there. We'll give it a listen for 30 seconds before we get into the nitty gritty. I'm sure that it's going to be quite an interesting couple hours listening to this, and it is a couple hours long. You just started to. How about that? There you go. There's Look Within. All right. So Dick's getting into it, but we're going to get into walking the talk on sovereignty. So give him some love, freedom grower, if you're not already aware. I'm sure most of you are. But we're going to get right into it. Walking the talk. And again, if anybody needs a good recommendation on somebody to check out who has walked the talk before, I'm sure, again, most of you are already aware, Mr. Proper Instruction Motivates People. A great source of info in that, especially his older videos, his Right to Travel video success, and his audits, if you want to call them that. A great example to follow and to gain some wisdom from into walking the talk, literally. But without further ado, what up, Yeti? We're gonna get into it here any minute now. I don't know what. Okay, there we go. We're gonna get into it with some Richard Simmons. No, I'm only kidding. I'm gonna drop the link too. I hope the sound is better.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. This is Jerry Jones on Just Us Radio Network on Saturday, 15th of March or Sunday, 16th of March, 2014, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome to a special episode of One Point of View, which we have for you today instead of the usual influence show. As always, I have with me today my beautiful soul sister, Sheila Folger. Hello, Sheila. Welcome.
Hi, Jerry. How are you? Out on your phone there?
I'm out on my phone here. I've got no internet here. We sort of seem to be chopped off completely here at the farm. So I'm on my phone, and thank goodness at the moment it's working. So if I'm a bit lobby, that's why.
All right, I'm going to skip ahead a
little
little
bit. How's it going over there?
It's going great. Yes, I got internet today. I know we got cut off the other day. With the
It says that the guest speaker for the first hour and then call-ins the second hour. So I'm guessing these are the two hosts, and then I guess then Kurt comes in. But I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit, I think.
We're all going good now, so.
And that's what we have to say, sorry, to our listeners that day. We are in the very process of rescheduling that talk with Lisa, so watch our Justice Radio Network spaces online. So, yeah, we're good to go. Well, tonight's guest is a man who has been doing some amazing work and who has made some incredible discoveries.
Right, maybe not.
Used properly, many people find their way to true freedom. I can think of no better way to introduce him than to read what he wrote for me to describe himself for this show.
I'll just have it at a faster speed, and then I'll slow it down.
He said that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So the question is, what if your first step is in the wrong direction? What happens if your original premise is mistaken? In 2009, I decided to walk to Washington, D.C. in what I now jokingly refer to as a one-man march against tyranny. At that time in my life, I, like most people, believed that America was the land of the free and home of the brave, and that all the answers to my questions were to be found somewhere in the seat of... What a wake-up call that was. After walking more than 800 miles in 33 days, I couldn't wait to get the hell out of that godforsaken place called the District of Columbia. I've never seen so many homeless people or beggars in my life, right there, in the middle of the so-called capital of the wealthiest and most successful country on earth. So what began as an innocent but angry walk of ignorant patriotism ultimately turned into a full-blown quest for the truth behind global tyranny. My five-year journey has taken me from numerous patriot myths regarding the Constitution, common law, and the rather pedestrian 14th Amendment commercial citizenship to the spellbinding power and sorcery of the legal terms found within the pages of Black's Law Dictionary. It has solidified hidden connections between the fictitious, financial, religious, and scientific worlds or planes of existence, and made very clear the mitochondrial DNA makeup of the so-called matrix. I am no longer a house divided, separated as church and state, subject matter, or spirit body from myself. I now know the way home, and it's about time that everybody else in the world knows it too. Wow, what a story. We can't wait to hear more. So without further ado, with great pleasure, I would like to introduce Kurt Kallenbach. Welcome, Kurt, and thank you so much for being here tonight.
Did I actually write that?
You actually, wow, somebody did it, came my way. It's fantastic.
Well, it sounded good with you reading it. I'll tell you that. Well, thank you for inviting me. Thank you for inviting me.
Oh, yeah, no,
It
you're
must have
welcome.
come from your higher self, Kurt, if you can't remember.
That's it. Yeah, Big Kurt was out there writing. And Big Kurt's been guiding you a long way along here because it's very interesting to me. Lots of the similarities you have in the way you speak and the things you focus on, as George Cavastas did, and which we are hoping you and he are going to connect to. But yeah, he talks about your big self, and we very much resonate with that here because we know that our big selves are the ones that guide us, and yeah, that's what this brilliant stuff comes from. So yeah, you've got really quite some story to tell us. I'm not sure what parts you'd like to share. Perhaps if you're interested in starting with sharing kind of what got you started, what got you on that walk, what got you to really start to dig deeper and deeper as to what's going on, and then we'll go from there to what you're actually doing now.
Well, how much time do we have?
yeah, we do have anyway.
Well, here's the situation. Back in 2008, January, I was down in Orlando, Florida, launching a golf company, and at the PGA show. And about 5 years prior to that, I'd been working on a product, actually a concept like that. It seems like I work on a lot of concepts, but that relating to the golf swing. Now, the golf swing itself doesn't actually exist. People think it does. They think it's a horizontal pendulum or something like that. But actually, the golf swing is two independent vertical axes. And if people understood something like that in the so-called golf swing, the guys teaching the game, everything would change. And so when I was at the PGA show back in 2008, my product actually was considered one of the top 3 new products.
Blessings, Rick. We're doing a review today. Austin, good to see you, sir. Salutes. Ice Grills in the house. Salutes, brother. Yeah, a review of Mr. Kurt Kallenbach. This is a random interview I found. I'm sure there are some better ones, which is why in the future I'm probably going to review him some more. Unless, you know what, maybe today I'll just dedicate it to reviewing more of them. So when this is over, we'll see how it plays out. You know, like always, I'll take it by ear. See where my heart leads me here and where my head leads me. Shout out to my favorite neighbor, Jen. Much love.
And my concept was, as far as the dual vertical axes, which create the illusion of a golf swing. A lot of the PGA pros, a lot of the teaching pros were pretty excited about it. Now, that was January 2008. Somewhere between January 2008 and September of 2008, I started getting the feeling that I didn't really own my company. It was a corporation. I incorporated. I had a patent on my product, and it was a pretty amazing. It was getting pretty exciting. I had Callaway Golf, which is one of the biggest names in the game, interested in licensing my product. So I was, everybody was pretty thrilled. And the only 2 people that I ever really needed to prove myself or my ideas to was my wife, or my future wife, and my son. Because as far as they were concerned, I was just some nutty old guy that had an idea that he thought was accurate. Well, when we were at the PGA show on the driving range, which is the day before it actually opens officially, my son, we flew my son down and flew a bunch of other people down to help it with our booth. And it's funny because I was actually on the range with teaching pros, sharing my concept and my product with these guys. And my son says, do you have any idea how many people are watching you? I said, no, because if I looked behind me, I would get very nervous. But there were thousands of PGA teaching pros watching my demonstration. And so my son, what I was doing at that time was validated that day by my son for me. So I got validated. I was afraid. I mean, people worry whether or not what they do is the right thing. And I knew what I was doing in the world of golf back then. I knew it was the right thing. But I needed some fruit, the fruit of the labor, my intellectual property, as well as my, I don't know, you would call it I needed some feedback from somebody. And I got it the next 4 days. And my wife knew that I was right. And, so I was validated on that end. So I knew that we were moving forward with my life at that point. Sadly, when I realized that somebody else, somewhere along the line, somebody else looked like they were controlling my life, and including laying claim to my patent or anything, I kind of put the kibosh on my so-called dream, because I didn't want anybody, and it really is about how you value yourself. And I have enough sense of value that I don't believe anybody has any right to my product, my intellect, my physical labor. Nobody should be making a claim upon my existence. And so that's kind of where it got started. Is I got kind of angry finding this stuff out. So I kind of shelved. I put the company on hold, and I ended up running into a friend of mine who started explaining a little bit about this Patriot stuff, because I had no interest in politics, no interest in anything, none of that crap. But then I realized that there was something wrong, and so I started, like everybody else, down the Patriot path. And I got involved very quickly. In fact, within 6 months, I decided to do something a little nutty, and that was walk to Washington, D.C. from Northern Illinois. I figured that if I did something a little bit out of the ordinary, it would give me a platform or, a voice.
Yep.
Yeah,
Guys, does that sound familiar at all? Going to DC? The way he described it? Interesting. Sounds pretty Talcottian, if I may say so myself. Interesting.
But I had to do something a little outside the norm.
Right.
So that's kind of how it all started.
Wow, that is definitely taking action for something that
I just took a walk.
Yeah,
I just took a walk. It was not much action.
Sounds like action to me. Wow, so that was a really big step to go and do something. And you indicated that what you found in Washington D.C. wasn't, you weren't very happy with what you saw, and you realized you weren't going to find your answers there. So what did you do next when you realized that wasn't going to help after all the?
Let me guess. I'm going to take a guess here. He took a vow to end wars and legal secrets. Let's see.
Those hundreds of miles.
Well, I got involved in. It's funny. This is actually kind of humorous, but when I got back, I had a platform. Lots of people. I talked to lots of people on different radio shows and things like that back then. And a buddy of mine who he was a college roommate. We hung out in the bars in the 1980s, in our 20s, and he was always kind of hardcore right. I'll call it a right-wing Christian Republican type of attitude. I didn't care one way or another. It didn't faze me. But he was really, really hyped up about this Tea Party thing. So he came over to our house, Debbie and my wife, our house actually, and the Rockford Tea Party actually started in our living room. And what's the funny part about this? It's actually kind of twofold. My buddy Dave and I and my other college roommate Bob, everybody was at our house, and it was maybe another half a dozen people. But the Rockford Tea Party started in my living room, and it's funny because my buddy Dave says, "Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'll go get the permit, for the march for the Tea Party march down by the river, and you guys take care of this and that and the other." And I looked at Dave and I said, "Wait a minute here. Did you just say you're gonna go get a permit for a Tea Party?"
Yeah.
And I quit the Tea Party that night.
Right. Wow. Yeah.
The very night that it began, and it started in my living room. I walked to the back office, and I didn't come out the rest of the night. I stayed in there until the hell stopped.
Wow.
So anyway, my buddy Dave went on over the next couple of years. He started leading the local Midwest Tea Party stuff. He's actually running for Congress. I think there's a primary this week or this month, and he's still involved in all that stuff. So we went kind of completely different directions. I went in for the information, and I was looking for truth, and he was kind of looking for control of some sort. But I know that there is no control there. It's all fiction. It's a joke when you realize that the word platform, just like on a pirate ship, the word platform means plank. So when you tow the line or walk the plank, you can see where you're going. You're actually exiting your own ship of state, so to speak. So and both parties, Republicans, it doesn't matter. Republicans and Democrats are on the same plank, so they're on the same platform. It doesn't matter. They make it look like two separate situations, but there's actually only one. So anyway, I got out of the Tea Party thing the very night that it began. I started doing research at that point and ran into some other folks that led me, into the Patriot research realm. But in the meantime, because I got a little notoriety, I ended up getting involved with the ultimate Patriot organization at that time, and that was the Continental Congress. And so all the big names in the Patriot community were getting voted into this Midwest Conference, which is supposed to be, all these you can look them up right now and find all their names. These guys are hardcore Patriot guys that think that there's common law and all the, all this stuff out there when I know there isn't. But I was a novice. I was new to this thing, and I went to this Continental Congress. I got voted, as one of two candidates or one of two elected from Illinois. So I ended up, representing Illinois or something. And to make a long story short on that, it was supposed to be like a week long, and I only lasted about 4 days before I walked out of that because it was such a farce. And so I don't last very long when I see that the truth isn't going to be made available to me. I'll just leave. When a situation presents itself that it's like that. There's a path. You come to a fork in the road, and it's like what I wrote for you guys for the show tonight. When you can either turn right or left, and if you start down the wrong path, if your premise is off, there's no way to get to your goal. And as soon as you see that, as soon as you know that something's wrong, you got to stop. You got to confront the truth and just put an end to it right there and there and then. Yeah.
And you came across along your journey these myths regarding like the Constitution, the common law, and like the 14th Amendment you mentioned. And actually, I like the part that you wrote about the spellbinding power and sorcery of the legal terms found within the pages of Black's Law Dictionary. Can you elaborate on that a little bit, what you mean by all of that, what you found out along the way?
Oh, I'd be glad to. The Black's Law Dictionary is a dictionary that was designed. It came out. I think the first one came out around 1892-ish, and it was put together for a reason. And it was put together for a very specific organization. It was put together for the Bar Association. Of course, the bar it came over from Great Britain or whatever. As part of the Crown, the attorneys from the Crown. And it actually originated, the bar got its foothold in Illinois, believe it or not. That's where it all started. The bar got its foothold in Illinois. Yeah, which is kind of humorous.
Yes, you're there.
Yeah. Yeah. But the thing is that what they've done is they've taken, and a good friend of mine found a book that calls it violence upon the language. And that means, is everybody still there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, it got real silent, but violence upon the language. And that's when they take words that normally mean what everybody on the planet would recognize it as, and they turn it into something completely 180 degrees opposite of the truth, opposite. Yeah. When, there's words like true copy. I mean, if you look up the word true copy, why don't I just do this? I mean, I might as well do this. I haven't done this for a very long time, but let me look up true copy because it's almost humorous when you see this. So true copy is, if anybody doesn't have the Black Law 5th edition, it is on page 1352. Look at this, true copy. It says, a true copy does not mean an absolutely exact copy, but means that the copy shall be so true that anybody can understand it. Let me read that one more time, and then I'm going to read the word true, because then you realize what they're actually saying. True copy. A true copy does not mean an absolutely exact copy, but means that the copy shall be so true that anybody can understand it. So let's go over to the one page prior, that 1351, and go to true. True. Comfortable to fact. Correct. Exact.
Yeah, right.
So in order for it to be true, it needs to be exact, but then you go to true copy and it says it does not mean an absolutely exact copy. So now a true copy means untrue. So you can see that something as simple as that, just that one single term, can show you what they can do to the language to make the left be right, the up be down, you know what I mean? The inside be outside. They can make it anything they want. It is a book of spells.
Yeah, the book of spells, exactly. Wow. Yeah, that is brilliant to work that sort of thing out, because we can all be so ignorant to all of that, and we don't even start to guess them. It's like that word resident. I remember that in common law they talked about it. A resident isn't a person, that's a traveller. I remember that being
well, look at this. I'm looking at this. I might as well. This is a copy. It's a true copy, as a matter of fact, of a vital record. It's funny because you can look at almost every single notary. You look at almost all notary stamps, and this one actually says, "I hereby certify that the attached is a true and correct copy." So is that document even valid?
Yeah.
I would have to say that probably not in their court. So they give you something, they call it certified, then they call it true, a true copy. They put the word "and" correct, but that is irrelevant because what they've done is using true as an adjective for copy. They've brought true and copy together, so it's a true and correct copy, but nevertheless, it's a true copy.
Kurt, how would the wording go if it was an actual valid copy?
It would say actual, or it would say, it would actually say actual copy.
Right.
Actual means the real thing. It is the real thing. And original, let me explain it. That's a good segue for this. I try to explain to people everywhere I go the difference between, original. I mean, people want to talk about original jurisdiction and all that stuff, but unless you know what these mean, it's kind of an irrelevant conversation. Look at this. If Michelangelo wanted to create a new, statue of some sort, and he decides that today I'm gonna create something new. Michelangelo goes out and he finds a model. And who's the model? It could be a man or a woman, but he gets a living man or woman to sit for him. So he has this man or woman sitting, let's just say a man. We'll call him, David. So he gets a big chunk of stone and he starts chiseling away at the stone, and he makes it look fabulous. It looks almost identical to the man standing there. The man standing there is what's known as the genuine article. It's the genuine. So the living being is the genuine article. It's the actual thing. It's the actual man or woman. The thing carved out of stone that Michelangelo just finished is called an original. Mm-hmm. So he's carved an original. The artist has now carved an original. So this David, or whatever he turned this thing into, this stone, is now an original of Michelangelo. Now, if they take that original and make a mold of it, you would have a copy. So there are three levels to the very same thing. I mean, they could all look very much the same. They would be called similar, but they could be almost identical depending on the paint job. So you have the genuine, the living man or woman. You have the original, which is the first copy. That's what original means. Original means first copy. And then you have all subsequent copies that follow the original. So you got three items, and they could all be almost identical. And yet the genuine is the actual thing. The original is the artist's first copy of the genuine, and then all subsequent copies are just that. They're just copies.
So would an actual copy be the document printed out again and signed again, rather than a photocopied signature?
Say that again. I mean, you can see how confusing this can get. Because
I know. I'm just thinking, because if you have a document and you photocopy it, obviously that's not an actual copy. So I'm trying to figure out what an actual copy would look like.
No, that would actually be, if you photocopied something without making any changes, that would be a copy.
That would be a copy. But would an actual copy be the document printed out again with fresh new signatures on it? Would that be an actual copy?
Yeah, well, and you could probably use the word actual or genuine.
Right, okay.
Now, I mean, obviously, when you're talking two-dimension, paper, it has a little different feel to it. But so, yeah, the very first of its kind would be the genuine. You know what I mean? The very first of its kind. If you put pen to paper and you got blue ink and you did all that stuff, that would be the genuine.
Right. Okay. I understand.
Yeah, and I think probably a lot of us would have thought previous to this conversation that genuine and original were the same thing.
And they're absolutely not, because genuine is,
Yeah.
I mean, in the 3D world, genuine would be the living, especially, Michelangelo is using a genuine man or woman as a model for his.
Yeah.
And then, of course, his original issue could be used as a model for for others. So, I mean, if they made a casting of Michelangelo's original, now you got cast versions, exact duplicates of an original, which is still not the actual. I'm kind of having fun with this at this point, because it is funny, because now think of the word original jurisdiction. Do they have jurisdiction over the genuine man or woman, or do they have original jurisdiction over the first copy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now they only have original jurisdiction over the original, which is known as the first copy. So original jurisdiction is not over the man, is not over the woman. It's over the first copy.
That's correct. They can't have jurisdiction over man or woman.
No.
So.
Original jurisdiction means over the original document.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. See, that's how important.
Sorry, Jay.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say that's how important it is to know and understand what all of these things mean, because you can get in a lot of trouble when you don't know all these definitions, legalese type definitions that come out of this dictionary.
It's the way they play about with all words. I mean, look at what they've done with food, and they call it natural, and everybody thinks it's organic, but it's not at all. Natural just means that they have a few natural ingredients in it, and everything else is rubbish as usual. Yeah, natural's really scary. I ran across something about natural the other day. I don't have it up, so I won't. I'm not going to go ahead and dig around right now. But natural is not good. I mean, it might be good in food, but it's not good in law. No, it's not good in food either. It just means naturally things that they put into it. It's not good food at all.
Misleading. It's really misleading. All of
my wife is a vegetarian, and I don't, I've moved away a lot from animal product over the last couple of years because of her. So I don't eat a whole lot of animal product. I still eat fish and eggs and, some cheese and stuff like that. But man, I feel a lot better because of it. I'll tell you that.
And Kurt, can you go through your definition? I know the Black Law says one thing about person. Person isn't what we think it is either, is it?
I don't think it's as scary. It's not as scary as people. I mean, when I first got into this, obviously, that's the first word that you hear, and you realize that person and persona and all that stuff. But it's a very simple concept. As a man, I have a 21-year-old son. I have some stepchildren, and now I have a new granddaughter as of yesterday morning. So that makes me. I have a person, and that person is called dad. It's called father. It's called grandfather. That's a person. Each one of those are persons out in the public, identified by a different label, and that's all a person is. It's a mask, or it's a persona that you play. It's a part. It's a role. So, I mean, how dangerous is grandpa? It's not dangerous. So the word person is not dangerous. The problem is when you don't own the rights to that person and you're playing that role. Now, that being said, as long as I'm here, let me explain what that means. If I wrote a play, and I'm going to look this up right now because it's very, very important. If I wrote a play and there were 10 actors in it, I'm the author. I'm the author. Let me say this again. I am the authority. I'm the author. I'm the authority over every one of my creations, over all of them. So here's what's interesting about the idea of what I just said. If I created all those characters, all those personas, all those characters, all those players, here's the thing: literary property. So again, remember, think of me as an author. Here we go. Literary property. Is that too close? Is my mic too close?
No, you're good, Luke.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, sorry.
Oh yeah. Hey, apparently I'll answer to anything. So here we go. Literary property may be described as the right which entitles an author and his assigns to all the use and profit of his composition. Now I'm going to skip down a little bit, and it says literary property is the exclusive right of owner to possess, use, and dispose of intellectual productions. The term denotes the corporeal, not corporeal, corporeal property in which an intellectual production is embodied. So think about this. It says literary property is the exclusive right of owner to possess, use, and dispose. If you're wearing the costume of one of my characters, you have embodied one of my characters. I own that character. So when you have the clothes, when you are clothed in that character, you are mine. That character is a persona. If I own the rights to that persona, that person that you're wearing the clothes of or acting as if you are it, I own you, because it says corporeal and it says embodied. So when you're on my stage acting out in my character, I have all the rights to do it. I can kill you off. I can dispose of you. Now, my question is, how dangerous is a person to you if you're acting the part of a character that belongs to somebody else? Now, person is dangerous. If you have somehow stepped into the role of a public person or a person that is not yours to wear, if you're playing a role that you have never claimed, it might be yours, but if you've never claimed it, and some fiduciary or administrator that has a duty to protect that costume, that person, that persona, if somebody else has a right to protect that persona, that means that anybody that's wearing that mask, that's playing that role, could be in danger from, I don't know, cops, attorneys, governments. You got to be careful what person you're playing, because especially if it's not yours.
So in other words, as long as we're playing into the control system, then we are bound by those rules because they have designed them, they have created them.
Well,
we're playing a part in it.
If you're playing a role that is not yours to play, that means you have to have permission. In other words, on a driver's license, it says Curtis R. Kallenbach. That's not my person. So I have to have a license to carry that person around with me. That person, I believe, belongs to the bar. So when I have a driver's license, that's a permit to act with power of attorney, to do certain things, but it's not my role. If I'm doing those things without that license, and I'm using, Curtis R. Kallenbach somewhere, I'm subject to the rules of the creator of that character. So now, is that person dangerous to me? You better believe it is.
Yeah.
So
can you go back to how that person was created?
Yeah. Okay. Let's use what actually happens in reality. Mom goes into a hospital, fills out a bunch of forms. Mom is an author. That's one of her creations. She might have another creation coming out between her legs. I'm not being offensive. I'm just describing it.
Exactly.
So there are two creations that occur or not creations because it was created earlier, but there are two deliveries in that hospital. One delivery is biological. The other delivery is literal. It's a literary product. And so Mom is also considered an author. She created Curtis Richard Kallenbach, which is a title. And when she leaves the hospital, when she leaves that title behind, that's abandoned property as well. So she has, as an author, she has all the rights, all the power, all the authority over that character, but she never claims it. So the state comes in and claims it and then throws it into deposits it into a trust. And now somebody else has the fiduciary duty to protect Curtis Richard Kallenbach from everybody, including me. Including me. I'm the one that was supposed to be, I'm the assignee. I'm the one that's supposed to be getting that. But if I never claim it, then somebody else has a duty to protect that property until the true owner, lays claim to it. That's me.
Yes. Right.
So yeah, Mom is an author. Mom is an author.
Mom is an author. And that's how that character gets created.
That legal fiction, that legal person is created through mother's hand. By the way, here's a fun one to think about. You guys will really get a kick out of this because you're ladies. Or wait, maybe not. I don't know. I'm just sorry. That was kind of a joke. Cut him off. Here's the thing. The idea of immaculate conception. Now I want you to think about this, what I just told you. Immaculate conception, all it really, when you look up those two words and really dig down, all it means is perfect idea. That immaculate is perfect and conception is idea. So immaculate conception is the perfect idea. Well, look at this. Immaculate conception based on biblically, and I don't mean to offend anybody, I'm just pointing things out. Is there a biological father in the creation of the title Curtis Richard Kallenbach? No. It's only through the hand of mother. So the mother, my mom, in fact, the title of my mom would be Mary Ann Auga Pappas. Mary Ann Auga Pappas begat Curtis Richard Kallenbach. Was there a man involved in that?
Not in that part.
No. It was an immaculate conception. Curtis Richard Kallenbach is an immaculate conception.
Right.
Huh. This is just an idea. A perfect idea.
Yes.
Kurt, how do you relate to what they call the maritime law, where birth relates to a berthing of a ship?
Well, first of all, what they've done is there's a lot of things, way too much to try to go through tonight, but there is some interesting stuff. The fact that in biology, mother is delivering through her water, her birth canal, through her water. And so you and me and everybody else that is born into this realm, we are surrounded by the amniotic sac, which is our vessel. It's the vessel we're traveling in. We've been surrounded by it for many, many months now, and we travel to our point where we're actually ejected. But nevertheless, the amniotic sac is a vessel. It is the ship in which we are traveling. Now, when we are physically born or we exit the ship still exists. The amniotic sac, the vessel that we arrived in, is still there. Now, it's a mess. It's a wreck. It's a wreck that needs to be salvaged. So maritime law, believe it or not, takes this afterbirth shipwreck, this vehicle that we arrived in, and calls it a vessel. And since the manifest, all the stuff that was inside the ship is missing, including the ship captain, there's nobody there. All that's left is the vessel. Yeah, no kidding. The vessel itself. So Lloyd's of London actually comes into play here, and this vessel is titled. Oh, isn't that funny? The ship actually gets a title. I wonder what the name of the ship is. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's, hey, we found some paperwork here that actually coincides with the delivery of this vessel. I wonder if we should just put this name on it. So they then title the vessel, and they call it Curtis Richard Kallenbach.
Yeah.
Subject to maritime law.
And is it true, Kurt, that when they give us a new name on our birth certificate, we're considered to be lost at sea and we don't claim ourselves back again?
Well, there's no evidence. I mean, the ship captain and all the stuff that was on the ship is missing when it arrives. So you're gone. I mean, you're missing. Now, what's funny is you came out earlier, but they didn't count that. You got put in your place in your swaddling clothes and you disappeared. But it's the vessel, it's the afterbirth that is actually the delivery of the vessel. And so since nobody has laid claim to the vessel, it gets pretty interesting here. We'll talk about this. The vessel itself, there is nobody there. So whoever was guiding that ship, the captain or whatever, and any of the stuff that was supposedly the cargo on that ship, it's all missing. It's all missing. So until the captain or somebody shows up and lays claim to the vessel itself, that vessel is in trust. It's part of the maritime law, part of the United States, or part of the state. I'm not really sure. I have some really good ideas of what happens, but again, it's a little too detailed for tonight.
Cool. So
doesn't it start to make sense though? Doesn't all this stuff really? Here's another thing though. Now, when they take that ship, when they bring that vessel to shore, so to speak, remember that you never made shore, so you never set foot on land. so you have never made land as the ship captain. You're still out to sea somewhere. Well, what's really interesting about this is that they need a place to put that stuff. I mean, seriously, they need a place to store that vessel, and a location, a place, a space is a berth. So they have to have a storage certificate for that property, and that storage certificate is a berth certificate. It's actually a storage certificate, so you can be assessed. The owner can be assessed rental fees, or you think about this. If you're paying a storage fee for this property, because until the owner comes back and lays claim to it, somebody has to pay storage, and that's called a berth. The storage is actually berth. There's another aspect of this which I find very interesting. Seagoing vessels themselves, the sleeping quarters for seamen, and I mean like merchant seamen. Sorry, I have to be clear about that because I'm talking biology. I mix it up. I don't want to mix it up too much. But merchant seamen, they have, their sleeping quarters are also called berths. What's interesting about the idea of the merchant seaman, now you're talking about maritime law and merchant, the whole concept of the.
So obviously, as you can see, this is walking the talk on sovereignty, Heidi, with this gentleman, Kurt Kallenbach. He's been around the streets. I think he has some affiliation with Crow 777, but I'm not entirely sure because when I was doing a little bit of searching, I saw it looked like he has some ties to them. So I don't know if they kind of brought him. I don't know if he's just been on their channel or if he's actually, close with Jason Lingram or Rose or whatever. But yeah, there's some ties there apparently, and yeah, we're already 40 something minutes into this 2 hour and 40 something minute thing here. I might segue at some point to panel merge with Paul and crew. I like the subject for his stream today. Looks like he just started a few minutes ago, but it says Paul enslaved, life not working out, living off his father and confused cult members, ? And then it also looks like Old World Florida's going live. I wanted to watch this stream as well on the GMO mosquito subject. Stop the GMO mosquitoes. That's going to be live in 20 minutes, but I'll probably watch that later tonight. Anyway, let's continue here.
Merchant, it's the merchant seaman. What's really weird about that is they have talking about maritime law and merchant, the whole concept of the merchant, it's the merchant seaman. What's really weird about that is they have to have a place to sleep, and that's called a berth on a ship. So, but what I find interesting is the concept of the American dream. Look at this. I mean, the whole idea of the American dream is built upon the commerce, and commerce is the merchant seaman's whole thing. You have to actually be asleep in your berth to participate in the American dream.
Yeah, I have this in 1.5 speed, Heidi, so we can get it, so we can get through it a little bit faster because it's almost 3 hours. It's over 2.5 hours. So, yeah. Oh, okay. So apparently Kurt is very responsive to questions. Add him on Facebook. Okay. See, this is why I love doing this, man, because I wouldn't have known that otherwise. I mean, I could have just looked it up, I guess, but now I know. So I will do that. I appreciate it. I definitely have some questions I'd like to ask him. So, all right.
You have to be in a coma. You have to be in a dream state to be part of it. Think about it. I'm being very, very specific now. You have to be asleep to dream. So when you start waking up to this so-called American dream and realize that it's just a slave state, that's what I mean. Ultimately, that's all it is. But you're being told you're chasing the American dream. The only people that chase the American dream are ones that are asleep or comatose in their berth. And that's it. We're asleep until we wake up. And so that's what the American dream is all about. It's about chasing commerce, and the whole commercial seaman aspect is you're in your berth. You're sleeping away your life, chasing a dream. And the moment you wake up from the dream, you realize it's ultimately nothing more than a slave labor camp.
Sorry, Jerry, can I just go back to a point if I lose it? If I lose the point, not before I lose it. What part do they actually store of the afterbirth? Is it the DNA? What is actually kept?
Well, first of all, whatever they store, they could store pretty much your DNA on just a couple of slides. It doesn't. Remember that there are 2 deliveries that are actually recorded at your arrival. There's you, and then there's the afterbirth. There's a second delivery. Yeah. There's 2 deliveries. The second delivery is the afterbirth. They weigh it, they measure it, and they title it. So how much of it they keep? Well, I like to tell this story because then you start to see all the possibilities of this afterbirth. Look at this. So you go into a beauty salon, And both of you are very pretty, by the way, so you probably end up in beauty salons quite a bit. Anyway, that was my chauvinist comment for the night. So here we go. You go into a salon and you say, you tell your gal, listen, I want to make a couple changes. Go ahead and cut it short. So she says, are you sure? And you say, absolutely. You got this beautiful long flowing hair, and she just starts cutting way down, and she's shocked, but you're happy. And all this hair is laying on the floor. And you pay her, you tip her, and you go out of there with one big smile on your face. And here's my question. Who owns the hair on the floor? Yeah. Well, you paid. Yeah, well, the janitor. Yeah. Whoever wants it. At that point, one man's trash is another man's treasure.
You must have traded it in your payment. You must have traded your hair.
Well, look at this. So the lady that cut your hair could sweep it up, braid it into a wig or something and sell it as a wig. Or if there was a market for it, she could take each individual strand of hair and sell them individually. And I'm saying if there was a market for it, we would call that a derivative. So now let's go back to the afterbirth and think about all the possibilities with this DNA and all the places it could be sold as derivatives. Now, everybody on planet Earth with the DNA that's available in the afterbirth, the floor sweeps, so to speak, now the derivatives could actually, there are so many people that could own a piece of you through the derivative market of DNA. That's what they're selling. They're selling derivatives of your DNA globally, and that's what they're calling them, derivatives. So how much do they need to do that? I don't know. I have one other theory that's going to shock a whole lot of people, and I might as well say it right now. Okay. I actually think, yeah, this is a fun one though, and it's kind of goofy, but I like it. I actually believe, and it's going to get a little scary for some people. I think that the portion that the Catholic Church takes, I actually think that they do take a lot of this, and I think they incinerate it, and they create ash out of it, so it actually is burned. And if a lot of you people can start to see where this could go, because if the church is saying that the world of commerce is a sin and that you burn for it, that means that if you're using that title, Curtis Richard Kallenbach, tied to any of the afterbirth, including the burned at the stake incinerated DNA, that could be a possibility. And I don't have any evidence of this, but there are some things that point this direction, because when you go into court, you are considered, this is trial by fire. And if you lose, you're burned. And if they already have evidence of that burning, if they already have evidence of your DNA burned at the stake being your energy, your soul, if you choose to live your life through the title that's tied to this afterbirth, including some of the burn stuff, they could easily, they can make a case for you being burned at the stake being what? The wager. You see how this fits together? When you go into court, it's just basically you're betting you can defeat them in that game. And if you lose the game, you're burned at that wager, that stake. If you win the game, you walk out of there with your salvation, so to speak. But this can get pretty heavy. There's lots of different things that could actually be going on there, and we'll never really know, because they've had 2,500 years to perfect this game.
Mm-hmm. They sure have got it perfected. They've got it very well hidden. So actually, you mentioned something about hidden connections between the fictitious financial, religious, and scientific worlds, or planes of existence, and made it very clear that the mitochondrial DNA make of the so-called matrix. So does this kind of have something to do with that?
Yeah, because the idea of the matrix, or the mother matrix, is its root is the maternal or the mother aspect, and the Catholic Church is called the Mother Church. And the thing that's scary about this whole thing is that I'll try to make it as easy as possible. And again, it's easier for me to not use notes. The male, me, there's 23 chromosomes that are shared. Basically, I get 23. How can I say this? There are 23 matching pairs, except for the 23rd pair, which is not matching. If they do match your female, that would be XX. If they don't match your male, that's XY. So the 23rd pair is not a pair at all. The male gets the Y from the father, and otherwise it's an X coming from the mother. So the problem is that I myself, I have a dad and I have a mom. My mom did give me her mitochondrial DNA, and I do have my mother's mitochondrial DNA. Mitochondrial DNA is female only. And then I got a Y chromosome from my father, but I do have my mother's mitochondrial DNA. Now, when I mate with my wife and we have a child, my sperm carrying my mitochondrial DNA, my mother's bloodline, is actually extinguished when it fertilizes the egg. So my mother is not part of the process of fertilization. My mother's bloodline is extinguished through her son. So I'm not carrying anything. When I mate with somebody, my mother's bloodline doesn't come through me. It will go through my sisters, but it won't go through me. So my mother, yeah, you can see where it stops with me. So my son doesn't have a connection to my mother. You see how that works? But he carries my wife's DNA. Now what's interesting is, so my wife's DNA, my wife has a father and a mother. So my wife carries the mitochondrial DNA of her father, but also her mother. But her father's is irrelevant because the semen that created her also was extinguished. So all she does is carry the mitochondrial DNA of her mother. So between my dad and my mom and my wife's dad and mom, the only mitochondrial pathway is through my wife and her mother. So you can see how it starts to be discretionary. The bloodline, it starts to go only through females. I don't carry any history of my mother with me. It's done. So I'm separated from Mother Earth or the mother or the female. If I don't lay claim to the afterbirth, which is where the mitochondrial DNA is in my world, if I don't lay claim to that, I'm not connected to planet Earth at all. I'm just a heavenly spirit, a heavenly father, so to speak. I'm out in space. I'm Major Tom. I'm not connected to planet Earth at all. I'm just a spirit or a lost soul. So that's my only connection to planet Earth is the claim to the mitochondrial DNA left behind at my birth. If I don't claim that, I have no connection to planet Earth.
Right. So
or the blood.
Given that we haven't any of us claimed that, the next question is, can we claim it now?
It's your property. I mean, in fact, I believe. I mean, there's lots more to it, but I believe that they're waiting for you to go home. That's what I call it. To go home is to go back and claim the rest of you. Think about it this way. You buy 5 acres of property, and I try to draw pictures for people in their minds, but you buy 5 acres of property. It's wooded, it's hilly, it's beautiful, there's flowers everywhere, but there's a piece of the 5 acres that you really can't see, and you really don't know. I mean, you can look at it on paper and see it, the lot line, but you really don't, you've never been there, you can't see it. It's kind of like a little piece that an appendage that it's kind of a funny place, and you just don't really know that it's there. So you never use it. You don't build on it. You don't take logs off of it. In fact, you never use it because you don't even know it exists. That now your neighbor over somewhere else, it's actually part of his property, sort of. It's real easy for him to use, and so he's been using it for a number of years. And because he is using it, it's sort of like you've granted an easement to your neighbor without knowing it because you didn't even know it existed. Yeah. But part of your property is now being used by somebody else. And that's what's happening here. Is the afterbirth is that lost property that has been forgotten.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And as you haven't said, hey, I want it back, they say, well, I'll just keep using it then.
Yeah, and because it's but because it's DNA, because it's the most private of all property. I mean, they can't make an adverse claim upon it because it's DNA. It's your very essence. It's the thing that makes you you. So nobody else can claim it. But they have been using it. They have absolutely been using it.
I wonder, Kurt. There are people in different places of the world who don't go into hospital, and so nobody takes the afterbirth. So in that case, they can't be owned at all, or they can't be taken into the system if they know that. Surely.
Well, I think there's only 2 places this is actually in play, and it's wherever the international banking system and birth certificates are. That absolutely this is the case. And then, of course, wherever the Jesuit outposts or settlements occur around the world through the Catholic Church, because they're the ones that have created this diabolical system. So, and they call it baptism. But anyway, it does. It absolutely, wherever the central banking system and birth certificates are, it absolutely is in play there in one version or another, some fashion. And then wherever the Catholic Church have their Jesuit comrades, their creating settlements, it is in play there too. It's just not at the same scale, and really, why is this in play? It's basically just to control people, and you don't need to control people that don't matter on some level. I'm not saying that not everybody matters, but if there's no gain for somebody somewhere, then they're going to leave those people alone. So basically, it's a bank's way to take your labor for themselves. It's called capitalism for a reason, but they're decapitating you. They're separating your mind from your body because you don't know it's happening. So it's called capitalism, but it's actually the decapitation of us. They're separating our mind from our labor.
I'm just wondering how this will concern now people that maybe expecting a baby soon. If they were awake and aware, would they be able to say? I mean, I know that all the states say that you have to legally register a birth of a child, but if they kept the afterbirth themselves and refused to register, surely those children would never belong to the state then.
Well, that's a tough one because if you go onto a prenatal or any of the birthing floors, they're locked down like prisons already. And I had a buddy that tried to get got his daughter out of there, but they're going to create a certificate no matter what.
Yeah, you have to have one at home with help from friends.
Even if you have a doula or somebody else, anybody that's certified has to gather that stuff up too. So they're making it very difficult. Yeah, midwife. They're making it very difficult for these people. I mean, to have what you would think as a very normal delivery or birth, because they want to steal the energy of everybody on this planet.
Yeah, so you have to be very, very ahead of the game and plan to have your child and have it completely without any system person anywhere near you, just out in the middle of nowhere that nobody ever know you're having a child. and never expected to let the kid go to public schools or participate in any of that stuff, because the rules are you have to be a player in the game to participate at any level. Right. Yeah. That's where they get you.
Yeah.
Wow. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So why don't we take a break, and then after the break we can start to talk about how we do claim this part of us back and how we do get to the point of being free. And like you said yourself, that you are now not a divided, you're no longer a house divided. So I know that you've created these documents, and maybe we should talk about those and see what we could all be doing to get ourselves to a place that we were free.
Yeah, this is easy. You guys are making this very easy for me. Okay.
Okay, cool. So we'll take a break and we'll come back with all of that.
All right. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, DNA sweep. Exactly. Yeah, like I said, Lori is a very strong spirit, so she'll be all right. All right. Well, yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I guess this is like a intermission, but not with any music. It's kind of strange. So either way, I want to segue for a minute to Mr. Paul Unslave's intro. It's a good intro. And then when we get back, hopefully this will be. I don't know what's going on here now. Weird. All right. In the meantime.
Fat slave, if you got something to say, if not, keep your fucking face like this, like how I keep mine. Stoic, like a man. I'm so sick of these scum, man. I really am, Lou. I really am, man.
I get you. Bro, it's all good, bro, man. We're all here. We're all like suffering.
Okay, and I'm just sick of these people and what they stand for and represent, and they are reprehensible. Not keep your fucking face like this, like how I keep mine. Stoic, like a man. Because I'm sick of it. And I don't need to hang on here and stay here and continue to witness this sick and twisted simulation.
Well, it's all good to cry, that's for sure. I know I feel good every time, no matter what. I feel like crying to just let it out, for sure.
We lost our masculinity, everybody. I'm going to have my way with this slave now, too, because now I'm going to alchemize. I'm going to alchemize this energy on you, right? Feds getting paid to track disenfranchised men crying on YouTube. I'm far from disenfranchised, dumb hoe. I'm far from disenfranchised and doing better than ever off the back of people who work hard every day because they resonate with the truth and value I give them. I have more value than any of your fucking Kingdom of Shaitan celebrity idol slaves that you worship and look up to. How dare you disrespect me and blaspheme the truth in front of the world? Come on up here. Come on up here and stand and be counted in front of the whole world, you filthy slave. You are powerless. I am empowered. Get behind me, Shaitan. You deceiver, little devil, harlot, Jezebel, you. Come on up, old European douche. Come on up, old European douche. Says enough. Says enough for me. When they tell you who they are, believe them. No. Can you kick the thought respecter out of here because he's a low-life troll who's detracting from anything positive? He comes from all of our... Yeah, so I banned all those thought slaves because they revealed themselves.
They come from a Kiwi farm or something like that.
Right, Kiwi slave farm. They go everywhere to troll men and their masculinity because they got the feminine spirit of their hoe-ass mama. That's why they call themselves dot respecter. Why would you respect a hoe? Hoes don't respect other hoes. Why would you as a man respect a hoe who accept less for herself? She not respect able. So you call yourself and reveal yourself dot respecter, dot protector, because you're a bunch of little boys who want to pay for pussy. Of course you want hoes running around. Men don't want hoes running around. Their daughter might be one. So I don't need to have children to know how to think like a fucking man and present myself properly and give good game for men and women out there. You're a hoe respecter and a thought protector and a thought whatever the fuck else. I'm not. I don't respect hoes because other hoes don't respect hoes. Get it. Get with the pimping. Proper instruction motivates people.
Yeah, no,
I'm not bitching out a screen. I'm talking into your soul. Fuck not.
I'm telling you what.
Sir, let daddy work a little bit. I'm giving you some.
I already flipped this motherfucker. Don't worry about it.
Let me see him. Bring him up.
He ain't coming up here. I got a video he made for me because he was so concerned about my well-being.
Right.
Thought respect. The first video he ever made.
He goes everywhere I go and scrolls the chat and interferes with all the other people talking.
Shouts out.
Greetings, tribal person. Cynthia's here. You'll notice there's been a change, right? It's all come out in the open. I'm running an online cult. I'm living off my father and confused cult members. So I've changed the banner down there. Please do not donate to Paul Enslaved and encourage his behavior.
Go ahead and donate to Paul. Go ahead and donate. He's just not in a good state right now. He'll definitely need it later. Please donate. Support the channel.
No, Cynthia. See, that's the thing. No, we're not doing this thing where we say we're not doing it and then it's like
support the channel. Support the
hard work. It's not going well. No, it's not going well. Numbers are down. Snafu was right. Mitchell was right. Alumatami was right. A lot of folks were right, and I didn't want to accept it. Right? I didn't want to accept it at the time. No, they were onto something. They wouldn't have put this much time, energy, attention into this campaign of theirs if they weren't onto something. They really are. Like, I know it comes across like hating and jealousy and envy, but seriously, I think they're looking out for me. Right? I think that they have a point.
Well, if they were looking out for you, they would come up to the panel and help the channel. They would.
Facts. All right. Well, y'all know where to find them. Proper instruction motivates people. Apparently, Christos thinks I'm disgracing OTW's Grand Rising show. But guess who's trying? At least I'm trying. Right? Putting the effort in. Karma, steak and vodka, chick's name. Told Louis. Man, it was God, I can't remember now. Beth something. Beth something was her name. Kings riding on the back of giants. Not sure if I know what you mean, sir. I appreciate it, sir. So on that note, we're going to get back to Mr. Kurt.
Come up and they would run the channel. If they were capable, competent, able.
They don't want to help the channel. That's the point. Is my behavior has been encouraged, right? A lot of my bad behaviors have been.
Apparently, they're talking about me in the chat, so I got to see what this is about. Apparently, she's talking about me. Speak of, you were just talking about her, and now she's talking about me. Sophia said that panel, though, that I listened in on this morning was so good. I really enjoy that Paul could benefit from their viewpoints. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. What's up? Cynthia said Sophia is talking about Sean G's panel. Wait a minute. No, she must be talking about a different Sean G, because he spelled Sean differently, and she doesn't even know that my initials G. So I'm not sure what I misread there. I think the situation. It was a coincidence. Anyway, let's get back to walking the talk on sovereignty. We're about a little over an hour into the less than 3 hours here. So let's get into it. Again, and the guest speaker was the first hour, and then there's call-ins the second hour, and then I'm not sure what the case is for the 45 minutes after that, because it's 2 hours and 46 minutes. So, but it should be interesting. I've enjoyed it so far. If you do have any commentary, the link is pinned.
Join us on Just Us Radio Network for our shows: Enthronement, Imagineers, Numbers in Time, The Indigenous People's Voice, One Point of View, and The People's Roundtable. Check out our website for information about upcoming shows. Just ask Google to find Just Us Radio Network, and you will find links.
Go do it, Sunshine. I'll be here. We got some time left, so that's for sure. I'm going to play this whole thing out, though, because I'm enjoying it. Most likely, I'm going to play this whole thing out. So.
To our website and to our blog talk and Facebook pages, as well as to our podcast, where you can subscribe for automatic downloads. All right, so we're back. And I want to be flying free like a bird in the sky, an eagle that rides on the breeze. Yeah, I want to do that. So, Kurt, how do we become free?
I guess you'd have to be male.
Damn.
Yeah. You ladies you're bound to the earth. I mean, it's the guys that are not tethered to earth that are stuck up there in the sky.
Yeah. Being down on Mother Earth is pretty good too. I'm quite happy down here. If I could be free to roam wherever I choose.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Obviously, this whole thing is fictitious. The whole idea, the whole construct is just an idea, and they have bound us by our willingness to play a part in their passion play or whatever you want to call it. So. You got to wake up first. That's what the whole dream aspect, the whole American dream is. That they have everybody wanting to participate in.
So we're gonna wake up now and take action.
Do you what do you want to do? You want to look at this document, or you want to just kind of cover some?
Yeah, let's cover. What I mean. Basically, we'd all love to know what you've done.
My apologies. I had it in double speed there. I slowed it back down to 1.5, so it should be listenable.
Where you're at now? You said that you are now no longer a house divided. And we'd love to know, I do know that you've got this beautiful document you wrote and you created all beautifully and to do with a divine proportion. And I think people just like to understand that and, let us know where you're at and what other people can do ourselves, to get to where you are and beyond, hopefully.
Well, ultimately, it's a mindset. I mean, so I have to agree that the Paramount Claim is probably the cleanest, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever put together.
Excuse me, could you just explain? I put the link to your website in the chat room. Could you just explain to people where to find this particular document?
If you just go to the trustandcontract.wordpress site, you're going to have to just keep scrolling down until it shows up. It's actually a scanned copy of that. So, in fact, let me just see what it looks like. I'll just go to the site myself to see what it looks like.
Okay, thank you.
That way I can kind of walk it.
I think the time I went there and saw it there, you can double click on it and it gets a bit bigger so you can see it more clearly.
Yeah, in fact, if you look at, you got to you keep going, you go past all there's some recent documents, the Winnebago County document, you keep going all the way down and you go through past 2 or 3 letters. And then you got to keep going because this is like a long process. and it'll say updates from Kurt. And it's ultimately, they're small, but they have little drawings on them. And you can click on like the first page, it'll get larger. And then you can, use your mouse to make it larger and scroll up and down. But it's there. You just have to keep.
Yeah, and it's called Notice of Paramount Claim upon the Divine Nature, Divine Proportion, Manifest Essence of I. So that's what you're looking for, people.
And I'm going to the PDF because if you notice that document, if you get there, you see that I had it recorded on December 9th of 2013, Anno Domini. And I like to obviously be very clear that Anno Domini is their world, their plane of existence, their Jesus fish, their Passion of the Christ, the Passion play. That's their realm. Now they stamped this. You'll never see anything from this point forward, or at least from that point forward. I don't put dates on anything because I'm in real time. I'm in reality. So life only exists in the here and now. It doesn't exist yesterday, and it doesn't exist tomorrow. It only exists right now. No. So the living man or woman cannot use a date because think about it this way: if you're standing in front of a mirror, and you look at the image or the reflection of what's before you, light travels at 186,000 miles per second.
Good stuff, Sunshine. Thank you.
So when you're standing in front of the mirror and you're seeing that reflection is actually an image from the past. Now, I know that it's a very small space between you and that mirror, but the image is in the past. It's not right now.
Yep.
Because of the time it takes between the light traveling from your eyes to the mirror and back to the mirror to your eyes, that's time. And I know that it seems like it's immediate, but it's not. So that what you're looking at, that image is in the past. Wow. Now, the further away you get from that image, the further back in time that image is. Now, think about freezing a moment in time by putting a date on it, and then it's just like pulling or digging up a time capsule. 10 years ago, here you got this signed document from 10 years ago. It's frozen in time.
Yeah.
And if you're using the Anno Domini scheme or the Gregorian epic, obviously the word epic kind of denotes a book or a story. Well, it is. So the Gregorian epic or the Anno Domini calendar is a story that somebody else owns. So when you use the time frame, and it is a frame up, if you're using Anno Domini as a frame of reference, you're in somebody else's story. I like to call it his story. because that's what it is. It's history. It's not. It's always history. So if you do write documents, I would advise you, unless you want to be subject to the owner of that plane of existence, which happens to be the Catholic Church. If you want to be subject to the Catholic Church, then use the Anno Domini frame of reference. So that's only one plane of existence, though, and that's the New Testament Anno Domini frame of reference. So you won't see any times or any dates on my documents because I like to be alive. I like to be in the moment, and I can't do that by using I can't use a calendar.
Yeah, makes sense.
So anyway, I thought that was important. But back to the divine proportion, the Paramount Claim. If everybody has an opportunity to at least be looking at this, I'll go through this very simply so people have an understanding of why I wrote it the way I did. I would also advise people, if you listen to any other shows or if anybody else is talking about this, they don't know this document. And unless they really, really have been around long enough and really understand how I wrote it and why I wrote it the way I did, they probably shouldn't make changes to it. So if you're going to use this at any point, put your information in it, but do not make changes. Don't take out the periods and put in semicolons because that's idiotic. Don't change things unless you know their relationship to the document itself. Because unless you know that relationship, you could be in danger. You could actually be changing the whole document and the flow of the document. I actually had somebody, there's 2 different drawings on this. If you look at it, there's 2 rectangles. I had a guy, a mathematician, actually contact me once and say, Kurt, the divine proportion is not 1.666, it's 1.618. I said, I hate to tell you this, but I know that. These 2 pictures they're different. The picture on page 1 is the golden ratio or divine proportion. The picture on page 2 is the Fibonacci sequence. The Fibonacci sequence represents the image in the mirror. It does not represent the infinite. It does not represent the fractal man. It represents a finite representation of man. It does. They're not the same. So unless people understand what this means and why I did what I did, I wouldn't make any changes to it.
Yeah,
you know.
makes sense.
So anyway, if you just look up at the top left, it says prepared by Curtis. Why did I use Curtis? Because Curtis is actually what even legal scholars would call a pen name. If you look in Black's Law and look up legal name, what is the definition of a legal name? A legal name by the legal definition for it is one Christian name and one surname. Well, let's think about that for a second and think about it in relationship to this document. A Christian name and a surname or a trade name. Okay. Well, here we go. So Curtis, by legal standards, is called a Christian name. So if I lay claim to Curtis, that is my Christ aspect. That is the Christian side of the equation. That's the Christ. The Kallenbach or the trade name or the surname is actually the business side of the equation. And that's the title or the dead entity. That's the afterbirth. So when you put them together, it's actually a corruption. It's actually an adulteration. You're mixing things that don't belong together. It's called adultery. So when I put Curtis and Kallenbach together, I'm mixing two things that don't belong. It's like off of Sesame Street. You know, one of these things don't belong here. And you really don't want to mix those two. So Curtis is actually the Christ aspect and Kallenbach is commerce. You don't want to put those two together. Now, but they call it a legal name because what do they want you to do? They want you to fall into their grasp. And right under that, it says for Curtis Richard Kallenbach et al. What does that mean? I prepared it for that character, for that title, for that property. Curtis Richard Kallenbach is a property. It's my property. It is a property. It's a title. It's my title. And it's actually attached to the left behind property, the left behind DNA, the left behind mitochondrial DNA, the mother aspect. So I, Curtis, have now laid claim to the afterbirth just by claiming this title. Et al. Means and others or all others or anything that basically could be matched up or you know, Curtis Richard Kallenbach stands for everything that they could have done. So if it's related to Curtis Richard Kallenbach, it's mine. So I, Curtis, prepared it for Curtis Richard Kallenbach et al. The rest of it is meaningless. It just has it's a location, a temporary location. Why do I call it a temporary pickup location? Because I don't exist there in that mailbox. I don't exist there in that point in space or that space in time or point. I don't exist there. It's only temporary. When I show up there to receive this, I don't live there. It's not my residence. It is just the place that I happen to be right now to receive this document. If that's what I do. Non-domestic, what does that mean? It means outside of the dome, outside of the kingdom, outside of the Domesday Book, outside of the claim of the monarch, outside of the claim of the Normans, outside of the claim of the Saxons, outside of the claim of the bankers, outside of the claim of the crown, non-domestic. And I really think people should watch the movie The Truman Show with Jim Carrey 1,000 times to get the concept of non-domestic. Because the whole idea of the firmament, in fact, if you Google firmament right now, it's interesting because you will see a relationship between the arc or the curve on my divine proportion document. You'll actually see one of the earlier etchings or carvings of the firmament, and the firmament is the division between heaven and earth. You know, supposedly the biblical idea of division between the waters, the heavenly waters and the earthly waters. But again, everything in this document, almost every single word was chosen specifically for its place. And so I don't care what anybody does, but I would never change something. I would be afraid to change this document if I didn't know what I was doing. I would be afraid to. I'll be honest with you. And so and I know people have changed and put Patriot myth garbage in there and what have you. You know what? If you want to do that, go ahead. But you destroyed it. You destroyed it. So just be careful with what you do with other people's work.
Right.
The idea of go ahead.
Sorry, can I ask you again, Kirk? Because I know other documents have the same thing. What's the significance of the thumbprint? Is it a blood thumbprint on your documents?
Yeah, remember what you're doing here. And maybe the best thing to do is always ask yourself, why am I doing what I'm doing? This is a notice of paramount claim upon my divine nature, divine proportion, and manifest essence. That's my existence. So I'm not going to put an ink thumbprint on it because if I do an ink thumbprint, it's no different than a shadow. It doesn't represent anything but the scaffolding of my DNA. In other words, my thumbprint itself, my thumb is just, it evidences the existence of the material that has been expressed by my DNA. It's not my DNA. It's only the expression of my DNA, the scaffolding, or the actual model, or the thing that exists because of it. The DNA is more like the blueprint or the thing behind the thumb. So when you put a blood thumbprint, you're putting both the model, the thumb itself, as well as the very essence of that model, which is your blood. So I would advise people, if you're going to do this, don't mess around with ink or anything like that, because what you're trying to get across is you're placing your DNA on this document as evidence of your claim. Just like they do at the original point of entry, the port of entry, they take blood and they do all the same stuff. So basically, you're negating that with your claim and your DNA upon a document. So anything other than that, I would say, is kind of iffy. And I'm just my thoughts.
Okay, we've seen that on other documents as well, so I understand that.
So there's a couple of things I want to point out in the document that are very, very important. I could read this. I mean, it's okay if I read it, isn't it?
Sure. Absolutely.
The notice of paramount claim upon my divine nature, divine proportion, manifest essence. That symbol that is in between each of those words, my divine nature, that's a phi symbol or the phi symbol. And that symbol represents the actual shape or the divine proportion, the golden ratio. It basically is the way nature unfolds. It's the fractal of all. So, and that's the symbol for it. So I use that symbol basically to put it, I put that on the document because I placed it there in between things to let people know that I'm speaking specifically about the divinity aspect. And that's what the fee symbol is. It's the allness of you. It's the allness. It's you right here and now, plus all the bloodline be prior to you, all the way back to the beginning of all bloodlines. So that's the fee symbol. That's what that represents. Now, the idea of essence, let me, I think this is probably maybe the most important word on this document. Let me read it out of Black because there's no mistaking what essence means on this. So let's just do that real quick. Here it is. Black's 5th edition is page 490. Essence, that which is indispensable, the gist or substance of any act, the vital constituent of a thing, that without which a thing cannot be itself. Go down to essential, indispensably necessary, important in the highest degree, requisite, that which is required for the continued existence of a thing. So without your essence, without your DNA, you can't even exist. So the manifest aspect of it, manifest means brought into reality. So your essence is actually expressed through your physical existence. The essence being the DNA, the program or the blueprint that is expressed through what you see in the mirror, the actual form of your existence. So that's the manifest essence aspect. So again, what is the divine proportion? The divine proportion is you in the here and now, and all of your lineal or lineage all the way back to the beginning. Your proportion extends from you right now, which is the ascension, all the way back descending into the history of your existence. So you have ascended to this moment in time, and the descendant aspect goes back in time through the bloodline. So your proportion, your divine proportion, is all of it. It's all of the history of all the families that are connected to you and brought you to this point in time. The divine nature is basically, I believe it's your uniqueness amongst all of this. So it's your nature. That's the thing, that it's your uniqueness along with the essence that makes you, but all of this stuff fits together. So let me read the first paragraph. It's sort of more of introductory. It says, let the bright light of truth shining upon this authentic writing be notice of my paramount. Paramount means the most superior. There is nothing beyond paramount. Nobody can have a greater claim than paramount. So it says, notice of my paramount claim upon and absolute dominion over all land and property, marked by my divine nature, divine proportion, manifest essence. The divine proportion has been known throughout the ages as a relation in perfect proportion of the whole to its parts. It is a relationship so perfect that its parts are to each other as the whole is to its larger part. This divine fractal describes the course and perfection of nature as a whole and is known worldwide by the Greek symbol phi. Next paragraph gets into a little more of the details here. It says, it is my intent through this notice of paramount claim upon my divine nature, divine proportion, manifest essence, to reveal to all the world the one true living owner of all land or property, marked by my divine nature, divine proportion, manifest essence, passed on from conception through the will and testament of both my father and mother and to all those before them. Let me explain the idea of the one true living owner of all land and property. The land is the DNA. That's the land. Now, the property that's marked by my DNA is anything that is an expression of my DNA, and that includes the title. So Curtis Richard Kallenbach, when they put my baby footprints on there, they put a shadow of myself. The footprints are nothing more than a shadow. It's an impression. Just like, remember when I told you about Michelangelo, after he makes the original, if somebody makes a mold of that original, they've made an impression. Well, somebody's made a mold of my foot. Basically, they call it a last, L-A-S-T. But when my foot hits the paper, they now have an impression of my physical nature. That impression is actually called, cobblers know what it's called. It's called a last, L-A-S-T. A last is an impression of the foot that they use to make shoes. So it's interesting because the baby footprint document is probably the most important because it not only does it have your mother's thumbprints alongside your baby footprints, but on the other side of the document, typically they have the title. So on that document, it says on the front side or the top side, it has Curtis Richard Kallenbach and then a bunch of words. And then underneath it, it's interesting because my footprints are underneath with the thumbprints of my mother. Isn't it funny how they didn't put that on the same side of the document? Why would they do that? Because the title stands above the nation under God. The footprints are underneath now, almost as if they're buried underneath the title. They're not on the same page. They're not even on the same side. They're underneath the title, just like the one nation under God that is being talked about in the Pledge of Allegiance, isn't it? It's just nothing they do is happenstance. Everything they do is for a reason. By the way, this document, the original, in other words, the first copy, I believe at least one of them, because I think they stamp a couple of these things with your footprints. I believe that one of them found its way into the Library of Congress. Interestingly, the Library of Congress has always had the title or the name, the Library of Last Resort. Isn't that an interesting choice of terms when you're deciding to put these footprints in your file or in your library? What else is in a library? Stories, books, epics. So yeah, this is just kind of a side note. So let's get back down to this thing here. It says, marked by my divine nature, divine proportion, manifest essence, passed on from conception through the will and testament of both my mother and father. Let's explain that. From conception through the will and testament of both my mother and father. And again, not to be vulgar, but when Dad, the heavenly Father, when he comes down to earth and plants his seed in Mother Earth. Well, the interesting thing is, let's go back to reality here. When mom and dad are getting together, when they're actually having sex, and like I said, I'm not to be vulgar, but when dad plants his seed in mom, when he gets up, when he's finished and walks away, the only evidence of that situation is the sperm itself. The problem is that hopefully that, you know, my mom and dad were both consenting adults. And so they both were, this act was a free will act. So when mom and dad get together, it's a free will act. So they're both participating by their own will. Now, what is the testament? The testament is the product or the outcome of that act or their will. So when mom and dad get together willfully and dad plants his seed in mom, the outcome of that act, that will, by both of them, is the fruit of that labor or the testament. The testament is ultimately me, because I'm the product of their will. So I'm actually the living testament of my parents' will. I'm evidence of that. I am the testament of their will. And so it's interesting that this becomes very simple when you realize that I am the evidence of my parents, both father and mother. I'm the evidence. I have the chromosomes.
Again, I'm sure he'll touch on it in a minute, but the testament, the testes, testing. Do you get it? Yeah, testicles. And life continues, as above, so below.
I have the chromosomes to prove it. The problem is obviously the matrilineal aspect where my mom, you know, her mitochondrial DNA is in me, but I can't pass it on because it's terminated. So, and also I have access to my father's stuff, but again, you know, I've been separated from the mother at birth by the birth process itself. So look at this. It goes on to say, my divine nature, divine proportion, manifest essence, evidenced by my physical arrival or state, and I put the number 1 after that, and then comma. That's because it starts to relate to the drawing down beneath it. So it says my physical arrival or state, the number 1, afterbirth residue or remains, which is the phi symbol -1, or on the Fibonacci sequence, it's the equal to that phi -1 is the 0.666. And then the breath of life, vitality, X. I use the what is it called? Well, it's the chi symbol in the Greek alphabet. So X is the chi symbol. Of course, chi is life, and it's also the St. Andrew's cross, which is an interesting idea too, if you understand the history of the St. Andrew's cross. But the X actually is life. It's chi, it's life. So it says, if you read it all the way through, it says, evidence by my physical arrival or state, the number 1, afterbirth residue remains, that's phi -1 or 666, and breath of life vitality, which is X, constitutes the totality of all I am, and then has phi, alpha, omega, and chi, now, that's present moment, alpha, which was, or, you know, in the past, and or ever will be, which is omega, and that's the way that sentence reads out. Now, if you scroll down a little bit further, it says divine proportion. It has kind of a line there. Now, a lot of people are confused. It looks like this is a finite set. It is not. It's just that I want people to realize that this divine proportion, this rectangle, is considered the divine proportion. It is infinite. In fact, what's interesting about this, if you can visualize this, if you're looking at it directly, you got to realize that you're looking at a 2-dimensional picture. You have to envision this in 3D. Each one of those squares is not a square; it's a cube. It's a cube. Okay. So yeah, and now if you look at that spiral, as it tightens up, moving from left to right, it's descending to smaller cubes all the way to infinity, all the way down. It's a spiral staircase down. It's descending from left to right, or from right to left, it's ascending. Can you envision that? Yep. Okay. Now the square on the left, the big square, is the 1. That's considered you in the here and now. Right now, you are considered the child, but ultimately, you know, at 53 years old, I probably wouldn't be called a child anymore, but I am the 1. I am the whole. You see? So the 1 is the square. Now, if you move to the right of the square, where the square terminates, and it turns into that rectangle, the new rectangle on the left, that if you look at that vertical line is like a decimal point. So the 1, the square on the left, decimal point, which is that dividing line, and everything to the right becomes the phi -1, or the irrational aspect, which is the point in the divine proportion. It's 0.618. And so on. So if you look at this one here, it's the square is the 1, and then the vertical line is the decimal point, and then everything to the right is actually the 0.618. That is the divine proportion, and it's ascending or descending depending on your perspective. So everything to the right is the afterbirth. Also, what's interesting on a legal sense is that the whole, the 1, is rational. It's a rational number. So you're rational by being that. The stuff to the right side, or to the right of that vertical, the first vertical line, is an irrational number. Phi -1 is irrational. So even in a court, if you're playing the part of Curtis Richard Kallenbach, that's an irrational position because it's on that side of the equation. The Christ aspect, Curtis, the 1, is that the stuff on the right side is actually irrational. So by me playing Curtis Richard Kallenbach in their court system, I'm actually legally irrational, numerically irrational, which is unreasonable. Does this make sense?
Yep, getting that.
Okay, yeah, I'm hoping I didn't lose anybody on this. So,
yeah, hopefully everybody's still with us.
Yeah, this is tough, but like I said, I'll go over this as many times as anybody needs to. But when the light comes on, it's pretty big. It's pretty bright. So the left side.
Can I just ask one thing while you've taken a little pause there? There was a question in the chat room. Maria was asking. I assume that you're using man as human or as all of us, or if you are a woman, would you change the man to woman?
Again, I probably wouldn't, because man is used for all man.
That's what I thought.
And I also don't use mankind. Something about the word kind bothers me and always has, because kind doesn't mean man. So mankind can be similar, but it's not man.
Yes,
and
I understand.
Yeah,
Yes.
and woman is, you know, and again, I know it's hard because I'm male, but whoa, man. I mean, if you did try to do this, I would want to split. I'd want man to be man, but if you wanted to put WO in front, lowercase, just to show that you understand that man is still, I mean, you're still part of man. Everybody's part of man.
And would you hyphenate it? Some people hyphenate words when they're separating them like that, like WO hyphen man. Or not.
I don't know. I mean, you could put small or lowercase WO and then capital M, just to show that you do know the difference. And I mean, everybody knows the difference, but we're all part of the same set.
Yes,
and when they discuss man, they're discussing everybody.
Yes, that's what I thought, yes.
Yeah, I mean, you could try to do that if you really feel strongly about it. I wouldn't say one way or another. I personally think it's cleaner just to say man, especially when you're using man X, because man X is denoting man with life. You know what I mean? So, yes. I mean, it's not a preference. I just think it's cleaner and it's easier to understand, because when you say whoa, man or woman, you're actually eliminating man.
Yes, I understand that, yes.
Man denotes both, where woman separates again and leaves out man.
Yes, that's correct. And when you finish the document, perhaps you would just go through, because another question was asked, was what do you do with the document? So we'll come to that at the end.
Yeah,
thank you, Kurt.
Yeah, you're welcome. So, and then of course the left side it says man, life, and light, and then the right side is beast, death, and dark. That's just because what they've done to it is they've taken the irrational, they've taken the phi-1, they've taken it and turned it into something that we don't control. They're actually saying that the side to the left, the child or the rational, is the capstone. It's sort of the mind. It's the pure side. Whereas the stuff to the right, the phi-1, is the irrational or the animal side of man. So, and that's how they're saying this, is that the beast is the animal aspect without the mind. It's separated. It's decapitated. If you look on a dollar bill, which is issued upon the birth of every new, I don't know, entity, if you look at the dollar bill, it's the only one that actually has the pyramid on it with the one-eyed separated capstone. The eye above the pyramid, the separation is the mind separated from the body or mass. The pyramid represents in the occult or the Freemasonry, the base of the pyramid represents, I mean, you got to think in 3D here, but the square, if you look at a square, the four corners of the square represent the two arms or the hands and the two legs, just like the Vitruvian Man. But then you make it 3D by putting the capstone in the center and pull it up or away from the paper. That is a 3D. You just taken a square and turned it into a three-dimensional aspect by putting the point or the capstone above the paper. That is what they've done. If you look at the dollar bill, like I said, it's a lot easier to picture when you're looking at the dollar bill and you're looking at the capstone on that pyramid separated. The base of the pyramid is the base of man. It's the animal aspect of man. It's all the things bad about man, whereas the head or the capstone is the mind of man. It's rationality. It's reasonableness. It's all the things that separate us from animals. So when you put the capstone back on top of the pyramid, you have a whole man who has his wits about him. He has his mind intact. He's no longer out of his mind. Does this make sense?
Yeah, that's actually brilliant. I never thought of it like that before. It's brilliant.
It is brilliant. What they've done is they've separated the animal aspect from the reasonable aspect. And until we pull ourselves together and have integrity once again, and we can actually control the beast within us, and until we can control that animal, they're going to take care of us. I mean, just look around and see how stupid most people are acting right now. I mean, and I don't mean to diminish the value of anybody. I'm just saying that it's pretty sad what we've allowed to happen to us. We're acting like animals almost everywhere globally. We just mass murders and rapes and taking advantage of each other on every level. I mean, animals do that. Actually, animals don't even do that. Yeah. Oh, animals don't do that. Yeah. I mean, wolves don't murder.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Let's go to. By the way, I put the Oracle of Delphi down here. It says, "Man, know thyself." Everybody's seen "know thyself," but they don't ever see "man, know thyself" in true proportion. Big difference there. Anyway, the next three paragraphs. What I did there was, I wanted to kind of do some biological stuff. So I'm telling the people that receive this document that I know what I'm talking about. And if you look at these three, I'm talking about the father, I'm talking about the biological father, the biological mother, and the first of myself, which is the very first of me when I have both sets of chromosomes. Okay, so the first of myself is the first complete version. In other words, you could look at that as, at that point, that's the genuine. Now it hasn't developed into the whole, but it is the genuine. See what I'm getting at? No other copies. It's the very first of my kind. I have everything I need now to grow into the whole me. So from there, I got I kind of terminate there with the divine proportion 1.618. But then below that, now I'm actually doing something a little different here. This drawing, if you look at it, it says 1 1 2 3 5 8 13. That's the Fibonacci sequence, and I just terminated at 13, so it has sort of almost an identical look to the divine proportion on page 1. I just want people to see how closely related these are. They are not the same. In fact, I made this as close as I could because the rectangle is almost identical in size. It's so close, it's hard to tell the difference. If you take both of these pages and actually held them up to the light, put one over the other, they're almost identical, but where you would notice the big difference is where the 1 and the 1 come together there. That's the that's the finite aspect of the Fibonacci sequence. If you go back up to page 1, you'll see that it just keeps repeating. There is no 1 and 1. It keeps repeating to infinity, all the way descending, all the way backwards. Whereas the Fibonacci sequence actually has a termination, a terminus, or a beginning. It's beginning with mom and it's beginning with dad. You see the difference here? So biologically, is there a beginning? No, there is not. So what does this represent? This is actually representing the beginning of the begets, or the titles. This is where the two businesses come together and produce, has an offspring or an issue or a product. So the Fibonacci sequence is the image. In fact, think of it this way. The DNA of the divine proportion on page 1, the page 2 Fibonacci sequence is not DNA. It's more like a virus. It's an image. It's a copy. It's a replicant. It's almost identical in size and shape and everything. The only difference is it's mimicking the DNA, and that's the title. The title is mimicking. It's even generationally following us. But the title is not life. It's death. It's a decedent. So this represents the Fibonacci sequence, which is the viral aspect, or the virus, which is copying or mimicking the actual divine proportion. You see this? You see the difference?
Yes.
It's so close. This would be like the mirror image of you. You're standing in front of a mirror, and you in reality, in the here and now, are standing before a mirror. What comes back to you, the view that you look at, is the Fibonacci sequence. It's the image of you. Okay. So down below that, and of course I numbered them just so they actually follow the biological. So the 1 and 1 is dad and mom. So you got 1 equals alpha, omega, chi, essence. That's the DNA of the father. That's the sperm of the seed. And then of course the other 1 is, and 1 equals the whole. Remember, go back up to the divine proportion, and the 1 is the whole. It's the rational. It's the mom in her wholeness, and it's the dad in his wholeness. So the 1 actually relates to the divine proportion at the top. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So and then of course you got alpha, omega, chi, essence, DNA of mother, the ovum and the egg. What's really weird about this is I just happened to be looking up the word title months ago, and I found something really weird, and it's called minute, M-I-N-U-T-E, tithing, as in like a church tithing. Listen to this. This is really weird because, you find things when you're ready to see them, they're there. It's that old idea that, when the student is ready, that the teacher will appear. Tell me if you would have seen this. I was shocked when I saw it, because I know that the afterbirth, the floor suites and all that stuff is picked up by the state, better known as the Vatican or the church. But look at this. Minute tithes. That's T-I-T-H-E-S. Black's Law, page 1331. Small tithes, such as usually belong to a vicar, as of wool, butter, cheese, herbs, seeds, eggs, honey, wax. So look at this. What's left behind on the floor is evidence of the seed of the father, the ovum, or the egg of the mother. So when they sweep that stuff up off the floor, the church can actually consider that a donation to them, a tithe, because it says small tithes that belong to the vicar, and they're actually saying right next to each other, seeds, eggs, honey. so yeah, I know it doesn't get any weirder than that. And you know what? There's no way that this is happenstance. Everything that they've done for 2,500 years is to enslave a labor force. That's all this is. It's a labor force. The wealth of planet Earth is not gold. It is not silver. It is labor. That's the wealth of man. It's labor. It's productivity. Yeah. So they captured the labor force. People think King Solomon's mines were, gold and diamonds. No, he captured the labor force. His wealth was built upon labor. The mines were us. And who knows that the mines are spelled M-I-N-E-S? What if King Solomon's mines were M-I-N-D-S?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. Okay.
Or even mines, meaning it's mine. Kurt, could you give out for the archive listeners that aren't in the chat room the address of your webpage and where they can find the document?
Yeah. Let me just pull that up real quick. It is trustandcontract.wordpress.com. Yeah, trustandcontract .wordpress.com. And you'll just have to scroll all the way down, and you'll find the notice of paramount claim, all the way down, pretty much at the bottom.
It's under Kurt's updates, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tiny document that you can double click on and zoom in.
Let me go to. Okay, so this is kind of cute. Whenever you watch like who was it? The Canadian guy, Michael Myers. Remember he played the secret agent guy. What was that movie? Man of Mystery and all that stuff. Oh, I don't know. Everybody right now.
I don't know that one.
Everybody's screaming the name of it. Austin Powers. Oh,
no, I'm sorry. I don't like that man. I never watch anything of his. He drives me crazy.
Oh yeah, he's grotesque. But so it's funny because in one of his Austin Powers, he's yelling, "Who does number 2 work for? Who does number 2 work for?" And number 2 is the zygote. But I always think of number 2. It's the first of you. It's the little shit. Number 2. Sorry, that was a very dirty joke. So it's the zygote. It's the first of your kind. But that's number 2. Number 3 is interesting. And remember these numbers. All they are is stages of development. The 1 and a 1 is the semen and the ovum. When the 1 and 1, when those two hearts come together through their will and they ultimately beat as one, that is the number 2 there. They beat as one. So the product of that love or that will is the zygote, the number 2. But so these two hearts are now beating as one heart, yours. What's interesting then, from that stage, and however many months that is, it goes into the number 3 there. That's another stage. It just has a number. Don't think that it's the number 3 stage. It's just the Fibonacci sequence in the stage of development. That's all it is, okay? So it's not called number 3. It is a stage of development, but it fits the Fibonacci sequence perfectly, especially with what I'm about to say. So number 3, which is it's the stage prior to birth. It's the stage prior to you actually exiting the womb. So stage 3 is pre-emergent. And if you look in Black's law at these legal terms, point, place, or period, this is a pretty amazing idea, but it says pre-emergent point, pre-emergent place, or pre-emergent period, which is a constant, it never changes, state of emergency. So number 3, it's before the crowning, it's before the emergence, it's before you emerge. And so everything is being prepared, but it's always in a state of emergency. It never emerges. Stage 3 is always in a state of emergency. And the funny thing about this, that is the afterbirth. It follows you out. So the afterbirth is always in a state of emergency, and that's what's been titled as a U.S. citizen, and that's why everything is based on emergency. The entire system is always in a state of emergency because all the U.S. citizens are stage 3 afterbirth citizens. Everything.
That's really funny. I like that.
But it is.
I know it's true, but it's also funny. It's just ironical. I love it.
Yeah, and it's pretty sad because everything that the Congress does, everything that they do is because the citizenry, which is the title, has been attached to this state. And so this state of existence is always emergency. It's always in a state of emergency. So the 14th Amendment U.S. citizen, the title is attached to this state of existence, which is a state of emergency. You see the problem here? So it can never be anything but in a state of emergency because that's what that particular state of existence is.
So if we all go to DEFCON 1, can we claim our birthright back? Sorry, I just needed to add that in there.
So now here it is. Now between the 3 and the 5 is another line. You can look at it as another vertical line. Think of that as the separation point or another decimal point. But because 5 is the arrival of the one, Neo. It's the arrival of the rational. It's the arrival of the self-evident. It's the arrival of the state of being, man. Now what's interesting is if you divide the 5 by 3, then you're going to get the ratio of 1. The 5 being the 1. In other words, the 5 is the head, the 2 arms, and the 2 legs. It's the Vitruvian man. You can actually take the Vitruvian man down here, the box, and if you could superimpose it over the 5, that's what that is. That is the 5-pointed star. That is the star of the show. Think about this. It's the star on the stage. This is the Fibonacci sequence. This is not biology. But they're taking the 5-pointed star. That's the star of the show. I mean, so Richard Kallenbach, the commercial element is the star on the world stage. It's the 5-pointed star. It's the pentagon. There's so many things, so many aspects to it. It's pretty crazy stuff, but it is. So if you divide the 5 by 3, you get the 5 equals the 1, just like it did up on top of the other drawing. It's a 1. So and it's the whole aspect. It's the 5-pointed star, but it actually is the 1. It's the whole. It's the Vitruvian man in his entirety. And the afterbirth that follows behind it is the 3, and that is so the 5 here in this particular element. 5 divided by 3 is 1.666. And what's weird about that is it's based upon the title and the afterbirth. So the 5 divided by 3 is 1.666. And that's the difference between the Fibonacci sequence and reality or the virus and the DNA sequence called the divine proportion. But they're almost a perfect overlay. And that's why they call this aspect the virus. I mean, in the movie The Matrix, they even call it a disease. They say you are a disease. You know,
you're talking about my favorite film now when you're talking about that and talking about Neo.
Yeah, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. Neo. Exactly. It's a beautiful. By the way, that movie is so much better when you understand that it's not just about. I mean, when I first watched that movie way back in 2009 or whatever, it's not the first time I watched it, but it was the first time I watched it with somewhat critical eyes. The first thing I saw was all that de facto versus de jure government bullshit. Sorry, but that's what it is. And you know, I mean, the girl with the tattoo, follow the white rabbit. I mean, her name was de jure. I mean,
I just thought everything was brilliant. The play on words. I mean, even Neo is an anagram of 1. Everything is so it's just so amazing. The first time I saw it with my son, and we both came out of the theater and looked at each other and just went, wow. Yeah. To me, that is life as it really is. That is the way our world is.
Neo also means new.
Yes, it does as well, yes.
Well,
and there's
really
also meanings. There's a book called The Philosophy of the Matrix, and it goes a long way into there, but there's also lots of Bible context in there as well. I mean, the place they come from and, you know, the Nebuchadnezzar, the ship, everything in there. It's amazing.
Well, what does he say there? When you just mentioned the Nebuchadnezzar, he says, more importantly is when are we?
Yes, absolutely.
How come nobody picked up on that? That's the Anno Domini aspect. That's being imprisoned by time.
And you know, I was just thinking, it may be off track here, but I'm looking at this. I've written down here 5 by 3, and I'm looking at 5D and 3D. You know, that means something to me. I'm not going to go into right now, but there's a meaning there with the Vitruvian man. I'm going to look into that.
There's also.
And we're going to have to point out at this moment that we're just heading out for the official time of the show, but we can go into recording time. But anyone listening directly on the browser will get cut off in the next couple of minutes. But we will continue to talk here as long as Kurt is available, so we can get some more of the questions answered. But anyone that's listening on the Blog Talk radio page, you will lose contact in a couple of minutes. But anyone that's already called in or listening on Skype won't be able to stay attached for a little bit longer. But if Kurt, you're happy to carry on, we'll just keep on with the conversation, and cheerio to everyone on the chat room. But catch us on the archive. Anything else to add, Sheila?
No, that's great. If everyone just listened to the archive, and I'm sorry that we didn't. I'm sorry that we didn't get around to callers today, but as you can understand, you can't really interrupt someone like Kurt when he's in the flow because he has so much information to put out there. And I'm sure he will come and join us on other shows where he'll have more time to answer questions. Thank you.
Do you guys want to keep going, or is there any reason for us?
Yeah, keep going if you're happy to. We'd love to get.
Oh yeah, I'll finish whenever you guys are done. I'm done because, like I said, I'll get through the document here, and it'll all be there for people to listen to. And then if you want to, we can continue to talk. But I mean, getting through the document is probably the most important thing tonight, anyway.
Yes, yes, and then the question of what people can do with it. But we can always come back to that too. So yeah, finish the document anyway.
I feel like we're gonna blast off in about 8 seconds. So
we're on it.
Yeah, so the chat room will be closing down in just okay, the chat room will be closing down now. So we're just live, just the three of us now, and the people listening on the switchboard.
The chat room can keep going, but they can't hear. Yeah, the chat room can't actually hear us anymore. They can keep chatting to each other. That's all. So we're not live out on the Blog Talk Radio online, but we're on the archive, so we're good to go.
Well, you were talking about 5D and 3D. What's really sad is what we've done is we've chained our 3D our range of existence in a 3D to a 2D. And so, I mean, because the title itself is in a book, it's a two-dimensional realm. So here we have chained ourselves by that baby footprint. We've actually put a chain around ourselves to a two-dimensional realm. And when they open up the book, that story, whatever you want to call it, that epic, we're stuck inside, we're bound to that book. And what have we always heard? We've heard that for those that don't know their history, they are bound to repeat it. And that's what we do. We keep recycling in this two-dimensional realm, this book, this story, and we never actually break free of it. Here we are, 3D. We're 3D right now. Our senses work in a three-dimensional realm, and there's other. I know there's other dimensions. I'm not going to talk about that. But we've taken a 3D existence and bound it to a two-dimensional realm. The book, the page, the 2D.
That's exactly right. Exactly. We've been left out of the 3D altogether. Other people have it, but we've not been given it.
We chose to live through a character on a page.
Yes, that's it.
That's it. And that's, in fact, the best thing I've ever watched. Get a copy of what is it called? Flatland. It's a 25-minute animation. It'll explain the concept of the 2D realm. It was written in the late 1800s, but they did a really good animation. It's called Flatland, Flatland, and you can read the book, but to see it actually will get you to think outside the box. By the way, before I get into these last two paragraphs, I want to mention something. I'm going to go back up to the first drawing, and I told you that these are not boxes; they are cubes. They are cubes. What's really hard for people to swallow is that if you look at this cube, the big one to the left, I'm back up on page 1 again. If you look at that as a cube, when you unfold a cube and turn it into a two-dimensional with all its sides, a cube is a cross.
Yeah.
So what they've done is they've taken, it's just like the movie, the Star Trek with the Borg and the cube, where they're all assimilated into the cube itself. We have been put into the cross or hung ourselves on the cross. You don't see it as a cross because it's a cube actually, but the mindset, like the Borg, the mindset or the hive mentality is bound to this Christianity, this cube, this Christ. And the Christ is stuck inside this cube, but when you unfold the cube, it shows the cross. So as long as we stay inside the box, like Jack, as long as you stay inside the box and don't think outside the box, you're stuck in the realm of Christianity. But the moment you break free of the cube and ascend beyond the cube, you're no longer bound by Christianity or the Christ that's stuck in the box. It shouldn't be called Jack in the box. It should be Christ in the box, because that's what it is. It'd be fun to wind up that little side thing and have a little Jesus pop out of the top. Yeah, I'm glad that. I know this is recorded, but at least it wasn't live when I said it. So anyway.
That's all right. Everything goes.
So
I'm the Jack in the Box. Talcott burger with cheese. All right, I'm just kidding.
Back down, just below the Vitruvian Man drawing here. I put a little equation together, and it says chi or x chi equals the breath of life, which is the vital energy and the living spirit. So I'm actually showing what chi is. And then I put a little here.
Did I mean to say? I meant to say cheese. Sorry, not cheese. My fault.
Here's my equation. Phi plus chi equals the living one. And this is the Neo. So you've got the divine proportion plus the animating aspect, the life force. So it's not just your physical DNA. It has to have the animating aspect of it, which is the chi, the breath of life, which is the breath of God. So now you got Phi plus chi equals the living one, or man X. And so now you have a little kind of a, what would you call it? I've given you the equation you need to follow the next two paragraphs. And this is what I'll close with, and then we can kind of discuss it if you want to. But it says, as the divine sovereign, by the way, I don't use the word sovereign any place in any of my other documents ever in the 5 years. This is the only document the word sovereign is in there. Why? Because if you're a house divided, if the here and now is divided from the afterbirth, which is your bloodline past, the divinity, the rest of you, if that is separated, if everything you are is now is separated from everything you are in the past, you're a house divided. And a house divided is not whole, and something that is not whole cannot be sovereign. It cannot be sovereign. You cannot have a sovereign position if you're not intact. So this is the only time I've ever used the word sovereign on any of my documents, because now I realize that when you pull yourself together, when you're integrous, when you're whole, you have the authority. You have everything you need to actually lay claim to your kingdom. Your kingdom is all of you. You're the God, and you're the governor, and you're everything over your kingdom, and your kingdom exists with your biological body and your mind.
And again, how synchronistic, right? That I have in the backdrop here the from the Wingmakers, which I will be covering at some point. I've been delaying it for quite some time. Like with this, Kurt Kallenbach, I've been pushing off for quite some time. I figured, you know what, I might as well just get right into it, and that's what we're doing now. We're just getting right into it. But the sovereign integral, as part of the Wingmakers material, if you're not familiar with any of that, I will be doing a stream in the very near future on it. ASAP. I'll just say ASAP. And cover what the sovereign integral is. And the reason I'm bringing it up, he's bringing up sovereign, and as you just heard him say, how we're all integral into this reality construct here. Let me just rewind it so I myself can also hear what he said again.
Because now,
and this has only got about a half hour left, so if that.
I realize that when you pull yourself together, when you're integrous, when you're whole, you have the authority. You have everything you need to actually lay claim to your kingdom. Your kingdom is all of you. You're the God, and you're the governor, and you're everything over your kingdom, and your kingdom exists with your biological body and your mind. That's it. That's all. You're the king, or the whatever you want to call yourself. You're
exactly, and that's you can't be sovereign while you're half in and half out of the system, and out of it in one point, and then ignore the other points. You just can't do that. You have to be a whole sovereign being.
You can't be. Yeah, it's one or the other, and you have to make a choice. I mean, if you're just going to be playing a role of a character, that's fine. But don't. This document is not for a speeding ticket.
Yeah.
Go pay the damn thing.
Exactly. If you're in the system, then you have to follow their rules because you're agreeing to the system.
Yeah, and so here it says, as the divine sovereign authority, with absolute dominion over all that I am, Phi, Alpha, Omega, Chi, let it be exceptionally clear to all the world that my will is to keep this is my favorite line, my will is to keep my divine nature, divine proportion, manifest essence, free of all religious, political, financial, or constructive contamination forever. And I use the three biggies so people could actually see those words on the paper, but the word constructive is probably the most important of all of them, because the word denotes that they're able to build upon my property, my stuff, my DNA. And what are they building? They're building cathedrals, they're building churches, they're building citizenships, they're building banks, they're building all kinds of things, and we're going to call them, it's a construction site. That easement is a place where they've constructed all kinds of fiction upon my property. And I don't want my property to be contaminated with their constructs, and that could include time. I don't want time to contaminate my being here and now either. So that's my favorite line in the whole document, actually, because I'm making a statement of this is me, and I will not accept any contamination upon my property. It goes on to say, let my will be done here and now through the word, hand, breath, and deed of the peaceful one, man X Curtis, for I am Alpha Omega Chi, the eldest legitimate son of Father Richard. Kallenbach is in parentheses there because he's actually, I mean, Richard X is no different than Man X with a Christian name. And again, I don't use Christian as anything other than what they would call it. It's the Christ aspect or whatever. So Richard Kallenbach and Mother Mary Ann Pappas of the House of Kallenbach. Why did I choose house instead of family? Well, just because house brings together all of the things under which my father Richard would have been responsible. So, I mean, he might have had other people. There could be brothers, sisters, cousins. There could be any, but house is constituted by all those under the care of the house bondman, better known as the husband. So my dad, Richard, my father, Richard, was the house bondman of the House of Kallenbach, and he was the one responsible for all those underneath his roof. And again, we've all heard the story. They're saying, you live under my roof, you go by my rules. Well, under my father's roof, the House of Kallenbach, we went by his rules. Now, whether he never claimed any of this either, but the reality is in my world, that's the way it was. So the House of Kallenbach is exactly that. It's the blood. It's everything my father never claimed for himself. Okay.
Can I just put something else in here, Kurt?
Yes.
Just before I forget, I've forgotten what you said earlier because I was busy typing something in the chat room. Some people have stayed in the chat room. But you said something that made me feel that in that document you relating to something like your soul essence, which you applied to not just your here and now person, but any other life that you may have lived before.
That's the divine aspect of it, because the fractal is not 2D or 3D. It's in every direction in space and time.
So they can't come back and say that you were this once before. It's your whole being, your whole soul essence.
It's everything, and it's everything past, present, and future all at once, and in every direction in time and space. Because I mean, we think in such finite ideas of length, width, north, south, directions.
Yes,
but directions are absolutely. You got time, you got inside, outside of the same direction. I mean, inside of something to the left as opposed to outside of something to the left. What does that mean?
Yes.
Or in the antimatter of the same direction. I mean, there's so many possibilities that to me the divinity of your existence, the range of frequency in every direction and in every time frame, in everything. That's the divinity of it. It's timeless and it's infinite.
And when you talk about like dimensions, we were talking about 5D and 3D earlier. I mean, it's only comparatively recently that quantum physics have come up with the answer that there is more than, we live in more than a 3D world, because they found that there are other dimensions here as well. So it also goes out to that area.
If you watch, and I would advise everybody to get a copy of Flatland, because when you start to see the 3D versus 2D, and then the possibility of the 4D or the 5D, they only show like little brief, and remember this is animation. But it's funny because when the 3D character comes into the 2D realm and he's all pompous and like, hey, look at, I mean, you don't realize what 3D is all about. And of course, the 3D character is showing the 2D character around, and he's all proud of being 3D. And you know, the 2D people never could fathom a 3D world. You know what I mean? So the 3D entity is like a god to the 2D entity. Well, at the very end of the movie, and it's just kind of cute because the same thing occurs to the 3D when a 4D says something, and of course the 3D character says, no way. So it's kind of cute the way they do that. And then of course you start to realize that, you know, it could happen infinitely, to where the 4D could, you know, feel like it's the termination of all. And then of course the 5D would come in and say, no, I'm sorry, but there's still another. And that
could go on ad infinitum. It could go
absolutely,
on forever. Yes.
absolutely. So anyway, let's just finish this. It just says, let no person ever act in my behalf, deny man X Curtis, my divine sovereign. Now I'm talking from the I am perspective. It says my behalf. This is the I am now. This is not Curtis. It says, let no person ever act in my behalf, deny man X Curtis, my divine sovereign. So I mean, I'm placing the I am in a position of a vocal position or a voice, giving it voice, and then also handing that voice or the authority to man X Curtis to act on the I am's behalf. You see how that is happening?
When you're saying the I am, you're relating merely to the essence, yes?
Yeah,
the energetics, the frequency.
Yeah, the thing that's being expressed in this realm. I mean, if you think about the physical body as just being.
I knew that was going to happen. I just got over, read the comment, and at that same minute, Christos came in with the grammatical correction there, the grammar Nazi correction. And I'm starting to learn that, not learn, but realize that the grammar, you know, the grammar isn't nearly as important as the meaning and presentment and et cetera, behind the words, right? But whatever. We were taught in school that grammar is important. I am a spelling bee champion. I was always a spelling bee champ growing up. So that is something that I do notice. But anyway, I hope you guys are liking this. I'm getting a lot out of this. I'm enjoying it a lot. You are the best. No, appreciate you, Sunshine Time. It means a lot, honestly. And it just means a lot to be able to come here every day and share what's on my heart and mind, and even just do a live learning session where, because, you know, most people are coming online and they're telling, you know, they're educating, well, aside from the entertainment folks, in the entertainment sphere, I'm sorry, in the education sphere, or edutainment, if you want to go there, or infotainment, an education sphere, you know, most people are coming and teaching what they've learned, but how often do people come and do a live learning session together? It's kind of like, I'm getting a lot out of this, you know, I'm learning a lot here. So yeah, without further ado, let's continue. Appreciate y'all.
Like David Icke says, a biological spacesuit. My wife likes to chuckle and call it a meat suit. You know,
yes.
I mean, and then we're just riding that vehicle around. The I am is just telling. Actually, I think there's a few.
Again, we were just watching David Icke yesterday, and my stream got taken down. If you guys remember that, we were listening to David Icke and Alex Jones, you know, for the double duo killer collab there with the two gatekeepers. I mean grifters. I mean professional conspiracy theorists. Yeah, that was interesting. You know, me getting taken down with less than 10 people watching, while the people that were restreaming London Real had almost 500 watching, which is pretty insane to only have 500 watching when you have over 2 million subscribers. Of course, are all those real subscribers? You know, that's a whole nother question. Then again, if they really are shadow banned, then I guess it would make sense. But you know, whatever. Controlled opposition everywhere. It's the moral of the story.
Yeah,
the energetics, the frequency.
Yeah, the thing.
Oh shit! My headphones aren't plugged in.
If you think about the physical body as just being like David Icke says, a biological spacesuit. My wife likes to chuckle and call it a meat suit. You know,
yes.
I mean, and then we're just driving that vehicle around. The I am is just telling. Actually, I think there's a few more things going on. I think the mind is attached to consciousness. I also believe that the essence is in our heart. The essence is being expressed. The mind is actually acting out that expression. But I think the essence actually, the very thing that gets that SA node beating, the thing that enters the heart and starts it all, I think that's the I am.
I actually always felt, how true it is, I don't know, but I always had a feeling that the Trinity was actually the soul, the heart, and the mind.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, depending on how you look at it, people need to actually listen to their heart and then act, accordingly physically, but they have to act through their mind. In other words, the heart's telling you what to do, the mind puts it all together to make it possible here to act, and then the physical body is the expression of that. So you got all these things going on, and ultimately, sadly, we don't ever listen to the heart. The heart's the truth detector. I mean, it knows everything. It's connected to everything and everybody, and all we got to do is start following the heart instead of even the mind. The mind can it has its own, sometimes it has its own devices.
Exactly, and that's where the intuition and everything else like that comes from. It doesn't come from your gut, like in the gut feeling. That's a misnomer. That's something that's been put on us to lead us astray. It actually comes through your heart.
Oh yeah. When my older sister was passing away, I mean, when she was laying in the hospital bed, I mean, I actually could almost feel, when I was sitting next to her, almost like a tube out of my chest connecting to her. Almost like a tube. I mean, it was the weirdest feeling, and it was almost, it was tugging. I could almost feel that. And what's funny about it's not funny, but I mean, what's funny about the situation is the night before she passed away, I got a phone call, and you see these stories all the time. I got a phone call on a hardline phone, because this was back in 2007, and all the voice said was, "Kurt, can you believe it?" That's all it said. And my sister passed away a few hours later. And of course, it was physically impossible for her to pick up a phone at that time, because she was completely incapacitated. I mean, she was out, she was gone. The heart was beating, but she had no physical aspect left to her. So I got a phone call from her the night before she died, and all it said was, "Kurt, can you believe it?" And I know what she meant, and I don't want to talk about it because I'll start crying right here. So I'm not going to even think about it. But it is an amazing thing that somehow she got that to me.
And I feel that connection, that tube that you're feeling, is part of the like the spiritual body, like the silver cord connection.
Yes.
And that the things can pass through you in a telepathic sort of way. And besides what people believe that telepathy is you can hear someone speaking, it's not actually like that. They give feelings to you that you can understand.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what was so neat about this is the very last thing I ever heard, and there's no way she could have actually spoke. I mean, she didn't have the ability to speak at least a day and a half before she passed away. I mean, physically she couldn't pick up anything. She wasn't even awake.
No, so that's heart to heart essence.
Oh, yeah. It was amazing. But anyway, so the last line here says, "Let no person ever act in my behalf, deny man X Curtis my divine sovereign authority and absolute dominion over the testament of my kingdom, or claim that I am Alpha, or Phi Alpha Omega Chi, incapacitated, missing, or dead. For in fact and truth, I am Phi Alpha Omega Chi, absolute, omnipresent, and fully alive Chi." Here's what's interesting. People worried about this omnipresent. Why would to ask the question, or to pose the question is, why would I consider myself omnipresent? Well, because I am here now, but my blood has been all the way back to the beginning here now. So in every moment of history, some aspect of me has existed. I have been all the way back to the beginning of man. I have been here, because all I am now is an expression of the here and now, but some part of me all the way back to the beginning has been present at every moment of the existence of man. So I am omnipresent. And that's that's an absolutely true statement. And so I have to clarify that with some people, because they worry about this, because they still have, some belief systems, some core beliefs that they got to overcome.
Yeah, Jerry and I know that full well, that there is no beginning and no end to us.
Yeah, we are infinite. Wow. That's been
and that's all I got.
That's all you got. Well, yeah.
Okay, Kurt, could you just, I just wanted to ask, because people are asking in the chat room, how can we use this document, and have you used it anywhere, or do you know anyone else that has put it into any other hands?
Well, let me explain just so people know. Back in October, I was on to the idea of the afterbirth as being the connection. And what I realized is I needed, if they, legally it always looked like they were doing something wrong. And again, if everything looks like something that shouldn't be happening, then the problem isn't with what's happening, it's with our perspective, our premise. So what we believe to be true must be wrong. So when you turn it around and start looking at things from a different perspective, you can actually see how things actually fit together. And so the idea was, how could they be doing this to me in these court systems? How can they be doing this and calling it legal? The only way that could happen is if they had, a cause of action in every court globally. A cause of action is a claim. So somebody has to have a claim upon something of mine. And of course, Curtis Richard Kallenbach comes up all the time. When they're arresting me, they're always arresting some aspect of Curtis Richard Kallenbach. That means they must have something. They must have a claim upon something and are acting in a capacity where they can bring a claim against me via or through Curtis Richard Kallenbach, which means they have something of mine. They have to have something of mine in order to have a claim upon it. And I must be doing something wrong. I must be using something I'm not supposed to be using. And it all fit together. It all fell together. So somewhere towards the end of October, I wrote a letter. I call it the afterbirth letter. And the afterbirth letter, have you ladies seen that?
I don't believe I have.
I've heard you read some of it out once, yeah.
I'll send it. I'll put it up here so you guys have it. So here it comes. But the afterbirth letter is the one I sent to the Secretary of State. And that was my first letter about the DNA. And that was, but I'm going to send you Debbie's, because Debbie's afterbirth letter is more powerful than mine, because I had 3 months to think about it. So here comes Debbie's afterbirth letter. She's okay with you having it, by the way. And then so the afterbirth letter was the letter that I sent to the Secretary of State of Illinois. And about 4 or 5 days later, I decided that I put a global list that I wanted to have this afterbirth letter. Now, I knew that they never responded to this because they couldn't. How could they? If they respond to it, they're acknowledging something they shouldn't even be addressing. So what I did is I put what's called a constructive notice together, which is a very powerful legal document. And then I followed the afterbirth letter with a constructive notice. That one, I think, made some headway. In fact, I think it did a lot of stuff. I sent the constructive notice to a global list of 53 heavy hitters globally with a copy of the letter to the Secretary of State, the afterbirth letter, of my claim upon the afterbirth, the DNA, and all that stuff that was left behind in the hospital, to 53 heavy hitters globally. Now, what's interesting about the afterbirth letter / constructive notice is the constructive notice was everything I do is through registered mail. I don't use domestic mail at all. Registered mail is not domestic mail. It's outside the dome, which is why it's $10 or $15 because it's not being subsidized, inside the dome. You're paying the full cost of it getting from point A to point B. So
I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you. Things keep coming into my head. Does that not belong to the Postmaster General then, registered mail?
It's still part of the system, but it's outside the domestic aspect. It's not being subsidized from within. So you're actually paying the full price for it to get from here to there, which means you're not taking a benefit between here. Okay, so that's the only difference. And so I sent out 53 letters. It cost me almost $700. What's interesting about the combination? Well, by the way, registered mail, whoever the recipient is on their end, they had their own registered mail number. So when they opened up this letter, I didn't put any names on a constructive notice. I only put the registered mail number at the top right. So when they opened it up, whoever was the recipient on the outside of the envelope it matched the number that was on the constructive notice itself. So let's say the Pope was getting it. It wouldn't have, Pope Francis or whatever. All it would have was the constructive notice with a number on a document that matched the registered letter itself. So he received it by anybody opening it. You know what I mean? It's a legal document now that it's registered to the Pope. Everybody globally got their own registered mail number. So so the document was specific to them.
Right, so it can't be opened by anybody else.
Or if it was open, it doesn't matter because the recipient of whoever it was mailed to, registered mail to, it matched the document itself. So it was only intended for whoever was on the outside of the envelope. So whoever opened it automatically opened it for them. So now so they automatically got a constructive notice about slavery.
Right, brilliant.
Yeah. So anyway, the reason I bring this up is the Paramount claim didn't get written until the middle or by the time the end of November. I'd already sent out the afterbirth letter and the constructive notice by November 10th. Here's what's interesting. A friend of mine down in Florida, and again, I don't really know, I don't have the ability to track this stuff, but a friend of mine in Florida actually told me that a friend of his, now I know this sounds like double hearsay here, but he said that, and I talked to the gentleman myself, and he actually said, Kurt, you disappeared from the record as of November of 1997. He said, what did you do back then? What have you been doing? I said, nothing. I did nothing back then. I said, the only thing that has any weight of anything I've ever written, I just submitted basically the first week of November of 2013 Anno Domini. He asked me what it was, and I told him. He says, what's interesting about you disappearing from the record is that it's almost to the day, exactly 16 years from the time they would have received what you sent out November of 2013. I said, what are you talking about? He says, you are emancipated. 16 years is the first age where a child can be emancipated. And so what I believe I did with my constructive notice and other the afterbirth letter, I believe I emancipated the state-created child, which is Curtis Richard Kallenbach. And what they did is they went all the way back to 16 years. They took 16 years off of the record, and I disappeared from the record by emancipating the legal child that was created way back when. Let me just read emancipation real quick so you can see what I mean. Now, if I emancipated a child, imagine this is what it means. Emancipation. The act by which one who was unfree or under the power and control of another is rendered free or set at liberty and made his own master. The term is principally used with reference to the emancipation of a minor child by its parents. Now think parents patriae. A minor child by its parents, which involves an entire surrender of the right to the care, custody, and earnings of such child, as well as a renunciation of parental duties. The emancipation may be expressed as by voluntary agreement of parent and child, or implied from such acts and conduct as import consent, and it may be conditional or absolute, complete or partial. Complete emancipation is entire surrender of care, custody, and earnings of child, as well as renunciation of parental duties. And a partial emancipation frees a child for only a part of the period of minority, or from only a part of the parent's rights, or for some purposes and not for others. In Roman law, the enfranchisement of a son by his father, which was anciently done by the formality of an imaginary sale. This was abolished by Justinian, who substituted the simpler proceeding of a manumission before a magistrate. So he believes that I emancipated the state-created child, and now I have control over that child, which is Curtis Richard Kallenbach. That's what
So
he
how
believes.
does that affect you in fines and taxes and everything like that? How are you still in the system?
Well, I'm not. I'm
You're
not.
So
I'm not.
You don't have to pay taxes or register your car or anything like that.
No, I mean, ultimately, the answer would be no. Now, do I have to find out if I can do that or not? I got a couple more things that I'm going to finish up here in the next couple weeks or 3 weeks or so, and I think I'm going to close the door once and for all. Now, I have a buddy that says, "Oh, were you going to go out and test it?" Why would I poke a bee's nest? I mean, if I get stopped or something, I'll know for a fact, but I'm not going to go speeding to get caught.
There's no way you can test it anyway. Either is or it isn't.
Right.
You can't just test it.
No. So anyway, so I sent those 2 documents out. That's really what I did. Now so the accompanying note that I'm sending you as well, that actually is the constructive notice. That's the constructive notice. So you got 2 things that I just sent you. One is the afterbirth letter, and they're both Debbie's because the constructive notice changed a little bit from mine as well. And it's made more powerful because I put in the literary aspect. I didn't have the literary aspect in mine, where I put the literary aspect in Debbie's. In other words, the title. There's no doubt that I'm making claim upon the title. So
I'm just going to state here for the archive listeners, I've already put it in the chat room, that the letter you sent me is a PDF document, but I will be posting it on our website at Just Us Radio Network after the show.
Okay. And the accompanying note is the constructive notice. That's what that is. Anyway, so these 2 documents went out by let's say the 10th of November of 2013. And about the 10th of November, 1997, I was gone. So they went back in time and got rid of 16 years of existence. And to this day, I wouldn't exist at all. I mean, not me, I exist, but the state-created child over which they were the parent is now in my hands. I now have custody of that child. It's pretty big stuff.
So you should really be able to stop using your name in all caps altogether and tell people that that's not your name.
Yeah, and there's a couple other things I'll be doing about that all caps situation, but I'm not gonna disclose that now until I know absolutely positively it's the right thing to tell people.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Jerry, how much longer do you think we have?
Yeah, well, they usually say up to about an hour over the time, so it could be anything between half an hour and yeah.
Well, let me just finish this one last thing then, and whatever, I mean, however you want to close this up. The answer to the question then is, what do you do with the divine proportion document? What I did, because all this other stuff apparently already occurred, what I did is on December 9th, I went down to the county where everything begins. I went down to the county and I recorded my paramount claim. And of course, they stamped it and did everything. And Rockford, Illinois does not let you walk out of there. They have to mail it back to you. So about 10 days later, I got it. Now, 30 days after they do that, it becomes a lawful document. If nobody counters that claim or that paramount claim, everything that's in that document is law. Well, so obviously we're long past that. And so that's what I've done. Nothing with that document. I never sent that document out to anybody. I think that what occurred is my claim, my afterbirth letter and my constructive notice by itself, when you read those, they're so powerful on their own that it did the job. What I did do, though, is I went in and made the claim legitimate. I actually did what I needed to do at the county level, and I didn't try to claim it like a lot of people are trying to do. I didn't go into the county and try to make it a land claim. All I did was record it as a notice. All I want to do is get this into the public record as a notice of my claim. That's all. Don't try to make it into a land claim. I know that it's a land claim. I know the DNA is land, but I'm not going to try to convince people that. I mean, think about how hard that would be to convince people that you're making a claim on your land. Why would you do that?
Yeah, they won't get that.
No. So, I mean, is there anything, do either of you ladies actually have a question that we can probably, at least until next time, tie some of this together? Or is there anything on the top of your head that?
For me, you've answered so many questions, actually, Kurt. I don't know why I want to call you Luke all the time. That's just in my head. But, I'm sure that we'd love to have you back again anytime and update us with your progress as well. So, I feel that you've said so much for one show.
Yeah. yeah. I'm going to go watch some. Well, it's so fun, though. And it's so much easier to have somebody ask a question. It is so much easier to, because the flow is so easy when, the questions are coming. But I think my only goal is to get people to feel it and see the value. The number one thing is nobody on planet Earth for centuries has actually laid claim to their existence, because I think that most of it has to do with we're being told that we're not worthy. Look at the concept of sin, and original sin. This is what that document, the paramount claim, the Fibonacci sequence. I called it the virus or the viral aspect, which is the mimic of the DNA or of the divine proportion. That the Fibonacci sequence is the original sin. It's the original sin, because what you're doing is you're claiming a different family. You're actually claiming a different lineage by claiming to live through the title. The DNA, the decedent aspect is original sin. What is original sin? But the eating the fruit of the tree of knowledge. The word knowledge. It means nothing more than information. So if you're living through the information, and what is the information? In my case, the information is Curtis Richard Kallenbach. My mother actually pointed a finger at the information as the informant on the documents in the hospital. She actually informed upon that character. So Curtis Richard Kallenbach is the information. And if I live through that information or act upon that information, I'm eating the fruit, the child is the fruit I'm actually living through the fruit or eating of the fruit of the tree of knowledge. I'm living through the child, which is nothing more than the decedent, the Curtis Richard Kallenbach persona.
You actually mentioned one of our favourite words, well, our favourite word actually back there, flow. Jerry invented a word called inflowment, and we decided that on all our radio shows, when we were interviewing people, that we wouldn't write down questions beforehand. We would go with the flow, listen to what someone's saying, and ask questions as we go along. And we find that's the actual best way.
I love it. I mean, and that's how I think, though. That's why I can't write anything down. If I write anything down, I will screw up every time. Every time. Everything. I mean, I envision when you even make a question or pose a question, I see it. And then I construct in my head an answer, a visual answer, and then I start to see the picture that I need to describe to everybody.
That's exactly right. That's just the way I am as well, and that's the way we work. It's all about inflowment. It's all about the flow of energy, and just allowing that energy to come to you as you go along.
Well, hopefully this is about as clear as I could get. This stuff is so beautiful. That document is actually I've only come up with in the 5 years I've been at this stuff. There are only 4 things that I've discovered, and it's not really a discovery. It's the 4 things that I'm kind of known for. And the first thing was the idea of consent, or the withdrawing of consent. But if somebody else has your property and their duty is to watch over that property, and they have your voice, well, then you have no voice to consent or not consent. Until you lay claim to your property, you don't have a voice. Until you take responsibility or the liability for your life or your property, you have no voice, because with liability comes the voice. If somebody else is taking care of you, you have no right to bitch. So you don't get to consent or unconsent or non-consent because somebody else has your authority until you take it for yourself. You have to lay claim to your property before you have the voice.
That's exactly right. And as you were talking, it's like a symphony. And, universe means one song. And when we're in one song and we're flowing with that energy rather than being controlled and told what to do, then everything is simple.
Yeah, it's like water. It's harmony.
Yes, and getting that harmony, and that's what inflowment is, living in a harmonious, balanced flow. And that's what we all want to do. My other show is regularly called Inflowment, and it's talking about how do we get to live in balanced, harmonious flow, and what are we each doing. And what you're doing is one of the most conclusive things to do, that to actually claim all of yourself back. So ultimately, the final question really is, when we've all done this, you said, there's no testing it, but basically everybody wants to get out of a place where they're controlled and they're told they can't do this and that and the other. Ultimately, is this going to be the solution?
Well, I think again, no document is the solution. It's the grasping of the document that will do it. And the neat thing about the question that you just asked me, because it allows me to give you an answer that I was about to say anyway. So obviously there's a better connection here than we think.
Yes.
All our energy right now is spent in maintaining a facade, because we're not in the here and now. In the here and now, it takes no energy at all to maintain. All our energy is to maintain the construct of the hope of the future. In other words, the further away from the now we get in the future, the more energy it requires to hold up that thought. The farther out into the future, the more energy it takes. The closer we get, the less energy. But nevertheless, we're putting energy into the future without any returns. The other side of that is, what about the past? What if we're dragging anchors and putting energy into the past? The image that we have, just like in the mirror, by us maintaining the construct or facade or character or persona from the past, the further we go back in time, the more energy it takes to maintain that construct. The only place that flow it works, and the only place it takes no energy, is in the here and now, because that's equilibrium. It's perfect. So if we don't live in the here and now, we're putting out energy, and we're losing energy. We're aging. We're getting sick. All this stuff is because we're not here. So ultimately, what I'm hoping is that the paramount claim gets people to understand is that anything other than truth, anything other than isness, anything other than here and now is the prison. Anything other than the isness or the truth or the here and now is the prison. Everything.
Absolutely brilliant. It's the here and now and the place of no time, really.
And no bars. Here's one last word that I'll throw out, and my wife actually found this, and we buy a lot of books. I have a pretty nice library, actually. But here's what's interesting. It's an ancient Persian word, and the word is oh my God!
I'm laughing before you even say it.
The word is paradise. The word is paradise, and paradise actually means the most ancient of all of its definitions means walled in. WALLEDIN, walled in. So the word paradise in the ancient Persian is ultimately walled in. What does that mean? To be walled in. That sounds like a prison.
That word paradise always reminds me of parasites for some reason. I always have an aversion to it. It's another one of those words that's convoluted.
Well, but it means walled in. So when they have everybody chasing paradise, I think they have everybody chasing ultimately some form of prison.
Unless, of course, it may be the secret garden. We don't know.
Yeah, well,
I think if we could keep you here forever chatting.
Yeah,
and I think you've done so much already. I'm going to start playing the outro music, but if you just like to say your last few words, not your last few words on this earth, but the last few words while
recording.
No, I just appreciate I loved being on here tonight. And I appreciate having the time. And I will come on anytime you guys ask me if I can. If you ask me and I can, I'll come on.
Thank you so much, Kyle. I love you so much.
No, I love you guys too. Thank you. I'll talk to you
And if
later.
you just stay on the line, we can just have a word with you a minute before you cut off after the music.
Okay.
Goodbye, everybody, and we hope you enjoyed the archives. Jerry.
Yeah, thank you. Cheerio, everyone. Staying in Sloman. Join us on Just Us Radio Network for our shows, Inflowment, Imagineers, Numbers in Time, The Indigenous People's Voice, One Point of View, and the People's Roundtable. Check out our website for information about upcoming shows. Just ask Google to find Just Us Radio Network, and you will find links to our website and to our blog talk and Facebook pages, as well as to our podcast, where you can subscribe for automatic downloads.
Pro 777 Radio. This is episode 237. Jason.
All right, so that was interesting. I enjoyed that a lot. Got some people in the chat. Yeah, good stuff. I hope you guys enjoyed that. The part where he says, I don't know if I got it verbatim, but essentially that it's not the text, it's not the actual reading that does it, and of course it isn't. It's the comprehension of it. It's the understanding and overstanding of it, and then of course going forward the ability to stand on it. And that'll show the level of comprehension that was actually absorbed. Let's get in the here now, brothers and sisters. Got Cage in the house. I guess you dropped your ended your live. I was mirroring it there for a minute in the beginning of the stream, but yeah, you were showing some good stuff there. The link, I thought I pinned the link. I guess not. But yeah, they're removing my chat history. I've noticed that lately on some streams. Oh, they're doing it in pause too. Yeah, yep. I'm not sure it's a new scheme they got going on, of course, for whatever reason. So people can't. I don't know. So people can't go back and read the chat. I don't get it. But link, I think I might have put it in the description. Let me pin it. And I am curious to know if anybody, Cage, if you've heard of this individual before, this Kurt Kallenbach individual, or yeah, just in general, if you got anything out of it, if you have any remarks. Look Within says, damn, bro, the fridge is so bad, literally maggots. Oh, man. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. I'll be honest enough to say that there were some times when I found some mangoes on my hunt, which is now, mango season is now pretty much over. But there were some times when I'd get a bag of mangoes and some of them would be a little bit dinged up a little bit. And oh, okay, we got Mitchell in the house, which is perfect because look whose video I have in the queue, which I haven't watched before, but this is from Mitch's channel, and he himself did a mirror, or I don't know if it's a mirror on Curtis. Impossibilium nulla obligatio.
Yeah, it's essentially just a mirror of that, but with some supporting documents that I did a little bit of research and pulled up some definitions, and it kind of helps comprehend it a little bit.
You will never get to the truth if you keep listening to these patriot idiots. You might have to listen to this a couple times to really grasp it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could attest to that. I could listen to that we just played again for sure. But I would rather just going forward play another one of his interviews, since they're so well. I don't know how many there are, but I found quite a good amount, quite a good few. This one looks interesting here with Tom Barnett, who I don't know a great deal about, but I had some mixed feelings about him in the past. But Tom Barnett unfolds the law in a discussion with Kurt Kallenbach. And then there's also this video here, Carl Lentz destroys Kurt Kallenbach. I don't know what that's about, but again, I have a very limited knowledge on him as well. I've only heard the names, both of them, so many times to, I don't really have much context, but.
I'm most interested in the Carl Lentz. I'd like to process some of that logic. The Carl Lentz destroys Kurt Kallenbach.
Do you know, how much do you know about him?
I know both of them. I mean, I don't know them personally, but I know of the information they present.
Okay. And how do you think they differ in terms of like what they teach?
That's what I'm interested in, because I think they would be like-minded, but
right.
So I would be interested in seeing what the controversy is or whatever.
Have you also noticed this lately with the chat getting erased and stuff? Does that happen for you on your end?
Yeah, it's probably a YouTube glitch. I don't know. I also noticed StreamYard is they put out a message saying they're having on-air issues. So I'm not sure.
Well, we could play it. I'm down to hear it.
Yeah, I have probably an hour or so to burn, so I got.
Okay, yeah, it's from Trust in All Law. I don't know the channel. I just found it like skimming the web and whatnot. What video did you review a video, or did you just review some of his?
It's that impossibility. It's basically the impossibility. You're not obligated to perform an impossibility, and so he's breaking down what the legal impossibility is, and basically showing where the original fraud begins, and how to correct it. That's the main thing that I like about Curtis, is he's not so focused on the problems as he is focused on the resolution to the problems, and so he's trying to help people position themselves to not fall victim
As
to
it
that.
should be, right? As it should be. I mean, again, admittedly, the majority of the quote unquote, whatever you want to call it, truth community, conspiracy verse, is definitely focused on the problems, the conspiracies, as opposed to the remedies to them, the resolutions.
And the solutions are very simple. They just take time. You got to be able to process the logic. You got to be able to have these thought processes that allow it to make sense to you. Kind of like you were mentioning right before I came up, there's no magic piece of paperwork or document that you can file, or there's no magic key. There's no magic way out. It's not magic. You just got to be able to recognize the fraud and
what they're
know who
doing,
and what you are. And
right.
Sorry.
What they're doing is magic, you could say, though. No, it's kind of like undoing the magic.
And in a sense, undoing the magic is, that's kind of magic in itself. It's dispelling the magic from my perspective. You're dispelling the spells. But
right. You could call it radical logic, radical reasoning and logic, and moral compass.
Intellectual integrity is kind of what my favorite.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Pat says, I hope you're having a good day and doing well for yourself. So it shall be. I say, and so it is. So it shall be. I say, and so it is, because then you're affirming it. And it's already done.
I like
But
that.
Ramon left a good link down there too. Ramon says he's familiar with. Again, I've been pushing this off for a while. I had only heard a very limited amount of Kurt Kallenbach, but just from that, it affected me in a way. I was like, yeah, I definitely got to do a live. You know how all these YouTubers are so big and they do like these live reaction videos and they're reacting to like the stupidest shit? Well, here's my reaction to, I would say, some very profound material. And I got 5 people in the chat. Maybe if I did a review to someone else's mukbang video of them eating some like, ramen noodles, then I'd probably have 500. But, the YouTube algorithm would probably push it out at that point. But,
yeah, do some cute cat vids and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I got 3 here. Could do that. Kind of late now though, but yeah, maybe in the future I'm gonna try that. Like Paul had brought it up the other day, starting a whole new channel and making it really innocent at first. And I've had this exact same thought before, building it up with some completely innocent stuff. It doesn't have to be nonsense, but then again, the more nonsensical it is, probably the more it'll get pushed. The more derogatory and lacking in any type of integrity or morality or ethics, the more it'll get pushed. But it doesn't even need to be that bad. It could just be kind of a basic. And oh, my bad, whoever tried to jump up, I didn't see you there. It's probably Cage. The link is pinned, right? I think I pinned it. Yeah, I pinned the link. But yeah, the more off base it probably is, the more it'll get pushed. And then from that point, after getting a decent following, just totally riding the train off the tracks and then bringing all those people over to your other channels. But then they'll probably just delete the other channels. I mean, I don't know. If you try to, I've noticed when you try to beat the AI, when you try to beat Silicon Valley robots, it doesn't usually work out well, but it's always worth a try, I guess. But yeah, what did I have here? Good deal. I don't know what you're talking about with the hands thingy, but that thing, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, for sure, 432 hertz. Some people say that's why Jimi Hendrix and Bob Marley and some of those types were taken out. Other people have other theories. But we're not here for theories today. We're here for some hard-hitting truths and resolutions.
Cool, man.
Okay, so all right, so let's listen to this. Carl Lentz just allegedly, according to the uploader of this video, destroys Kurt Kallenbach. So you know what? Now that I think about it, I think I was. Maybe it's on my other channel. I could have swore I was already subscribed to this channel. Trust in all law.
Hey, Ange. Hey. Hey, how you doing, Angela?
I'm fine, thank you. Do you have a question for our guest speaker?
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny. He keeps saying acts of 1833, acts of 1933, acts of 1870. He keeps saying acts. Like, what an act? An act is part of the play. Yeah, it's all fraud. So why do I care about the fraud of 1933, the fraud of 1870? Why do I care? It's an act. Because it affects you. Well, why don't they just make it the law of 1933? Because it isn't law. They can't even fight behind law. There you go. So if it's not law, why do I care what the act is if I'm not because they have all the guns and they have all the people participating. Whenever they tell somebody to do something, they can get them to do it. We're participating in our own demise. I mean, like I said, I don't even like to go to Illinois because if you don't produce a state-issued ID, you're going to jail. Okay. So it has nothing to do with truth. This is about their system that they own. Okay, well, what happened if they claimed that, somebody had, guns in their house and pot, so they took their kids away? How hard would it be to get the kids back if they just went to court and say, I'm a man and I claim that you're wrongdoers in holding my property, and I demand it back? How hard would that be to get just to make a claim to say, I want my property back? What would they do? I don't think you can make such a claim. Really? No, you don't have any rights over your family. You don't realize that you're not even the husband. And no offense here, but the husband is of this farm. This is a farm. This is a state farm. You think the insurance company is joking, but this is a state farm. And the husband to all the women, the husband to all the mothers of the children within America is the president of this farm. He is the husband to everybody. He's the husband to me because this is a farm and it's run on husbandry. There is no rule of law. This is private property run and owned by a handful of people. So you can't claim your children as your property?
No, because they're not yours. They're part of the book. They're part of the tome. They're part of that script.
Oh, but what I'm saying is, whatever if I just made a simple claim and just said, I'm a man, I'm Carl Lentz, and I claim the wrongdoers hold my property, and they trespass upon my property, and I demand immediate return.
I wish it were that simple. I mean, I know lots of people have tried that.
Angela, why don't you tell him what I did?
Well, why didn't you tell him?
Well, a Canadian couple, I do back in court, and 3 days later they got their kids back, and the crime's terrified of them.
They're terrified of them.
Terrified, they said they're scared poopless, but the lady said, really, yes. But she said, Angela heard the call. Angela listened to the show.
Well, you know what? They let a lot of people go so they can disinformation. They can pass out disinformation saying this works, that works. I'll be honest with you. I don't know anybody that's ever actually done anything where it could be duplicated.
Okay, well, the problem is the Crown tried to convince these people to take the word children off the paperwork. They actually have the signature from the clerk of the court that said that we will not accept the word children. You have to put children, you can't use the word property. So I told the lady, you have to use the word property because the state, the Crown cannot make a claim for property. Only a man can make a claim for property in a common law country.
And you still believe that once everything is done at the very beginning of your existence, that you have common law access?
Yes, absolutely. I'm a man, I have common law. I'm a three-dimensional world, not a two-dimensional statutory world. Exactly. But
I don't disagree with you at all.
Okay.
I'm just saying that I'd like to actually see this in action because I've never seen anybody, I've never known anybody, ever, that could duplicate what somebody else did.
All you have to do is say you're a man, and nobody, Trinity versus Pagliaro clearly stipulates the fact that in a common law nation, no attorney can testify under oath of affirmation. Only a man can make a claim in court. An attorney can't do it.
Absolutely.
So then you're sitting, there's nobody standing next to you. If you're coming in as a man, there is no state, there is no government standing next to you because you just invoke the common law. And once you invoke the common law, you're going to be the only man standing in court. Then what?
Well, you're assuming that jurisdiction has not been granted yet, correct?
No, I'm presuming, not assuming, but I'm presuming that I claim, plus I said I'm a man, and I will settle any claim before this court, a verifiable claim. If there's no verifiable claim before this court, I'm going to go home, but I'll be more than glad to come back without prejudice to answer any claim of any debt that any man brings forth to this court who will be willing to verify in open court under oath of affirmation.
They let you go.
That's it?
No, they let you go.
Of course.
But again, my question, just like the Rufus, is what percentage of the population, realistically, should have to know what you know?
It's simple. It's one sentence. That's exactly what the whole entire claim that scared the Jesus out of the Crown was. He was by, just said, Arsenal, claimed the wrongdoers trespass upon my property. That was a whole claim. That was a whole lawsuit.
Upon my property?
Upon my property. Mm-hmm. The children of her property. You see exhibit A, B, C, and D. Sudie, Bob, Billy, and Joe. There you go. They got them back 2 days later. They said they're scared of
So you're using their definitions against them?
What definitions?
Property.
Property. They can't make a claim for property. Property. You know what John Locke says about property, right?
Say that again?
You know what property is, right? What's your definition of property?
Well, I don't know.
All of which a man claims property of his person, exclusive all within society, in which he has the exclusive rights to enjoy. John Locke, 1790, second treatise. Property. All which a man claims as property of his person, exclusive of all others within a society, means your genes, your hopes, your blood pressure, your heart rate, your eyesight, your children, everything that you claim, exclusive to your enjoyment. Enjoyment means attached to you, exclusive to all others. Now, anybody else can make a claim for her property. Fine, let's come forth. Make another man or woman to make a claim for her children, her property. Make the claim known, or forever hold your peace. I'm going home with my property. Does anybody want to stop me? And the claim was simple. A lawsuit just passed, robbery. And robbery meant simply that somebody physically took the property from her, her children from her, and that she could point to that person in the courtroom and say, that's the person who robbed me. See, that of her children would have been if the children went to school, and she couldn't point down the courtroom and say, I don't know who did it, but somebody did it. It's theft, and all I know is my children aren't here, but they're over there, and I want them back.
I know you're anxious to get through this, but I wouldn't speed it up, man. They talk fast.
The nature of the suit was a trespass,
hard to process.
and the characteristic was a robbery. One sentence done. The order was simple order. I'm going to charge you $1,000 a day. The order was simple. The order was I'm going to order you to pay $1,000 a day for each piece of property held in naked possession. And then the second part of the order was, I will forgive those who trespass upon me and my property, as I'd wish others to forgive me if my trespass upon their property, my children return to me immediately. So Monday they went to court, and they held a recess. And then Tuesday when they came back, the Crown met them in the lobby, and they said, we're scared poopless of you. You know, you want to become a lawyer? You want to pass the bar? You know, you want to work for us? You know. Where did this happen? New Brunswick, Canada. There's a whole. I do a talk show, man. My name's Carl Lentz.
Yeah, the gal that did it told her story. It was really good. She got her kids back.
There's always some good stories out of Canada.
And then the kid, and oh no, these people had a 1-year-old baby, and the Crown wouldn't give it to the grandma, to any of the aunts, none of the nieces, none of the family. They put it right to foster care. She said, I had family wrapped around the block trying to take these children back into the family custody. They said, no way. They put it right into foster care, all 4 of the kids. No, they were muscle. They were there for a termination of parental rights trial. They were involved with these people for 5 months. They called me up 2 weeks before the termination of parental rights trial, and I had to fly through this stuff with these people. I said, look, just make a claim for your property to be returned. They will be returned. Believe me. I said, do not change one word that I put on the paper. Don't add. Don't take nothing away.
Well, let me ask you something, because I mean, when you speak, you're speaking directly of the Crown.
You're right, the Crown. You're telling you they're in Queens Bench, right?
Okay. Well, there is a step that is removing the Crown here in America, and you know, the Department of Justice is acting on behalf of the Crown, but they're acting as if it's the United States.
Okay.
So are you saying that ultimately?
Back off your mic a little bit. You're breathing into it really noisy.
Who, me?
Angela?
Yeah.
Are you talking to Angela?
Yes. I'm talking to Carl.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I usually breathe on the calls, and I don't know who's on the other end. Carl, so my question is, I realize I know who the Department of Justice is, and I know who they work for. I know who their boss is, and everything. The problem is that'll never be admitted. So even if I were to make a statement such as that, I mean, how do I do it here and do it because I know who everybody is. I just don't know how to get anybody to actually acknowledge anything.
Angela muted me, so you got to hang on a second. There's lag time there. So what do you think is the
You're unmuted now, but you kept breathing into the mic. It was annoying, so I muted you.
They can't admit who and what they are, or they're admitting fraud.
One more time.
I was just adding a little tidbit there. They can't admit who and what they are without admitting fraud. So it's an interesting concept. I want to see how it kind of ends up, but I have some thoughts. I'm kind of gathering them right now. Sorry, I just wanted to add that. Didn't mean to.
Are you saying if the feds make a complaint, a criminal complaint against you? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, I'm saying that there's not an extra wall of smoke, or what I'm saying is that the Department of Justice is working directly for the Crown, but that you'll never hear it. In fact, I mean, a buddy of mine discovered a paper down in Illinois, I should say, that showed who the attorney generals were actually working for. And once it gets exposed that the attorney generals are working directly for the Crown, or the property and revenues of the Crown, nobody here wants to believe that. And I'm not really sure how far the attorneys want to lay claim to that. But the point is that you have basically in Canada a direct link. You know who's doing what. Where there is one step removed here in America or the United States, that there is no claim like that. Nobody really is laying claim to any of the Crown activities. But like I said, Curtis R. Kallenbach, I'm absolutely certain is Crown property, whereas Curtis Richard Kallenbach is not Crown property. So, and Curtis Kallenbach is
well, like I said, let me put it this way. Let me a simple thing with the name. Say my name is Carl Wentz, okay? Who is going to move me through court and claim that I'm their property? Some man is going to have to come forward. The government has no way to come, because this is a common law nation, right?
Right.
And there is no higher court in this land than a jury, right?
There are no juries in America anymore, though.
Okay. But so you're trying to say there is no Seventh Amendment?
No, the Constitution's irrelevant at this point because they're only dealing with statutory persons. There isn't anything left.
So are you saying that I can't evoke a court of record?
We're talking about two distinctly different court systems.
But are you trying to, like I said, because a court of record only moves under the common law?
What happened?
My bad. I shouldn't interrupt. But I was just trying to clarify. They're talking about two distinctly different court systems. And family court's definitely different than criminal court. Family court's actually civil. So that's it's getting pretty convoluted, but I got more thoughts. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Continue, please.
There isn't anything left. So are you saying that I can't evoke a court of record? I don't believe anybody can in America. Sure, I do all the time. But are you trying to, like I said, of course, a court of record only moves under the common law. And you can get somebody to acknowledge a court of record. Absolutely, do it all the time. It's simple. It's a very simple thing to do. You just get rid of all that stuff that you're talking about, like the names and stuff like that. Just say, I'm a man, and I claim the right to revoke the court of record. And that's all you do. And then if the clerk of the court interferes with that right, how is she going to make it so simple? Why would she say that you can't? And then, like I said, that'd be interfering with access to the court. And then all you have to do is make sure that the head judge is aware that the court clerk is interfering with your right to access the court. And all these court clerks and all these judges are insured.
There are guys here in America that are only focused on the court clerks. There are guys here in America that are only focused on the court clerks. The rest of it will fall into place once they correct the issue with the clerks. Curtis Kallenbach is definitely onto something. He's more of the. Oh, my bad. Let me gather my thoughts, man. Finish it up. I want to give a little bit of a perspective on.
So they know that they could be held liable if they interfere with man's civil rights, statutory rights, common law rights, or constitutional rights. I got the insurance form for our federal district court that says that if you don't think we're covering you folks with enough indemnity, if you interfere with somebody's rights, we recommend that you get additional coverage, and but don't discuss the coverage here during business hours. They know they're insured. They know they can't interfere with your rights. They're not dumb people.
You two ought to get together and have a conversation. We're already almost 3 hours into this call, and we still have someone that would like to ask a question.
Hey, Carl. Carl, give me have Angela email me some information on you. Give you a buzz. Yeah, my website is broadmind.org. Angela, can you type that in for him?
Broadmind.org.
Yeah, BROADMIND.org. Got it. I got it. I'll get a hold of you.
All right, or I can send you his email. I've got his contact information.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't call you back. I'm sorry I didn't call you back the other day, Angela. I was eating dinner with 3 guys in North Carolina.
Oh, that's fine. You know what? I forgot even what we were talking about. I get so many calls.
Yeah, they wanted to meet the wizard.
Oh, well, I don't blame them. When you win, hey, listen, you know what? There's nothing wrong with following success, right? That's what we all want to learn how to do it.
So, Angela, these guys actually met me, and I'm what I look like on that webpage.
Okay.
They met me. I said,
are you fishing for a compliment, Carl?
No, you didn't think I was what I was. You said, no, that can't be you. I was like, that's
no,
great.
I didn't say that. I never said that. Anyway, we need to move it. Okay, you two. We'll move on now to California.
Yeah, whoever posted that was definitely disingenuous because Kurt wasn't destroyed by Carl, but
clickbait, man, clickbait. But
yeah, I think they have different perspectives, similar minds, and I think they'd work great together. I think the problem is going to be the ego thing with Carl, from my perspective. You know, they all want to talk to the wizard, quote, you know, sort of thing. And
right.
So he's definitely kind of making a business out of it. I don't know exactly what his process is with starting a school. I guess he was going to start some sort of like school to teach people this. Kurt was. I mean, excuse me, Carl.
Right.
And so essentially what I see with that is he wants to be, positioning himself as, the guru, which would make him, I don't think Curtis is trying to position himself like that. I think that, he's just trying to get down to the bottom of what's really wrong and how to resolve it.
Right.
And so I think they bring up some good points. You can't depend on fraudsters to do the right thing. So it is hard to duplicate things in this system. You never really know what you're going to get. So it's about being able to grasp the concepts that are being investigated. I guess I had a hard time finding a good word for that, but
I think this whole channel is all Kurt. I mean, sorry, all Carl. Trust in all law. Because let me see. Yeah,
I see
all
the
about
same thing like with Paul. It's like Paul. I don't see Paul like really trying to elevate people to his level. I see him trying to maintain his position over others. So to me, that would equate to an interest in keeping people from knowing what he knows. Keeping them at a certain level. Whereas Curtis seems more like not trying to like control a narrative or try to like even really benefit from this. So I mean,
yeah, I could see how you see that. I could see how you see that.
Yeah. So I mean,
I think obviously it's years and years of knowledge and learning and whatnot. Can't really be. It's really hard to obviously deliver that into short, even into one broadcast. But then again, I mean, he could be I'm not going to tell him he's doing a lot more than I'm doing and a lot better at what he's doing than I'm, in my opinion. But then again, he's been doing it for longer. Paul, just in delivering certain information, but then again, he has a lot more information and knowledge in this area of legal, lawful, spiritual, from years of studying it. But yeah, I mean, he could definitely be focusing more on his delivery and whatnot. But then again, I mean, he's in it for different reasons than just again, he said before he doesn't want to be pigeonholed into legal, lawful, of course, and there's also the entertainment aspect of it that he's trying to bring into the picture and whatnot, and et cetera, et cetera. I get all that. So, and he's probably said it before too that if people really want the knowledge, it's out there. I mean, there's Carl Lentz, right? So.
Yeah, that's very shill-like behavior, though. To me, I mean, it's just.
I hear you.
Like he's shilling for the system because, I'm just kind of thinking out loud, but essentially, like if you're really passionate about this shit, there's no real time for fun and games. It becomes a lifestyle. So I mean, and then when you do get it figured out, you're probably gonna be silenced or even worse that we can think of.
Right. Which,
And
maybe you could say, I mean, not to white knight or anything, but maybe that's what he's trying to avoid. I mean, he's definitely
yeah, that's kind of ridiculous, but yeah, whatever.
No, yeah, I might be making excuses for him, so I don't need to do that. But do you know anything about this Tom Barnett fella?
No.
Does Kurt have any affiliation with Crow, by the way?
I don't think so.
How much?
15. Thanks, man.
Pro 777 Radio. This is episode 200.
My bad.
No, what do you mean affiliation? Like, has he done an interview with them or something? Or is that what you're saying?
Maybe that's what it was, because
I think they've probably done an interview, but I don't think they're in any sort of way affiliated.
Okay. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right.
I don't even know that they've done an interview. I don't watch Crow. I don't pay any attention to those guys.
I don't much either. Not for any reason. I just haven't gotten the chance.
I just don't want to
but
get sucked into some interesting information and then see that it's stuck behind a paywall. It's
right. I hear that.
It's like it's not my thing. I think information should be freely shared, and that's why I think truth is not a business opportunity. It's kind of a responsibility. But hey, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole idea of like in one way I totally get what you mean. In another way, I could see how people can set up a certain system where they're giving away tons of information free of charge, but then up to a point where if they're trying to make a living giving teaching that information, having some type of whatever it might be. Admittedly, I don't really think. I think all this Patreon stuff and anything where they're making where you're paying a tax, that's totally counterintuitive, contradictory to exiting the systems and whatnot. As opposed to like voluntary contributions and stuff like that, or some other Patreon out there that doesn't tax. Then again, I don't know that Patreon does tax. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong in that. I don't know. I've never had any. I've never had a Patreon or bought or paid anybody's Patreon. So
Glenn Winningham does a really good job of like describing this stuff in great detail. I think he does have a YouTube channel. I don't know what it's called. I used to know it. I'll have to think about that.
Agreed, Sunshine Time.
I want to say it's something about American sovereignty, something.
Glenn Winningham?
Yeah. See if you could try and figure out what his YouTube channel is or something. He's got tons of stuff outside of YouTube. See if that brings
Before
up
I go to this search, I just want to read. Yeah, it's a thought-provoking. This discussion, it's a 30-minute thing. Involves basic views and expands one's thinking to grasp the way the system operates, to which you'll find isn't how we thought it did. Discussion's educational, thought-provoking. Indeed, it'll take you on an adventure to open up your thinking to those that have a desire to learn. Moreover, how to better deal with pesky trading companies acting through acts and deception in the theater one would know. In thy theater one would know as thy world. The world is stage, and you're about to get an idea on how to strongly opt out of acting and just be all you are. So it's audio used from Crow 777's interview with Kurt, and then some links to Christian Remedy and Law, which I've heard, I think Lou mentioned before. Justinian
That would be
Deception.
good. That would be good.
I like Justinian Deception, and then Bill Turner. I've never heard of Bill Turner. Okay, but let me look up.
Yeah.
So
I try and forget the people and focus on what they present.
The
but
message, of course.
Yeah.
Always a good idea.
I don't like most people, if I'm being real.
Hey, I hear you, man.
But
Glenn
some
Winningham.
people. Yeah, that's him. I don't know. Oh, Sovereign Living. That's it. That's his channel.
Okay.
I would subscribe to him.
I've definitely seen that channel. Might already be subbed. I guess we'll see. Let me see.
But he does really good job of like describing how. I forget his little rap, but he's like. He breaks down, the lawful money. He receives donations and stuff, contributions, gifts that he makes a living off of. But he does it in a very honest. I can't find anything wrong with his business model, so to speak. But he does,
not
you
Mike
know.
Adam. I don't like Mike. Well, I mean, I don't not like Mike Adam, but natural news is tied into InfoWars and stuff. So that to me is obviously a red flag. But I guess it doesn't necessarily mean.
What is that? I don't even know what you just said.
This guy Mike Adams, he's got him on his page. He's tied into InfoWars, Alex Jones's thing.
What do you mean he's tied into them?
Like they've promoted each other. Like I think Alex Jones has had him on. He's been on InfoWars. But then again, this is kind of, I guess, third-party affiliation at this point. It's not like this guy's been on
Yeah,
there.
that's what I'm saying, man. Like talking about the personality politics. That's what you're all about. Like you got to like try and figure out how to eliminate that from your thought process. Because I don't subscribe to Alex Jones or whatever, but I'm not going to discount some of the good work he has done. You know what I mean?
You're right.
I'm not going to use the good work to excuse the foul play, but you know what I'm saying? You got to be able to separate the two. That's the distinction. You know, it's I'm not trying to be friends with any of these guys. I'm not trying to idolize them. You know,
Right. Take the good game and leave the rest or whatever.
And nobody's got it all figured out. So like, if you're looking for the one wizard, you know, that's what I'm saying. Your best bet is you're gonna fall into a cult like Curtis Collin or I don't know why I keep getting them mixed up, but like, you know, Carl Lentz, you know, where they all want to talk to the wizard. You better pay your dues or you're not going to get what I got, you know? And that's
right.
That's silly. I mean, if you can do that and you want to do that, who am I to say not to? But yeah, I'm never going to participate in that shit, you know? It's like, I wouldn't have any desire going to Carl Lentz school because just of his egoic approach where, you know, he thinks he's the wizard of this shit and he's got
Carl,
yeah, he thinks he's got it figured out over everyone else. And he does in a way. He's been involved with it. I guess his mom worked for the IRS or whatever, and you know, so it's been a topic through a lot of his life, but the you know, I think I don't know, just something really weird. I don't even know how to really articulate it, but it's essentially the people that are positioning themselves as owners of truth. Basically, we own the truth. We'll sell you some for a low price of whatever, you know. It's like
right.
That to me doesn't show a passion to fix what's wrong. It shows a passion to control the information coming in and going out. And I will never trust someone who's trying to control that.
Yeah, I mean, that's why in a way you can't really discount. In a lot of ways, you can't discount Paul in that he doesn't do that, right? He just accepts contributions.
Use your word. What I don't know.
You know, he doesn't have any type of like Patreon or like, you know, he could do
that.
What
are you talking about? He doesn't have any type of Patreon or anything. What's a type of Patreon?
Does he have a Patreon?
Oh, okay, so what you're saying is he doesn't have Patreon, and I think he actually does. But what you claimed was he doesn't have any type of Patreon,
like a
or
course,
like
a course. I mean, he doesn't have a course. I mean,
well, Patreon isn't courses.
Oh no.
No, Patreon is you pay for exclusive content.
Okay, well, that's what I meant. I didn't mean courses per se, but don't they have that option too, where like you could sign up for people could set up a course or whatever, and people can have a pay grades like levels of it and shit like
that. It's not a course. Yeah, you get membership levels, right? People can decide how much, you know, if they want to pay $5, $20, $100 a month, right? And so your obligation is not to offer a course. It's just memberships. It's a private membership association, basically. You're paying to be friends with whoever, you know.
Right.
That's basically, you're going to get what they give you.
Right.
It's not like courses. It could be structured that way theoretically, but that's not what it is. You know, it's like people will do a lot of successful YouTube channels will, you know, put out some content that's intriguing, and then they'll direct you over to their Patreon if you want to continue education or whatever.
Right.
You know, that's putting truth behind a paywall essentially. But yeah, I mean,
So
I
I mean,
think
in
Paul
your
does have a
opinion, how do you
Patreon,
say that again?
doesn't
Sorry.
he? Paul was promoting his Patreon for a while, wasn't he?
You might be right. You might be right. I don't know. I don't even necessarily know. I've probably been on a Patreon like a couple times ever just to like look at what it is. So I don't even know really about the setup and like what it looks like and shit. But
haven't you heard him talk about how everybody should pay him $2 a month or whatever? He's brought that up multiple times.
Right. But he's never done it. I mean, if he did
No,
do that though,
he can't.
I would think differently about him.
He can't do that. Right? You don't realize that. You're missing the point. Like, he can't do that. The reason why he gets the attention that he gets on YouTube is because it's free. People aren't going to pay to fucking play his game, you know? Some people will. There will. He's got a fucking, you know, it's the same 10 people in his chat every day. It's like, there's hardly anyone else ever. So, I mean, it's the same 10 people that are on panel fucking talking about how great he is and how he can reap more benefits from that, you know? Every day it's just like a fucking therapy session for, you know, validating himself. So I mean, to me, he won't admit it, but he learned a lot from Carl. A lot of his attitude is modeled after Carl. So I mean, that sort of arrogant fucking, I know more than you because of my perspective better than yours, like better results. And everyone has different circumstances. It's not so black and white. So
Yeah, I think at the end of the day,
and not everyone had 9 years to sit in their dad's basement and read books and doing dope, you know. So I mean, a lot of people had to live real life, and so it's just, sorry I cut you off.
I was gonna say damn it, what was I gonna say? Now I forgot.
My bad.
Is it about Carl? God damn it, I don't remember now. Forgive my speech. Yeah, Crow 777 has multiple interviews with Kurt. Okay. Yeah, interesting. Well, I don't think I've heard any of them. But I got
but
one.
he's not like officially a part of the organization. I think they reach out to people that they find intriguing. You know, obviously, right. Kurt talks on some pretty important topics,
But in your opinion, how do you think like say someone has taken it upon themselves to, you know, leave the systems of the normal way of getting employed, like, you know, a normal job, 9 to 5, whatever, or not even necessarily, but just a normal tax-paying job.
What are you talking about? What are you asking?
Like like say someone's taking it upon themselves to not work any more jobs per se and become an entrepreneur essentially, and
like do Talcottianism, right?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, but whatever. Like
Pro
even
work,
just say
anti-labor sort of thing. Like
pro-work,
calling this
anti-labor.
work. We can call this work, and you know, try to justify getting money for this because we're against working 9 to 5. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Yeah, I guess you know, call it what you will. You know, now in the way that things are with just where the internet's going and where it's been. Well, I shouldn't even say
I
where
can
it's
only assume your
going, but where
grandpa
it's
would
been.
be very disappointed, man. I mean, I just don't. Yeah, this shit's gonna be taken.
My
This
grandpa
is a
was
toy.
actually
This
in
is a toy,
talk
and you're
radio.
actually the toy. You know what I'm saying? They could take it away from you at any time.
Of course.
You know what I mean?
My grandparents were actually in talk radio though for a bit. I mean, my grandpa did all kinds of stuff. He was a meteorologist in the army or whatever. He was
Right. That's my point. He did
worked
shit.
Yeah, he worked for
didn't stay on the
Revlon.
internet talking about shit and acting like he's
No,
doing
but then he
something.
did. But he was they were in talk radio for
Okay,
years
yeah,
and years. My
I'm
mom, my
sure that's
grandma, and
part of it.
grandpa
That's
were.
an aspect, but that's not what he did. Like that wasn't him. Like that wasn't his identity. Like essentially
Right.
what I'm labeling you as. This is your identity. You know, you don't have a life full of experiences from what I can tell.
How would you know that though?
I don't know that, but based on what I see in you, you're not
Right. From me being on
very
the internet when I
wise
go
in
on.
real life situations. You've been living a party for 30 years or whatever. You know, that's what I see. I mean, you just never had any responsibility. You never had to like get out and carry your own balls and provide for yourself and, you know, be responsible for yourself or anyone else. You know, that's what I'm getting at. Like a lot of people don't have what you have. You got a very good opportunity. I wish to see you make more of it. You know, be
Yeah,
very
well, I'm
grateful.
trying to essentially figure out a way to support myself without having to rely on any external sources. That being
Start
said, you
making
could
goods
say
or services. You know what I'm saying? You exchange money or whatever that you're after for goods and services, not for ideas and thoughts and you know what I mean? It's do you understand that concept? It's like a very simple, basic concept that I'm trying to get through. It's like you just want to figure out a way to get money for doing nothing, basically.
no. I mean, if you think this is doing nothing, I mean, like for instance, like my channel right here,
Yeah.
Shaunosaurus. This is I have probably over a decade of compiled playlists, videos, channels, videos that I've posted myself, and so one can argue that has no worth, that has no value. It's all just internet nonsense that I just did a click here and a click there. But another person could say that based on the hundreds of hours, literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours I've probably put into watching stuff, compiling it into playlists, subbing the channels, figuring out who really has a lot of value in terms of. And again, I've
It's
admitted here
all
today that I'm
subjective,
not really
man.
that.
It's all based on your opinion, not reality.
Right.
And
Right.
you're just using your fantasy to try and paint this picture in your mind that you're providing a value and services to people, like by doing research. And you know that what you do is not research, man. You sit around and click around YouTube all day, and you know when you find something that resonates with you, you save it, and occasionally you'll share it with people. You know what I mean? That's not good. You're you're serving yourself, like what you're
Right.
doing, and you're hoping that there are some unintended consequences, which aren't always negative, but you're hoping there are some unintended consequences that people will see value in what you do for yourself and then reward you. All right, so that's not a sustainable thing. You may have some luck with it. You may, it is kind of trendy right now, so you may have some success with it, but it's not sustainable. Like for real life, things.
I don't know if these are channels, Ramon, but I know where the storm clouds are gathering is, and Freedom Unchained is, and the Willing Few is Paul's backup. I'm not sure about these other ones. I'm guessing so.
Yeah,
But anyway.
he's kind of shilling. But whatever. He's cool.
But so I guess my question is, do you think work and receiving contribution from service, quote unquote service, whether monetary or otherwise, goods, whatever, do you think it needs to entail self-sacrifice as opposed to?
Well, you're not
Let
sacrificing
me put it
anything,
this
Sean.
way. Let me put it this way. No, I'm not. In a lot of ways, like you said, I am gaining because like here how I played. What was I playing there? Kurt Kallenbach. I learned a lot there, so I just gained a whole lot, and you know, you could say I provided value in resharing that and giving my whatever my commentary on it, if you
No,
can call that
you
value.
can say that. I can't say that, and not if
Right,
I'm being honest
it's
with
subjective.
myself and everyone else.
Right. So
Right.
that's where our opinions might differ. But my question is, so today on this stream, I have made a total of $0.00, right? Jobs I've worked in the past where, for instance, like let's say Wing House, I worked at a restaurant, right, where I was deep frying, most likely genetically modified, steroid filled, hormone filled chicken wings into a deep fryer with genetically modified seed oils that cause who knows the damage that causes people, the inflammation, and et cetera, et
So
cetera.
your
I was
alternative to
making
what you're doing now is to go work at a fast food restaurant, is what you're describing? Get to the point, dude. Grow up.
I'm just naming one job I've worked in the past. I'm just for some
So, but what's your
perspective
fucking
into.
point? What's your
My
point?
point is I could go back to working a job and make money every hour, have a
Yeah, but
secured,
you don't have to go work at
payment.
a fast food restaurant. You know what I'm saying? There's ways to
Right, of
provide
course. I could work at
to
a
use your labor, your blood, sweat, and tears, and
right.
to provide goods and services to others that would find value in that, and then you would have a symbiotic relationship. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Yeah, in the real world, like pressure cleaning, for instance, which I do, and I would say I enjoy, but I'm not going to be completely. I'm not going to say I enjoy it
Right.
per
Why
se,
why
but
don't you start your own pressure cleaning business, or like I said, start a fucking
I
lemonade
have one.
stand. Start
I
a
do have
lemonade
my own pressure
stand,
cleaning
right?
business.
Right. So you're just
Pineal pressure
anti-work.
cleaning,
That's
sir.
my point. You're anti-blood, sweat, and tears. You just want credits.
So because I have my own pressure cleaning business where I do pressure clean and I do sweat in the 90-degree heat, I don't sweat and work. Is that correct? Is that what you're
When was the
saying?
last time you worked?
Last week.
Interesting. How much
Do I
did you
share
make?
that? No. I mean, why do I need to share? I guess I could share that more so people comprehend that I do work in the real world. Should I be working more? Yeah, I mean, I should. I should be working more than
So how
a
much have you
job
made
here
in
and
the
there.
last month? How much have you made in the last month at your pressure washing business?
Doing that, a couple hundred.
Right. So for a normal person, that wouldn't even sustain the storage fees for their equipment. You know what I'm saying? So it's not really sustainable. You're not really doing anything. You're kind of like, whatever, just lackadaisical fucking
Yeah, I
whatever.
could
Let me
do a
do
lot
something
more.
to
I
make
could do a lot
myself
more
not feel like
jobs.
a complete piece of shit, Let me.
Yeah, well, and for some expenses that necessary expenses. But yeah, I could work a lot harder so I can afford things that I definitely want and more importantly
Right.
need.
So, like, if you
Really.
wanted your dental work, you would go out and do so many jobs and get your dental work done instead of, coming to YouTube and expecting people to contribute to you what you're doing, playing around
Right.
on the internet to pay for your dental work. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's manning. That's being a man.
Right.
In my eyes. That's why I said your grandpa would be disappointed. Because he didn't have a choice. If he wasn't a man and didn't do man things, he would die. Back in his day, he just
Well,
wouldn't
and then
make
my
it.
other grandpa worked at a bank and he did, I don't know, accounting or whatever, and then he passed, I think, what, a year and a half ago, from Alzheimer's and whatnot. But I do
Sorry,
have the
dude.
luxury of looking after myself more and from the free time and still living at home, not kicked out yet or not moving out yet. But I have been kicked out before, and I have also taken it upon myself to leave before, but never for a long period of time, other than when I was in an unfortunate circumstance where I had no choice, if you get my drift, where I was being held somewhere. But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, man. I get that you're just trying to help me out. So
Yeah, not even. I don't believe in helping. Like, I might be just only flexing my ego. My. But essentially, what I I don't want to take credit for helping because I don't believe in helping others. I'm just sharing my perspective. Fucking.
yeah, I hear that.
Fucking yeah. There's like
Tree
80
hugger?
kids walking by right now. I'm at the laundromat, so it's
I would say
fucking.
give us a view, but that would sound creepy, so never mind. I'm not going to say that.
No, I'm against putting kids on camera if you can help
Good
it,
idea.
without their parents' permission. I think that it's just an ethical thing for me. I don't know the legality of it all, but
Thank you, Ramon. I appreciate that, brother, a lot. Appreciate that.
here, take me further into critical thinking and analysis. But see, you could do that in a book. You just, that's what I'm saying. You like,
Right.
yeah, if what you're looking for is critical thinking and analysis, and then what you're citing as how you get to that, you might want to reconsider what critical thinking and analysis is, because just because somebody makes you think doesn't really I didn't describe that very well, but that doesn't make any sense. I mean, people regurgitating ideas on YouTube is not leading you to critical thinking and analysis. If you were really interested in those things, you wouldn't be playing these games. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you also, Pat. I mean, yeah, it's like kind of the consistency is how again, if I had my car too, if I had my car working right now, I would most likely be doing more jobs and outside of my neighborhood, not just in my neighborhood. And excuse me, I got hiccups. Yeah, I would, and again, I could make all the excuses in the world why I haven't gotten it fixed, but I mean, I kind of have a decent one, right? I literally can't drive it right now. It's undrivable. I need to go to a place to swap the battery, and haven't been able to get there yet. I mean, I could, if I really wanted to, I could take the bus there and whatever, walk to the bus in the 93-degree heat right now. It's fucking
Okay,
brutal
well,
out.
it's not 93 degrees at 7 in the morning, so
Right, right.
you're just constant excuses, and what it is to me is it's an appeal to emotions, and at the same time, you're accepting donations. So to me, that's a grift, and it's not providing goods and services. It's not providing value. It's getting people to feel sorry for you so that they give you things.
Which
If nothing
I
else,
definitely don't want to, and I've made it clear before. Like I've also made it clear before. I don't want anybody, especially I don't want anybody contributing who doesn't necessarily have that luxury per se. Who really is
That's
kind
less
of
of my point, Sean. That's less of my point. I don't care who contributes to you. I don't.
no, but
I don't.
even just in the most fundamental sense, yeah, I don't want people donating out of pity. You know what I mean, or out of I don't want to say not out of charity because
What you're doing is dry begging. Are you familiar with what dry begging is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you see that that's what you're doing?
How am I doing that though?
Maybe not specifically right now, but when you talk about money and people contributing, like
Have you ever caught me talking about money?
Yeah, multiple times. I've had conversations with you about money multiple times.
Did I bring it up or did you?
I don't know. It came up in conversation, and we talked about it. So, yeah, I mean, I guess the point would be more that it doesn't matter who contributes to you. I don't really care about that. It's how you're getting it. That's what bothers me. When, and I hate to compare, but like, look, if I started using the mindset that you're in to come up with these excuses to not do what I have to do, I would die in my situation in real life. You know what I'm saying? So
why? Because of how
very
you're living, you're saying?
Very first world problems that you have. And
yeah, for the most part I would agree there.
Well,
I'm
and
grateful for
then
that.
you want to talk about real life suffering and shit like that, like you're compassionate and whatever. And to me, from my perspective, I see it as entertaining to you. Like you're entertained by the sick shit. You know what I'm saying? Like
what?
Like we'll call it the New World Order. The Satanist cult agenda, or whatever you want to call it.
In a way, I have to agree that I mean could be.
I think you're
at the end of the
fascinated
day,
by it. Yeah.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I do think that I've gained a level not to sound super OTW here, but a level of enlightenment that
Right, but if you
has
want to be
allowed me to
truly
know that it's
enlightened,
all
you wouldn't
bullshit.
have gone about it that way, and that's exactly what I was talking about with Ramon. If you're really truly looking for enlightenment, you're not going to go about it through, you know, Paul and Slave's backup channel or Carl Lentz's little protege, Freedom Unchained. Shit like that. That's not where you're going to get enlightenment, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
No, you're gonna get it. You're gonna get it. You're gonna get it from the Most High. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean,
right. So you gained a certain level of understanding by doing this, but it's not healthy. It's not recommended. And I wouldn't dare try to subject anyone else to it.
no, I got an enlightenment from many places, not just from being online and learning different information, but I mean,
Well,
actually
that's the
an
context we're using.
experiential aspect too. More than anything, an experience, going to jail,
Right. That's the
being
context we're
homeless.
talking about right now, though. I'm not like that's what we're talking about is
Right.
this online thing. So
Right.
I mean, I get that you've gained some wisdom, through your life experiences. Granted, I don't think it's much. I think you've retarded yourself in that aspect because you've got it too good. You're too comfortable. You got it made in the shade.
In a way, in a way, also from having a near-death experience 2 years ago, it definitely had an effect on me to where I've allowed myself to get comfortable in many ways, and I'm not necessarily happy to admit that. But
It's
in
very
other
humble
ways,
of you. Yeah.
yeah, in other ways, it's kind of like it's kind of out of my control because I'm just so grateful that I'm still alive after having that experience. And again, someone might say that I'm exaggerating and being dramatic by calling it a near-death experience, but I fell on my face, and had it been my head as opposed to my like chin and my jaw and mouth and shit, if it was the crown of my head, that would have been it, dude, on concrete. I mean, I
That's
would have
not
been
near
done,
death
dude.
experience, bro. That's not a near
Yeah,
death experience.
but I was out, and I had to get revived,
Near
not
death
revived, but
experience isn't you almost died because something bad could have happened to you. Like, I don't know.
I mean, I saw my
near
life
death
flash before
experience
me.
is nearly dying. Like, actually
Right.
nearly dying.
Right.
And it's
Technically, if you want to get
not a
technical, yeah.
psychological thing. It's a chemical process, from what I have come to understand about it.
Right. Well, the DMT,
you get
yeah.
flooded with DMT. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And so, like, hitting your head and smashing your
we'll
face,
call it a
that's not near death. You're not going to get
micro-
flooded with DMT. You might get flooded with some, endorphins or whatever, but
Well, I definitely tripped out afterward.
Yeah,
And
adrenaline.
I don't know what
shit.
happened to this day. I don't know what happened, but yeah.
Yeah, that's your same with my accident. When I was in my worst accident, where I flew
You wouldn't
102
call that
feet
an
10
NDE?
I do. When I flew 102 feet 10 inches through the air and landed on my head in oncoming traffic, and my helmet was 100 yards away from me. I was
Right.
completely unconscious. Right, my body probably thought I was dead. Right, I would consider that an NDE, but you know what I'm saying? It's not just like this traumatic thing that happened. I actually almost died. So that, I probably did die for a while. For all I know. I mean, fuck.
So I mean, how do you compare? Kind of going off topic, but yeah, I would call that a near-death experience. Just saying. But how would you compare, like, say, what I've only just begun to do, what OTW's been doing for a little bit, what Paul's been doing for a
You
while?
don't need to
as far
leave
as-
that comment up. I don't care what random anonymous people on the internet. I'm not going to change my mind. Like, if you're trying to communicate with me with that shit, it doesn't matter to me. So, like, get out of your feelers, man.
I don't know about
I'm not changing
that.
my perspective based on what.
I don't know about that.
What
Pat, where
validation you get from
have
your
to-
chat. It's like Paul saying, "Let's do a poll," or press 1 if you agree with me. I like, dude, that shit don't matter to me. Nobody feels sorry for Sean. He speaks for everybody, right? I've felt sorry for Sean at some point.
Yeah, I'm sure some people have felt bad for me at some points, and I even Paul has said before that he feels bad for me. So I don't know about all
So
that, but
you prove yourself a liar because you can't speak for me. I felt sorry for this dude. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not here to argue with chat. If you want to use logic and reasoning to come to a better understanding, that's great. I'm not changing my mind based on what anyone on YouTube says. Not Carl Lentz, not Look Within, not Ramon Marquez. It doesn't matter. So, like, if
What
you're
about-
trying to, like, help protect Sean from fucking having to process these things, giving him that fucking emotional cushion, you're only enabling his weakness. Like,
what about Access Rat Blood?
It's okay to be comfortable and young. No, being uncomfortable won't kill you. Complacency will.
Yeah, you're right. You're right on that in that statement. Yeah. Well, okay. What about this? What if I was making power washing ASMR videos and people were like, "Oh, dude, you can't. You gotta keep giving us
Why
more,"
not?
and they
Right,
start
but
contributing, and they
what?
start
Right, right.
donating.
So let me get that. Let me put this to you straight. It's simple. Like, if you started power washing, and in the process of that, you just wanted a video and upload that shit to YouTube. That's great.
Right.
And then, like, do it in a way that's has a production value. Whatever, call it power washing ASMR, and it fucking takes off. Great. That's what I would do. You've seen those ones where the guy redoes the driveways and shit. And he power washes the driveways, and he does it like he breaks them down in like 1 minute shorts, and it's
Maybe
fascinating.
I might be thinking of a different guy, but
Well, he breaks it down in like 1 minute shorts, and he does like 5 seconds of meeting the homeowner or whatever. And a lot of it, what he does is on like a volunteer basis. Like, he doesn't charge people. He finds like these old rundown yards and shit, and he'll come and basically remake them or fix them up, and then he does a really good job of producing these 1 minute shorts showing like the dramatic transformation.
Does anyone have a communication with fucking Lou and Tommy?
no.
He's less than an hour away from me.
All right, apparently he's fucking dead now, and I hope that's not true.
I think we all hope that's not true. I haven't watched Paul at all today, so I'm totally lacking any type of.
That's the shit they dropped away
context
before
into.
they fucking ended it. They're saying the man got it.
What happened?
Well, he flagged himself with guns multiple times. I kept telling him, fucking. Hopefully, I hope it's not true.
My neighbor
said
I wanted
swatted or something.
Last night he was live on Truther Cop's channel. EBT
I saw
restreamed it
that.
also. I fell asleep watching it. So
I was
Bro,
backstage most of it.
nowadays you guys know Lucid, right? Or,
But you're saying he's dead from that? Are you guys saying he's
fucking
dead?
blew half his fucking brain out? So
What are you talking about? Hold on, slow down. Like, you came up here claiming that somebody might be dead, right? So how did you come up with
what, bro, watch the end of the stream. I was just on polls and shit. They told me that fucking Tommy's dead. I don't know
Who
if it's
said
true or
Tommy's dead and how?
a bunch of people are saying it apparently, but no one knows. They're just people love to make.
I doubt he's dead.
How are they claiming he died?
I never believed it when I heard it. I feel like he's still alive. I don't know.
How are they claiming he died?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I have no idea. But look at Jay Phillips, right? AKA Lucid. He blew his fucking half his brain out. He's still alive. So it's like you never know.
Right.
I don't care. Like,
I haven't even watched. Yeah, I didn't watch.
Who's Jay Phillips, and why would I want to go look at him if he blew half his brain out?
Well, apparently it was
He's
an
still
accident.
a good guy, though. It was an accident, apparently.
All right. Well.
Anyway, so
how are they saying Tommy died? It's like that's some hefty shit, and otherwise you're just like regurgitating fucking.
Bro, I'm
It's like
saying
a
I have no. I'm
what are
saying
those?
I don't know if it's true, but that's what I've heard, and these guys don't usually. Bro, hopefully it's not a lot. Like I don't know where they're getting this information from. I don't know. I really hope not, bro.
So what?
Well,
So give me some context in case I don't have time to go back and watch. What was the?
Bro, right at the end of it, they're like, "Oh, Tommy's dead."
who
What else
said
were you guys
Tommy?
talking
Who
about?
they all like collectively said Tommy's dead? Who
Yeah,
said?
bro.
Who said it?
Paul and all the people on it. They
So
felt
Paul
like,
said it, and everyone else backed him up. Oh, well, imagine that.
not really, but it's Well, it was like they kind of
We
said it
don't
in a
even have
way.
any anecdotal evidence to how he died. It's just that he's dead.
Apparently,
But the chat's more
I,
complicated than you, Cage. Come on, don't let the chat defeat you.
Come on.
I've never even looked at it once. Like, do you think I don't live in the same reality you do? I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you, or who infiltrated your mind. We have to get out of that, though.
And you're gonna help me get better at that?
I can't help you.
Magnetism is a mind disorder. Oh, thank you.
All right, I
You have to
gotta
help me. I
go.
can't help you do shit.
All right, peace out, Sean.
So then when
Wait, well, my question before you go was just that. What would make?
bro,
We
stop
got
playing
Flo
this
State in
shit
the
2
house.
times. Fuck this shit.
What would
Hey.
make the power wash? Hold up, Flo. I was just gonna ask because Mitch has got to go. I think he's got some things to tend to. But what would make like the power washing ASMR videos, and then monetizing that any more or less of a grift, quote unquote, than what I'm doing or whatever, OTW Paul, whoever the fuck, in your
Because you
opinion.
wouldn't need to do a cash app. Like if you had a successful YouTube channel that got a bunch of views, you could monetize it.
I think he's fine. He's just fucked up in his head. He's fine.
Who, me or Mitch?
I would say fucking the person that said, Tommy.
Tommy?
Like, even though, like, I have like a fucking heart for people. And
Okay, hold on, Cage. I'm not on that. Wait till Mitch is about to leave. He's got to go. So I'm just asking Mitch a question before he goes. What would make it? Okay, I get it because you could monetize it, but that's once you get. First of all, that's once you get big enough to do that, and second off, once
so you're
monetizing,
not depending on it. You see what I'm saying? You're making a living. You're out there making a living. You're providing goods and services, whatever you want to call it. You're using your blood, sweat, and tears to fucking do something that other people find valuable, and they reward you. And now you can supplement that with, your fascination with this internet world, and hopefully you can find ways to be clever and create a successful YouTube channel. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just living in this victim mentality that you're being shadow banned and censored and whatever because YouTube won't let you talk about whatever the fuck you want. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, then what you would do is you wouldn't need people to donate to you. You would just get a piece of that Google advertising money,
What if I don't want that though?
What do you make a piece of your own shit? What if you make your own
that's
shit?
on you, right? You want other people hard-earned blood, sweat, and tears because you think you're providing value, right? That's
or
what
I don't want to
take.
cut off I don't want to cut off. I don't want to give away a fraction
So
of everything.
did you vet the people that donated to you? Like, did you vet them, make sure they didn't need it more than you, that sort of thing? Like,
I've tried to make it abundantly clear before that if people aren't living,
you have.
above,
I've heard you do that more than once.
I guess at their means or above their means. If people are already living below their means, so to speak, or if people already are suffering or struggling to pay their own bills and living how they would like to live, then yeah, I don't think they're in a place to contribute to me, even though I'm still living at home and whatever. And I have, this is my thing. Like Paul, I'll say it time and time again. I really don't need much. I don't ask for much, and I'm
right.
easily.
That's because you got everything given to you. That's looking at the whole picture, Sean.
As far as shelter, yeah,
that's not being humble,
right.
man.
As far as shelter,
you've had it easy, bro.
Yeah, I got the shelter aspect taken care of for the most part. I mean, at least at this time right now, I do.
For everything.
Just like Paul, he's got it too. He's like his dad pay his rent until he's mid-20s, and then buys him a home. It's like
people donate.
Oh, my bad. Hold up. My bad. How did that happen? Yo, repeat what you said. My bad. I accidentally
No, I was
booted you.
just
I don't
going
know
to
how.
say, if somebody wants to donate, you have to trust that they can make the own decision for themselves and not patronize them by trying to vet their situation.
No, I wasn't asking him to actually vet these people that are donating to him. I was doing it to prove the point that he clarified.
Tommy, hold on.
He totally accept. He
Can you
totally
guys
picked
do
up what
some
I was.
fucking
Hold on, Cage.
investigation?
Cage,
Did the men
please,
get
dude.
off?
Cage.
Let him talk, dude. Cage, let him talk.
Jesus Christ, man.
Good Lord.
So yeah,
Oh,
I'm not actually asking him to vet his contributors. The point I was trying to make was well taken by Sean.
Okay,
He
never
does try
mind
to
then.
make it abundantly clear that
If I
he's
was out of
got it pretty
context, you forget.
good, and if you don't got it better than him, then please don't contribute. He has humbly admitted that multiple times.
Okay, then I was just out of context.
I was
Disregard.
We're gonna need Cynthia to get up on here. You know what I mean? I like her in a certain way. She's like a fucking. She makes you think. You know.
Oh, so you
I
like
enjoy
Cynthia
it.
now?
Yeah, I do. Even though I want to fucking slap her across the head. You know what I mean?
My bad. I'll just stay up. I'll mute up, but I'll hang on till my battery dies, and
I was
I can
saying,
get on the road.
rest in peace, Tommy, if that's the truth. I hopefully that's not the case.
Dude,
I
come
feel
on,
like
man. Tommy's. I'm
You're
sure
retarded.
Tommy's
That's why I
okay.
came up here
Like,
to explain what happened.
He better be
because
fucking
Tommy
okay,
didn't
bro.
get swatted.
yeah. First of all,
He didn't get swatted.
I can see
wasn't
him
the
like
one.
ODing off of something.
Tommy wasn't the one who was being swatted.
Are
It was
you
a
speculating
neighbor.
that he
First of all.
OD'd now, Cage?
How else are you gonna take it out, bro? He's young. You think someone like killed? Like, I don't think he was. I think
Okay.
someone.
What do you think happened?
If that's true that Tommy died, probably an OD. Like when, like he probably like took something that had like fentanyl on it or something. It's probably like the.
Luke
Last
said that he
night-
got home invaded when he was 17 and got his skull cracked in 3 places by 3 men. 33. Illuminati confirmed. You just confirmed it there. But then he said he lost so much blood and couldn't move,
So
and then
you guys
they discussed
sacrificed
slitting his
Tommy?
throat. And then after they slit his throat, or sorry, they discussed slitting his throat but didn't. And he asked, "Is that near death?" I would say, yeah. See, that's what I mean. It's like, what constitutes? Is there like a rubric for what constitutes a near-death experience? You know what I mean? I guess like
It
Mitch
just has
was saying.
nothing to do with your feelings. It's if your body is actually near death. Like
Right,
if you nearly die, you're gonna have a biological response. Your body's gonna release this DMT and flood your brain, and that's what I think constitutes a near-death experience.
Did you leave your body? A lot of the like when I think of near-death experience, I think of people who actually died.
It's
and
just
then
a fucking necromancer to bring him back right now.
What the fuck are you talking about?
EBT still has it, by the way, Yeti. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Enslaved by
somebody
Truth
else
still
was
has it.
getting swatted last night. Somebody else was getting swatted. It wasn't Tommy at all. He didn't die. He probably just fell out.
Yeah,
no,
I
he
fell
was
asleep
actually
watching it,
working
dude.
with the cops. He was
It's
assisting
some
the
fucking
cops.
nonsense. I know this. You can't kill this motherfucker. You know
Kinda.
it's there.
It kind of looked that way, to be honest. Yeah, it kind of looked that way, man. It
He
did
was
kind of look
literally
that way.
working with the cops. He was talking to him, helping him out.
It did
Wait,
kind of.
what the fuck did I miss? What the fuck?
Yep.
It happened right outside of his door. So he was looking out his window. He's trying to be sneaky. The cops noticed him, and then so he started talking to the cops, and he was giving them information and details and offered to help
Faked
them.
his own death.
The cops were trying to get the other
Illuma-
unit to send out like the dude's wife and kids, right? Like they wanted to see the wife and
Cocksucker.
kids.
It'd be too easy for him to die.
I was gonna say Machiavelli, Tommy Machiavelli.
Machiavellian, yeah.
Yeah, Illumavelli.
Yeah.
Tom Apocalypse now.
I knew it was nonsense from the beginning. You know what I mean?
Did you?
It's just kind of funny. Why are they saying that though? For me, like I care about. I don't want to see anyone. I'm gonna care about that. I'm gonna have to investigate into that. If someone actually caught it over here that I'm aware of, you know what I mean? We're gonna have to make it right either way.
What up, Cynthia? All right, this is the first time I'm seeing Cynthia in my chat, so good to see you. What did he? Oh. Yeah, so again, I don't have much context because I only watched maybe 20 minutes of Truth or Cops. I was like skimming through it. I heard them talking about Tommy, like what happened with Tommy. So I rewound the stream, and then I fell asleep watching the standoff because it was literally just Tommy all freaked out, like not freaked out, but on edge.
If you watch, I was just on Paul's earlier. Cynthia was on there too, actually. I think that's why she's here now. And right at the end, they were talking about how Tommy got fucking dealt with. Like, he's gone, apparently. which I never believed from the get-go.
But you're here to spread the narrative anyways.
No, I'm not spreading. I know it's nonsense, probably. Even if it is, I don't really give a fuck, but I do. You know, I care, but I don't.
So Ramon asked, and shout out to Ramon, because if he did just contribute, I didn't check it, but if you did, I'm pretty sure I've officially broken the $100 mark. So I've officially made.
There you go. Make it available for fucking Canadians, bro. You get
So yeah, so it only took me maybe about 1,000 hours of streaming, probably up at this point, over the last six to 9 months.
Not a bad return.
Look,
it is a bad
comment up there, I'm
10
going to
cents an
address
hour,
it.
great return, bro. 10 cents
Hey,
an
since
hour.
you're going to leave that comment up there, I'm going to address it. And it's, you know, you may find value in it. It doesn't make it valuable. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
if you're true and genuine with what you're after, then there are much more valuable alternatives. So,
right.
Well, you know what I'm saying?
Be a more
you can try and justify it all you want. I've spent years thinking about this shit, man. Like, and I'm very solid in my foundation with.
Hey, you know what's funny? We have people like Void, and they're saying Cage is desperate for validation and all that.
I don't see it.
I just say that you're AI.
Apparently it says that, but everyone says I'm AI. But
yeah,
you
might be. Ahead. You might be AI. I mean, you could be AI. You know?
I'm beyond that.
I would hope.
No, you're just AI. You're not beyond it. You're just Chat GPT.
But I want to say to Ramon, it's kind of like a backwards, a backhanded compliment here, right? Because in one way, you're contributing, right? But then you're saying effortless. Oh, okay. He said that. That's why you put it in quotations. So you're not saying that. All right, never mind.
I didn't ever say it was effortless. See that's what I'm saying. He's pulling the Paul bullshit. You know, you got to fucking manipulate the language to fit a narrative. You know, to paint this picture that makes your fantasy better than what it really is. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't care. Oh, I see Ramon as some broken emotional idiot that needs brotherhood. He needs brotherhood.
Projection, right?
So he finds value in this. Like, because that's what he needs.
Saying, who is that? What's your name, bro? The one who's talking right now.
Mitchell.
Mitch, right?
Yeah.
So you're saying it's all a projection?
What?
What you see around you?
No, I don't think so. I think I'm more of an observer than a.
Well, how do you observe it, though? How is that? What's the source? What's the source? You know, how is it showing you to observe something? How are you observing something? You know?
With my senses.
Because your senses.
Yeah, with my senses. Yeah.
With your senses. So
interesting.
How does it formulate itself?
Cage,
through
what are you
cognition,
doing?
through consciousness.
Through your own mind, in a way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's a good point. I see what you're doing.
Yeah. You can agree with that, right?
Mm-hmm. I do.
All right, so it's all a projection of yourself, in a way.
In a way, yeah.
All right, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere.
Well, wouldn't that apply to everybody all the time?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. That's the whole fucking point of it.
So
how can
I don't
we
understand
manipulate that? You know, people.
I mean, so you're saying that if we look at it from a certain perspective, everything is solipsism.
That's not. I don't believe in solipsism or any of that. Yeah.
Define solipsism, then.
It's pretty much thinking that nothing really matters at all because you have no control.
That nothing exists except for what you decide.
It's pretty much being a bitch.
It's
you can say it in many different languages. Being a bitch, solipsism.
Okay.
Fuck that.
It's the worldview that you decide what is real and not, basically. So.
No, it's being a fucking bitch. That's what it's blaming other people for what you're put into.
I blame you, Cage, for all my problems.
Go ahead. I'd rather take the blame. You know,
good idea, man.
You can do it too. Blame Cage for your problems too.
Just blame me. I'll take the fucking burden.
Fuck you, Cage. I can't believe that you did this shit to me.
I'm sorry, man. It had to happen. It had to happen. But you're here right now, right? So what are you gonna do with it?
Gonna put you on a cross.
I don't think you are.
Try me. Do you double dog? Do you double dog, triple dragon dare me too?
Bro, did he take it down too?
I triple dragon dare you.
Because I've never been to Canada, but
Maybe you have to book a ticket.
They probably took it down as his doxing. I mean, it's literally point of view right out of his front door, so the front window within an apartment complex.
well, and EBT docs the shit out of him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they were trying to figure out where it was at, so they started looking around the Denver.
Bro, when you move too sick and shit, you're gonna get doxxed or whatever, you know. So.
But yeah, they I think that the agreement was to take them or make them private until like they talked to Tommy about it.
Okay.
Bro, he's alive, guaranteed. They resuscitated him and shit now. He's good. He got a little jammed up, whatever. A couple bruises, a couple fucking, you know what I mean? A couple scars. You'll be all right.
That's crazy, man. He's got 2,000 views on his last. You know, I was watching one of Truth or Cop's streams, man, and it went so off the rails, dude. It was ridiculous how just turned into like a fucking Jerry Springer show. It was insane.
Has anybody looked at the inmate roster in
Salty Simons is a savage. She's like, he's probably beating off in a casket by now. You're fucking sick.
What else would you do if you were trapped in a casket?
Punch it.
Oh, here we go. We got it on Crypto's channel. Crypto Alchemist still has it.
You know, Kill Bill. You know, Kill Bill when the bitch is put in the casket. She has that 1-inch punch through the casket and shit. I'd be doing that.
Of course, Burn Eye left it up.
She'd probably be masturbating too.
She probably flicked her bean here and there.
I was in the middle of watching London and Tommy and Paul going at it on London's from last night.
Here comes the accuser. Here comes the accuser. You guys should put on Golden Play the ring and just end it. Just go to the boxing ring and end it. No. Both those divisions are over, and this dude doesn't deserve to fucking stand before me. And like him and Snafu share the same thing. If either of them appear before me like the prize in Denver, I will end them.
I don't want to hear him, bro.
Total madness.
If he's dead, leave him dead, bro. I want to hear him.
Oh, come on, man, with that talk, it's not okay.
He'll be back. There's no getting rid of this fucking guy. I'll tell you that.
You're probably right in that.
Restreaming this beauty to my channels now, because well, shout out to Tommy living in the ghetto. It looks like it's Venezuela, but no, this is Colorado. This is happening outside Tommy's cardboard windows or something like that. As he stated, they were not brick when he
What in the world?
Pop's ass because
I got unsubbed too. What the fuck, man?
Take him into custody.
There's been some weird shit going on lately over here. I'll tell you that.
I wish
I want to put a pass on anything.
I mean, that literally looks like a cell block. I mean, how depressing is that fucking apartment? It looks like a damn cell block. Like Honduras or Venezuela, no? Yeah, 100%. Third world, for sure.
Oh, damn.
It does definitely have a cell block feel to it.
Yeah, definitely, and I've felt the same way before watching, you know, because he's shown his complex before. And I think one time he was on my stream, he showed like the outside too and whatnot. So I got a kind of a good look for it. But yeah, it does kind of have that vibe. I mean, and he says he's so rich and all this nonsense. I'm like,
I can't believe he lives in a place like that.
Flagged, for one time, Tommy, I was on here, he flagged himself with a fucking submachine gun and pointed it at.
But how are you going to scream all night long on panels like Tommy does and live in a place like that? Like his neighbors must want to kill him.
Yeah, maybe someone got too fed up with him. You know what I mean? That's the problem. Give people so many fucking chances and just ignore them. You know what I mean? Saying hopefully it never happened. Hopefully, you know, I'd always give it
Like you
another
said, shout out to
chance, but
Illumitomi keeping it real.
some people don't
Despite
have so
all
much
of his
patience.
Tesla stocks and crypto holdings, still holding it down in the Colorado ghetto.
I mean, that bitch's hair is like so ratchet. Like, like she's been on duty for like 4 straight days. Like, ain't even been home yet. Well, because she's staying with Mullet Cop, not letting her husband know. Hey, honey, I'm sorry, we've got a SWAT raid to do tonight. I won't be home. But
They're like, open the door. We just want to shoot your dog because we smell weed.
Behind, or
all I'm saying is this: this fucking Tommy guy better be dead. If he's not dead, he's gonna wish he was fucking dead after this.
I mean, damn, what's that? What's like a damn 20-inch fucking AR? What's he packing there?
Hey, shut your clapping Canadian head.
The long ass duty rifle.
Yeah, what do you?
You know, wish he was fucking dead after this.
Literally looks like a prison riot.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So those are cops on the other side of the complex there.
Too late.
Right. There's the panoptic on right here.
Just trying to get comfy.
Yeah, it's probably an 18-inch. You're right, Stephen David. It looks like an 18-inch.
It doesn't really seem like good policing,
long
though,
way.
to have a whole bunch of cops surrounding and pointing guns right into an apartment with a family inside of it.
She's fucked.
No doubt, right? Like,
probably not a good idea. Yeah.
So do they do a dynamic entry at some point, or do the people come out, or what?
no, it's still ongoing. Apparently, according to Tommy, his phone died, and now they are inside his unit, and he's locked in his bedroom with his dog, supposedly.
What the fuck? Are they going to go through the wall? Like, come on, Tommy. We need the insider info here, sir. Do I need to pull up? You know what? We could pull up the scanner radio.
Tommy has a
Mr.
standoff.
Cop, come on. What sort of cop are you, TC? Get on this.
Mr. Cop, pull up the scanner radio on this.
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to delete you, Lizzo. That was my fault. I was trying to give you a wrench, and I fucking deleted you. My apologies.
Yeah, I don't know. If I was that dude, Sergeant, that fucking haircut would not pass for me.
Real quick, he's a veteran, and we were already talking about this. I'm going to let him know that you can tune in your channel to watch from my window. Come on, Joe, shut up.
I'm talking to you now. Can you know how to find those links, EBT?
Obviously, it's nothing to do with
radio,
what the
only on the phone. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I have to do.
You guys are that retarded.
Got to fast forward back to.
What's his neighbor? What's the neighborhood?
It's Denver, Colorado. I know that's as far as I'm going. I don't know. He's made that very clear in the past.
Ghetto Cell Block, Colorado Penitentiary.
Let me grab my tripod.
I'll look for it. Denver metro area live audio feeds on Broadcastify. We have we got another count. I know he's in Aurora. I think is where he's at, right?
Yeah,
Aurora.
Yeah, because he always says that he was next to the Batman theater or whatever. I think.
That's funny.
Let's see. I don't know if I can listen to it at the same time.
Shout out to James Holmes.
Right? Stephen David, you got it. I can only imagine Tommy's grumblings as he's listening right now. What did he do? I don't even want to speculate on Tommy.
Why would the cops be in his apartment? Why would he let them in the apartment?
Not actually called on him.
Who said this? Who said that the cops went into his apartment? Was
I
that
have
in
no
the video?
idea. But listen, if someone wanted to get rid of Tommy, they would. I know the people that fucking run the game, bro. Tommy is alive.
Shut the fuck up, Cage, with
Tommy,
these obnoxious ass, fake ass
Tommy
brags.
is-
We know you don't know
Tommy
people
is
who run
alive.
the game. Nobody buys that.
What does
Cage.
that even mean? What does that mean?
I wish I did.
I don't know. Like the top Illuminati or whatever the fuck he thinks it means. But
You call it whatever you want.
look, real motherfuckers don't need to tell everybody that they're real motherfuckers.
I have nothing
But
at all.
apparently they
I'm
are now
definitely
in
not
his
real.
apartment unit, and he is locked in his bedroom with his dog.
Well, shout out to Cage.
Oh,
Shout out
that's a good thing.
to
Saying he's told his CrossFit many
EBT
times, but
and
never listens,
Crypto
but that
for.
means Tommy always has doxed himself many times.
Yeah, he does dox himself all the time.
I'm just saying,
Hey,
if
I've
they
done
wanted
it.
to fucking deal with
Right?
him,
If
they
Tommy
would have
stops
dealt with
posting
him a
himself,
long
there's always
time
that
ago.
possibility
It's
that
fucking
he's so smart he got
fine,
himself
bro.
arrested.
He's
I don't know
fine.
that.
Nobody's trying to deal with Tommy. They're dealing with the neighbor.
Right.
So why are people saying you got
You
fucking
aren't
killed
streaming
and
this
shit?
internet history to your
Oh
own
my
channel?
God.
Like,
Fucking
oh,
someone
Game of
call
Thrones, the
Tommy on it so you
beloved
talk
and like
shit
famous
and
thing ever on
annoy us
YouTube.
a
Like,
little more.
this could be the down
People love the drama, man. What do you want?
I was going through the
Fuck,
radio.
I'll deal with
I'm
all of
listening to
you
the radio in
one
the
by
background.
one.
Trying to
What
figure out
about
that. I think I found it.
Right? Like, how many standoffs could there be in
All of a
Denver?
sudden, Tommy's
They're
dead.
probably like,
Fuck
sir,
outta
what
here.
Yeah.
New America never.
is this light bulb on your car? Have you been smoking out of
Just
this
before this, a
light
couple
bulb,
weeks ago, I think
sir?
like 16 people shot him, like right near
What
Tommy.
now?
I was just saying that the cops, when they're in his apartment, probably like, what is this light bulb doing on your coffee table? Have you been smoking out of this light bulb, sir?
Oh my fucking gosh, dude. So apparently, yeah, I don't know if this is true, but Salty said that the last thing Tommy said after his phone died was that the cops were in his living room and he was locked in his bedroom with the dog. So I don't know if this
And
is
the
true or
gunshots were
not.
on the street.
And
Yeah, next I
Austin
heard that
said,
radio,
Austin said he saw him grab his gun while he's locked into his room with a dog.
Well, there was one
Probably
point where
alright.
where he just showed it. You know, he showed it, and I don't know. You know, I don't know. I don't know. His dumbass
He
literally
deserves
showed
to
it on
get-
the camera and made sure the whole thing
Hey.
was in frame.
So he deserves to get fucking shot then. Fuck him.
Oh, just
things go down to
stop talking.
Why do you like that, Cage?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up on my phone because the hot.
Why are
when
you
it's hot,
showing?
then it'll show you which one's hot.
You're asking for this shit. Like, what do you want?
I don't know what chat that is. Do you know the name? If not, please. Hold up.
Shout out Solar Marshall. Good to see you, brother. We got to do a stream soon.
I mean, why he doesn't have a charger in his room? I mean, come on, guy.
He did plug it in.
Not
or
a good
something,
idea.
But I guess it wasn't all the way plugged in or something. During that time, the police came into his house, according to him.
Claimed it wasn't working somehow, and then texted and has disappeared since. What's this all about? This is Illumitami is his YouTube channel name, and this is outside his apartment in Colorado. I know it looks like Venezuela or Honduras, but no, this is Denver, Colorado. Live standoff.
Yeah, I gotta know what the counties are there. I don't know what the counties in Denver are.
Oh, there's multiple counties. in Denver.
You're a live standoff.
I don't want to get too far down that way because the only reason I even said where he is because he's made it known many times.
Damn, dude. There's wow. There's fucking 10 counties in Denver. What the fuck?
Holy cow.
Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna be hard to track down.
Holy cow. Tommy, if you're listening, we need the updates, man.
Just give us a little bit of intel and we can put it together. Come on now.
Is it really that hard to find a police standoff in Colorado police radio? Like there's multiple going on? Or is
It's
this like
probably
something-
10 counties. There's 10 counties. Yeah, yeah. There's metropolitan Denver includes 10 different counties. So yeah, there's a lot of frequencies on that going on there.
All right. I want to look really quick here.
Say man shot Denver or something. You guys
Well, just go to the website. Denver Government Police Department, police records.
Tommy, 2023.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Yeah. How would I?
I told him not to flag himself with his own gun. And you're just asking for it.
Police
He
records.
had no
Okay.
fucking, he had no trigger discipline or barrel discipline. None.
How to order police records? No. What do you think? How would I go about finding?
Do you know where and like what part of Denver he lived in? You can search up Denver news and try seeing. It's probably they love pushing that shit. They'll probably be in there. Google fucking Denver news. See what pops up. Top news.
Type in Denver news standoff. Maybe that'll. Colorado man in hours-long Las Vegas. No. Colorado man.
Kidnapping.
But
Kidnapping
this says Las
charges.
Vegas. It says Las Vegas though. So
Maybe he's originally from Las Vegas.
here I'm gonna sort it by the past 24. Man arrested. Oh, Vegas. It's all about this. It's all about this Vegas thing. Unless there's a connection there where the guy maybe wasn't at his house, and he was in Vegas the whole time. I don't know.
Does
I don't know whatever happened with the guy.
Last name?
I don't know, but we're not doing any doxing here, so.
Okay, well, I mean, or put it in the private chat if you do. I can't search the inmate roster without at least a partial last name.
All right, I don't know if anybody has any intel. I mean, drop it in the private chat or something. I'm gonna go back to watching some of this nonsense. So, unless anybody has anything better to do, I'm curious to see what the fuck this is about.
Sometimes it does. Yeah, it usually does. I'm looking at it. Usually, if there's something popping off, you'll see where the most listeners are right now.
Hey, can y'all hear me? Hi.
Yeah, what's up, Cynthia?
Hey, give me a phone number and I'll call.
Shit, I don't even have a phone right now.
What, the
Not gonna
jail?
lie.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna call because I mean, anywhere like they're gonna know about a police shooting in the police department.
No one
Oh,
has him
true.
as number or something there.
Like to the police department.
I thought you meant me. I don't even have a fucking cell phone right now. So.
No,
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not positive that this is the right county for that he's in,
Right.
but I'm looking at Arapahoe County. You want the number?
Yes.
You said
I'll
you'll
put in-
rap a hoe. That's
okay.
pretty. I wouldn't want to give that
I'll
information.
rap a hoe.
You're gonna rap a hoe. Oh.
Rap a hoe, but with an a rap a hoe. Here. I'm
Okay,
putting
I
it in
didn't
the
even.
private chat. Hold on.
Okay.
I didn't even listen to Austin's advice. I don't want to say advice, but here I didn't even go to their Twitter. So let me go to their Twitter. I was just looking on Google. Denver PD Twitter. Here we go. Let's see.
But I really hope everyone's all right, bro. Fucking.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Okay, I'm gonna make a call. So give me 1 second, okay?
Okay. We're gonna do this live on the air.
Somebody's saying he's in Denver County.
Oh, he's locked.
Hey, Cynthia, that's not gonna be the right number.
Okay.
Is this
Whatever
fucking
number
load,
y'all think
or
is right.
to stay here like on a fucking retarded ass. What is going on here?
Tell them we're looking for fucking Tommy, Cynthia.
Don't go chasing.
Don't you worry about it. I got a whole script planned for this scenario.
You do?
Y'all want me to leave it on live?
I mean, I guess unless it's like, is there anything I should be worried about
No.
as far as I can do
No,
any like
I'll put him on
boxing here,
speaker.
right?
I just
They'll be
want to
like,
find out what
Daniel
happened.
Power, he's a registered sex offender who hasn't registered lately.
Oh,
so
No.
I shouldn't even laugh at that. That's not funny.
We should double tap him if that's the case. You know what I mean? If that's the case, we'll hit him
load,
again.
or is it just gonna stay on load like this? What is happening here? Fuck is the deal? It's fucking nonsense, man. All right, fuck this. This is just not working out here. I'm going back to this. You're gonna play the phone call though, Cynthia?
Yeah, I just need the phone number if you'll put it in the back chat.
okay, hold on.
All right, I'm gonna play this in the meantime. Let me know when.
Call the fucking feds. Call the feds wherever he's at. Cynthia will call him and be like, "Where's Tommy? Did he get killed?"
It's good to see I'm not the only one who wrenches everybody. Crypto Alchemist and I have that in common. Shout out to Burn Eye, Mind's Eye, Burn Eye, Third's Eye, Mind Science guy, or whatever the fuck. I forget how to say it. I'm gonna play some more of this.
Yeah, that could be possible. I gotta switch to my other headset.
This is Colorado, Southeast Center, Denver. But this is rerun. We're still waiting for an update from Tommy, so we're rerunning through this again.
You should have pointed the gun.
Yeah, the Adams County one is the most one that's been listened to on standard radio, but
you know what?
It doesn't appear there's any
Cynthia,
traffic at the moment.
instead of
Might be keeping the
here,
channel
let
clear.
me.
Not that one?
Let me change the last four numbers. Hold on. 3.
Okay.
All right.
I can pull that up. I can pull that up.
All right, I'm gonna make the call now.
Yeah, put it on speaker. Let's hear it.
Okay, well, y'all gotta turn off that stuff.
Yeah, everyone mute. Let's call. Let's find this shit up.
Hang on, let me put my coughing dog up. Go to your car.
It was after McLevin's stream, Heidi.
So it would have happened last night.
Yeah, it was last night. Yep.
Yeah, of course, Flow State has to change it to 3600. God damn it, Flow State.
What now?
Look at the last fucking 4 digits of the number you have to change it to in the private. 3600. Come on, bro.
Oh wow.
All right.
Now that's just like fucking
I'm
insult.
calling now.
Be quiet, Cage.
Good luck with that.
Can y'all hear?
Turn it up.
Yeah, turn it up. Yeah, we hear it.
Okay.
Shut up, Cage.
Mute Cage. He'll bust in and try to take over. Okay, they're not answering.
Bro, how the feds not gonna answer? Give it a minute.
They're not answering. Want me to try the other number?
Flow State fucked up the number. That's why.
Cage, you find the number.
Oh, Flow State sent it? Oh, it's jacked up. I'm going to try the other number.
The first one that Flow State sent?
Oh, never mind.
Where is Tommy? And yes, I am Canadian. Sorry, I'm Canadian. So
I've got multiple feeds in my ear. I'm looking at different. Like I feel like a real truther cop right now.
Let me know if you hear anything you need to plug music.
Apparently, Tommy in his apartment now, but it was his neighbor. Yes, Tommy could literally be getting beaten by the cops right now as we speak, and that is why he is not giving us updates. It could be true. Tommy could be getting beaten or under arrest and detainment, and why we don't know how it ended. We will see.
Oh, I got two Bluetooth. I had the wrong headpiece.
Two Bluetooth.
But that, Rusty, I don't need to repeat Molson's slogan. It's the beer out here. I drink Kokanee. Okay, I am Canadian, but I don't have to support Molson. You savage shit beer.
Kokanee. All right, I'm gonna check local news.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Or Twitter feeds too. Music.
All right, I'm calling. I found a number.
There's a large police presence in the 1300.
You have reached the City and County of Denver's Department of Safety Communications Division. If you have an emergency, hang up and dial 911. Para instrucciones en español.
I found another number if that doesn't work too.
You have reached the City and County of Denver's Department of Safety Communications Division. If you have an emergency, hang up and dial 911. Para instrucciones en español, oprime 1. Due to staffing and other limitations, you may experience a wait. Please reserve 911 for life safety or emergency.
Dial the 7. Dial the one I put in the private. That'll connect you to fucking Tommy.
All right, I'm going to try that one now.
Yeah. Play this one. It's the 4.
Wait, did Flow State? Oh, Cage sent that.
7,000. Be like, where the fuck is Tommy? You guys think you could? Look.
You have reached the Colorado Springs Public Safety Communications Center. If this is an emergency, hang up and dial 911. For faster.
Press 0. Just press 0. It'll take you right to somebody if you press 0.
Okay, I press 0.
You have reached the Colorado Springs Public Safety Communications Center. If this is an emergency, hang up and dial 911. For faster and more convenient online reporting options, as well as finding answers to many frequently asked questions, please visit our website at www.coloradosprings.gov/police. Here you can report many nonviolent crimes with no named suspects, as well as many neighborhood complaints such as traffic issues, abandoned vehicles, and illegal camps. For more detailed information regarding online services, press 1. To hear information on how to counter-report a non-injury traffic accident, press 2. To obtain information on a previously reported case or accident report, or information regarding
Press
fingerprints,
3.
press 3. For information on how to
Oh my
contact
gosh.
animal law enforcement regarding aggressive animals or barking dogs, press 4.
Press 3. Maybe we need 4. Who knows? You know, we have some aggressive dogs.
All right, I pressed 3.
If you are calling about a previously reported case or accident, press 1. If you are
Press-
calling for information about fingerprint services, press
Just press 1. Press 1.
Okay.
If you need to find out what your
Oh,
Get a hold of someone. We're looking for Tommy.
call our records department at
Okay.
719-444-7463. If you need to obtain a copy of your case or accident report, go to
So this wasn't good.
www.coloradosprings.gov/police. Then click the service
They're gonna keep looping you into nonsense.
on the left side.
He's not. The Denver County inmate roster does not include anyone with Tom who fits that.
Can't
his
find a
description.
Tom.
There's no Thomases in Denver County that were arrested last night.
Well, if he's
What about-
dead,
what
would
about-
they
what
arrest
about
him?
Killed? You can't arrest
Oh,
a dead
I
person.
mean, fair point. If he was dead, then you'd think that there would be mention of it in some news story somewhere.
God damn it.
Hi, yes, my name is Cynthia, and I'm actually calling from Texas, and this is going to sound peculiar, but I promise it's true. We have like an online YouTube community, and one of the guys on YouTube was like barricaded in his apartment last night, and he showed the police outside of his window, and nobody's heard from him, and his live's no longer up. So we were wondering, was there any incidents last night where a Caucasian male was shot by the police department? And if you don't know, is there a way we could find out?
His name's first name Tommy something. We don't know.
His first name, we just know by Tommy is his first name. I would say he's about mid-30s, you think, guys? Early,
Mid to
late?
late.
Yeah, mid to late 30s, a white guy.
Late to early 40s. Late
Yeah, and
30s,
he
early
on
40s.
his live, he showed his apartment and he showed the police surrounding his complex and them knocking on the door. So we're kind of worried about him today. No, we don't. This is just stuff we saw on YouTube, so we don't know. Is there any police shooting last night that you know of, or how can we find this information out?
Or if it's like a bail, can we bail the guy out? Like, you know.
Okay. All right. So you're not aware. Is there anybody else we could call that would be aware? Or are you the guy?
Well, here in Denver,
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Mariposa Apartments.
Go ahead.
Mariposa Apartments. They were close.
Right. Okay. Well, we just wanted to make sure he was alive because we have checked the jail records and we haven't seen anything with his name. So we were trying anything we could. All righty. Well, I appreciate your help. Thank you.
Just say we're just worried about the friend, you know. I'm worried about a friend.
All right. Well,
They're
he said
fucking
that
talking shit.
he said that there was no officer involved shooting, but he can't just say if there was an incident where they had to.
What if someone else dealt with him before the officers got there? You know, who knows?
What?
But I'm just saying, like, where's the Mariposa? What did you say, Flow State? The Mariposa something?
Not doing it again. Not doxing any more than that.
All right. Well,
Since we're off the phone now, it doesn't matter.
Well, you tried. That was very professional, Cynthia. Good job.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Listen, if y'all think of anything else, I'm down to try because Tommy and I are supposed to have an internet dinner. All right. I'll see you guys.
Everyone.
Bye-bye.
Well, that's fucked up. If that's the case, Fred, they're not going to get away with this shit. That's fucked up.
Are you going to talk to the people who run shit?
Yeah, we'll talk to them. The people in charge.
It's good to know that I'm. Hold on, I got a call.
I wonder why. The people in charge are calling.
Is this your powerful friends, Cage? God damn it.
Yeah. Answer the phone.
Block, West Mississippi, barricaded suspect. Okay, I found it.
You found it already?
Yeah.
Drop the link in the back.
The Twitter is at Denver Police.
Okay, hold on, I'll pull it up. At Denver Police.
Yeah, they're saying everybody should shelter in place in the area until further notice. This was 1 hour ago that it's posted.
Oh yeah, 13. Yeah, I see it. We'll see. This might be the one. I think
I fucking knew it. They knew it was fucking.
I can't even tell. That's the most messed up part. It's like frozen.
He better
Wait.
not hurt anybody else.
My bad. Was I muted that? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Damn it.
He better-
Was I
he
muted that
fucking
whole time
told
when
me
I
you
was
hurted
just
anybody,
talking?
bro. You better
Was I
not
just-
hurt anybody. You were
Shut
muted.
up,
yeah.
Cage, for a fucking second. Jesus Christ. Was I just muted a minute ago when I was talking?
Yes, man. You're going in 1.5 speed now. With your fucking speaking.
I'm always in a faster speed, sir. Oh, it looks like Mr. Jack is live. Well-being Wednesday. If we don't use reasoning to overcome our emotions, then our emotions will overcome our reasoning. Well said, Jack. Well said. But we're going to watch some more of this.
I gotta look into this fucking shit.
Come on. Come on.
We're gonna sue them for Tommy's
This
death.
was 1 hour ago
and
that
use
it
it
Oh
to-
yeah, 13. Yeah, I see it. We'll see. This might be the
I
one.
mean, we
use
might
it
have
for
to,
the
dude.
truth
We
community.
we
We're
might
gonna
have
sue
to.
the fuck out of them.
Thinking,
Now, this is
I can't even tell. That's the most messed up part. It's like frozen. Hang on,
this is
can you see
pain
screen?
and suffering
Twitter?
for Cage, bro.
No, it's still
No.
on
We're
Beauty
getting
Place.
sued.
Here, stop trying.
Now order DoorDash to there. Good call.
Okay, 1300 block, West Mississippi, Denver.
Me
I'm
use your blog
locating right now.
against you, bro. You're getting sued, bro. Pain and
I'm locating
suffering.
right now. Let's see here. Denver.
Stop screen.
It looks like it's the Mariposa Apartments. Is the name of the apartment complex?
Hold on. We could be getting critical information about Tommy.
Yes, Mariposa Apartments, Denver, Colorado. The address is 1295 10th Avenue, Denver, Colorado.
1295
Yep,
10th Avenue, Colorado. There you go.
All right, so anyone out there that wants to
So
order?
why don't you call back? Why don't we call back and ask about that
Yeah, located.
address that I just said?
I'm doing some serious work. This is the stuff I love. This is what I live for here.
DVD, what are you dropping it 7,000 times?
That's YouTube doing. That's StreamYard. Fucking. I live for StreamYard.
10th Avenue, 1597 10th Avenue.
Oh, so there was a Denver PD post about a large police presence in, while officers worked to contact a wanted suspect believed to be barricaded.
Now it says 1300 Bick West, Mississippi. This is what throws us off, right? The fuck.
Oh, well, that's cool. They have a nice thing at the bottom there to a nice
Hopefully,
wooden.
if he jumped, that would catch his fall.
Dude, why do you say unnecessary, stupid shit? That's just unnecessary and stupid. I don't get it.
That's exactly what you were thinking.
No, it's not actually. I actually didn't think that. Ironically.
Ironically, you probably did, unknowingly.
Non-ironically, I didn't think that. Let me see here.
Now we have the actual fucking address here.
Yeah, I guess we just kind of doxed him there. But hopefully he doesn't mind. It looks like Tommy joins the stream, so I'm trying to skip forward.
How convenient that the golf courses line up in the same exact way.
What are you barricaded?
Okay, analyzing for hooters. This is a bulletproof theory that I have. Okay.
He's looking the shot.
Just go through franchises. Random franchises until you find the pentagram.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to try your golf, the digital golf one, whatever that comes.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, the golf courses line up.
How are we ignoring? How far is this from the Denver airport? How are we ignoring all the fucking history there? The fucking demon statue.
I think Denver's
maybe there's an underground tunnel from Dick Lake to Denver Airport.
I bet there's one from Tommy's backyard.
I'm going to analyze the distance between Tommy's apartment and Denver Airport. I think we're going to get some kind of
allegedly
Kabbalistic number here.
Tom, the prayers from Mr. Snafu.
Mouse from Tom.
Why can't you see this fucking guy's face right now? It's like a shadow.
Oh man.
What are you talking about? It's the back of his head.
What is he looking at?
That's what it's like.
Tommy's looking out his window at the SWAT at someone else's door that was getting barricaded, dude.
Oh, how convenient. 33 miles from Tommy's apartment to the Denver International Airport.
33.
Very odd indeed.
Tommy naughty confirmed.
Fucking weird as shit.
Holy cow.
We need Agent Smith up in here for those number analysis.
Whoa. Don't get too far into this. Comments on the Denver Airport tab. Somebody's already put freaking naughty things in there. But
Kallenbach, you owe me a pop. We said that at the same time.
Who else you pop? Who said what? Denver Airport.
We need Agent Smith.
Oh, dude. Yeah, Smith, where you at, bro?
Salty Sound. Take a phone number from 1 to 100.
I got the Illuminati confirmed here.
You're summoning Agent Smith out of the ether to come analyze the
right there. 33.8 miles from Tommy's apartment to the Denver International Airport.
Tom from Tom and Jerry's specifically, allegedly in this writing reality game of something.
Motherfucker is part of the program.
Not sorry. He said it several thousand times himself. But I genuinely maybe if he doesn't appear by the end of this, we'll say a little prayer for Tommy. Or is Tommy in heaven? Well, let's not get into that.
This is the very last bit of footage we had before it cut off. I didn't see this yet. Still, I just played out and started myself up. So this is the last bit before we had Tommy cut out.
Here's full schizo conspiracy. What if Tommy called the SWAT on his neighbor just to make the drama to film it, only to then brandish what he did intentionally to get back in because he likes prison life better? Because Tommy is thug life.
He didn't do anything illegal. There was nothing illegal that I saw. It was a wild scene.
I saw nothing.
The numbers are all there, Kallenbach clip collection. The numbers are all there. This is straight up hoax. This is a false flag that we're witnessing in real time.
Is Tommy the director of this false flag?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. That's the conspiracy.
The numbers don't lie. We just saw that it's from Tommy's apartment to the Denver International Airport is 33 miles. I mean, how are you going to deny these facts?
Bro, let me just say that if Tommy's alive, if Tommy's still alive, I'm going to kill him.
I think Kallenbach, will you do a digital session if Tommy is in jail? Will you talk to DG for on Tommy's behalf? Start the free Tommy movement.
Give me a minute. I got to make a call.
Did you see that? The very last bit. The camera just kind of cuts. Nothing. No updates yet. Kallenbach. Kallenbach.
Right.
Tommy.
Where you at, Tommy?
Just not Tommy to not at least get his neighbor's phone to comment in. Didn't he pause at one point to yell at his neighbor to watch on your YouTube channel?
Salty Siren thinks she's been in my mind. Yeah.
Denver
recap. We had
Good
Illuma
luck with
Tommy
that.
show up on Truth or Cop stream earlier, and
I'm gonna leave,
there was
though.
a
I'm gonna
SWAT
go
team
on
outside
Tau
Tommy's
Talks.
cardboard walls of a complex that looks like it's from Venezuela or Honduras.
I'm gonna
but it is in
probably merge with
downtown
him at
Colorado.
some point.
He was in
Okay, guys,
filming.
hold on. Let me share the screen again here real quick.
Tommy's phone died live while on stream. Then he came back momentarily in the comments claiming that the cops had entered his apartment and he was locked in his bedroom with his dog. And that was at least an hour, if not an hour and a half ago. And we have not heard from him since. Thus, we are praying for Tommy's safety. And any of you feeling compelled enough to start a Free Tommy movement, well, good luck with that.
Okay, so 33 miles from Tommy's apartment to Denver International Airport. Wouldn't you know it? It's Denver Fire Department Station 33 there.
Oh my
33
God.
miles is the
Oh
33.
my
And that looks like a 3 there too.
Damn.
Oh, wow.
Well, do you know what happened though?
Confirmed.
Well, when I googled Denver Airport conspiracy on YouTube, this popped up. First video. Illuminati lizard people in Lucifer, the history of the Denver Airport conspiracies. So let's watch the professional information here for a moment. See what we can garner.
Symbols hidden in plain sight. Underground
Hidden in plain sight.
for a reptilian overlord and a demonic-looking blue stallion that, well, actually did technically kill
Tommy right there.
Oh, plus an Andy Ann's pretzels.
Tommy's
No,
dad.
the Denver International Airport isn't just the biggest airport in the United States. It's a hotbed for some of the most batshit bonkers conspiracy theories on the internet. Make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in their upright and locked positions, and place your tinfoil hats securely on your heads. February 28, 1995. The Denver International Airport officially opens at a sprawling 53 square miles. It's America's largest airport, but it's already raising dumb suspicions among the dumb and suspicious. The airport was years behind schedule, billions of dollars over budget, and some locals argue the Stapleton International Airport, less than 16 miles away, was perfectly fine and did not need replacing. It's almost like it was built for a reason. You know, other than offering cheap flights to Bermuda. By the mid-2000s, local papers report some bubbling conspiracy theories around the airport. And by 2010, ex-wrestler and former Minnesota Governor Jesse Ventura stokes the fire with an episode of his aptly titled True TV show Conspiracy Theory.
Oh, you know, here's the name
Suddenly,
too.
the conspiracies in the Mile High City are more prominent than Peyton Manning's forehead. Let's dig into some of the facts here. Theory 1. One of the most visible pieces of quote-unquote evidence of something nefarious at DIA is the runway itself. From a bird's eye view, believers contend the pattern is a swastika, giving aliens, who are also...
I'm sorry, right now I have to counter her point right now. She's about to say that swastikas aren't somehow a big deal because she's probably some sort of
NATO's buildings SS as well, you know, like that's Nazi Illuminati confirmed.
You know, the Navy SEALs on their base in Coronado in California used to have a swastika-shaped building as well. And people found it through Google Maps, and then there was a big uproar, and they made them tear it down.
Was that video made by Snopes by chance?
It sounds like a Snopes kind of thing. My wife was literally just there at the airport. She got her flight in Houston got canceled, and then it got rerouted to go to Denver. I was like, "Oh my God, you're going to Denver? I need you to take pictures of everything." And she got there, and she's like, "This looks like just an airport. What the fuck are you talking about?" She's like, "You're fucking crazy. There's nothing here for me to see."
She clearly did not see the blue horse with red Tommy eyes, nor did she gain
Well,
access
that's
to
the
the
thing.
underground tunnels.
The place is so fucking big that like it's really hard to get around and see all the shit that's there.
Yeah, she probably didn't have the ties on the Tommy like we did tonight.
Right.
This reveals a lot.
Oh, we really uncovered some deep truth here for sure.
Can we replay the segment of his interaction with the officers before the mobile phone died? The part where he was informing the officers about some information on the perpetrators.
Let me pull it up.
Okay, I'm analyzing again. I'll be back.
But like in actual here, is this a LARP or do I need to make this private afterwards? Because you know, Tommy has threatened many different person over.
He knew what he was doing.
Okay, hold on, guys, hold on. I got to share screen here. I got to share screen here. I just uncovered some major gravy. Here we go. Denver International Airport, top of the swastika. Look, those are tailings from underground. They're still digging the tunnels, y'all. Look, those are tailings from digging tunnels.
Still digging.
They call that the Southwest Airlines Technical Operations. Okay, sure. Why is your airline company digging underground, and why are all these tailings being brought to the surface here? Very suspicious. Look at the megaliths that are in the back of this truck. Holy shit.
Right?
Look at the size of the rocks in the back of this truck. Holy shit. What is going on there?
Maybe they're dissecting an underground pyramid complex.
Very possible.
Yeah, you never know.
What in the world?
What in the world? Did Tommy get abducted by the Men in Black, BLM, Bureau of Land Management? Did they take him?
Very possible.
Very strange. How long has it been?
Oh, yes. Yeah, Elon's Boring Company. Direct ties to Tommy, and his riches came from Elon Musk. Stop.
So this is probably a few more minutes and just right before, but I assume that you said earlier, why were they in there? I assume that to breach through the wall, perhaps?
All right. What? Why would they just go through the front door as opposed to going through one apartment's wall to another?
Well, they do that shit, though. They literally do that shit, so. I mean, they'll tear motherfuckers' entire, like, walls down in their houses just for a barricaded suspect.
Destroyer. While he was standing behind the police. While he stood behind them.
Was the door open? Let's...
But I know why he did it. He was calling Carl out. It was really funny. But then I realized, like, fucking 10 minutes later, I was like, oh my gosh, this will be twisted so bad. Where's that?
Yeah, let's watch like the last 5 or 10 minutes of it or something.
Yeah.
Or how do you search the is it the Twitter feed or is there an actual police scanner feed that has the live standoff?
Yeah, I don't know, but we couldn't find the scanners earlier, but Twitter feed, it's falling asleep. Nobody's doing anything over there. Let's have a different update on their main page. Oh, shooting. Oh, no, Lord. No, the 400 block of Chambers Road, there was a shooting immediately following us.
What?
Yeah.
Right next to this. Where? How
I don't
far?
know. I don't know.
Where's EBT? EBT, we need to map this shit.
4,000 block Chambers Road.
We got 4,000 block Chambers Road. Okay, analyzing. Sorry, I was in the Gematrinator trying to run the numbers on this, but yeah, let me get back in the maps. Analyzing now.
Analyzing.
The 4,000 block. Say again, 4,000 block Chambers Road. Okay, copy. Analyzing.
One victim was located and transported to the hospital. Injuries appear to be non-life-threatening. Investigation is ongoing. Officers are working to develop suspect information.
Copy that. Locating. 4,000 Chambers Road, Colorado. Yeah, that looks closer. That's closer to the airport.
So probably a different shooting.
Yes, yeah, it's on the other side of town.
Denver's. There's no way he doesn't, but we'll have that discussion later, I guess.
Indeed.
Nobody contributed to it, man.
And there's been several people.
It was 100% panel decided.
Himself all the time, or his side streets or something.
Oh, he says it all the time. Something sounds good. You got a stream from there?
Yes, sir. Shambhala Music Festival. It's gonna be epic.
Is that where they got freaking Flight of Conchords?
No, it's a giant like long rave. Lots of EDM. It's kind of like Burning Man, only in a forest, a Canadian hippie mountain town.
Sounds like a rainbow gathering.
Pretty much. I think Sasquatch, Bigfoot, probably nocturnal. They maybe can like dash or like attack sprints faster than human eye movement can catch. Maybe like the geckos and stuff like that. Who knows? Definitely nocturnal.
Enslaved by claims. Let's go.
Apparently, enslaved by claims being docked by EBTX. JG in the house.
Oh my gosh. Y'all go subscribe to Illuminati for an update. I'm sure that's going to be the exclusive.
Exclusive Illuminati update coming from Colorado jail cell block number 4. Floor, 33rd apartment. 4th floor, 33rd apartment. 33 miles from fire department. 33 miles from Denver, Colorado airport. Illuminati confirms. Shout out Dustin. Bushwhacking history in Buffalo. Praying it's not flooding where you're at there, Dustin. Apparently lots of rain over there. How's it where you are, Truther? How's the weather?
It's been raining a lot.
It's been raining a lot. Yeah, it's still filled with smoke in the sky.
Yeah.
I think
can't
we're
really tell right
gonna.
now. It's been so cloudy the last couple of days, but it was for a moment.
I think we're gonna segue here to Mr. Taka. Might do a merger.
Who do I think the Tartarians were? I think they were most likely the like Siberian, Asian, South like Northeast Asia, Europe area of people.
No surprise there, Austin.
Yeah. Maybe some giants left over in that area, the original Tartarians. Who knows?
Could be. I'm taking it. Tommy's definitely not coming back on tonight.
Right. So flooding in New York, more near Vermont border.
What do you guys think? Should I merge panels or should I keep the integrity of the stream, even though it's already gone way off with this Illuminati missing deep dive? Could have left it with the legal lawful knowledge at the beginning there. But yeah, what do you guys think? Should I try to merge with Talcott or should I leave that for Paul? That's his area of expertise.
And as much as it hurts me to say this, praying for Tommy's safety and freedom, as it, he does have some sociopathic tendencies, if we're being honest. And I just don't see a 4 or 5 hour stream about Tommy that he's been absent for 2.5 hours, the last 2.5 hours. And his last words were, "The police have entered my apartment. I'm locked in my bedroom with my dog."
It's a good idea, Heidi.
Apparently, Pedro was home. He was blasting music, supposedly. Like, didn't Tommy say that also in the comments or something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he read his comments from Heidi. I just saw that police were there and he couldn't stream. I mean, obviously he gets to the phone. Oh my god. All right. I'm gonna get out of here, man. Good to see you, Brian.
All right, brother. One love. I'm gonna end it here then on my channel finally. One love, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Pray for Tommy. Have a good night. Much love.
Take care.
All right, let's see what Jack's talking about here. I don't know why PBS came up as an autoplay recommendation type of thing, but okay. Okay then.
Could be that. That's it's like anyone could be anything.
Well, amen. So by whatever professionals or
internet
the spirit of Wetico or the mass formation, people are getting
very confused about what is and is not real. It's my opinion that we are here. You know what? My experience, it's time to take God seriously. It's time to take life seriously, not debts and not arguments.
You see this drink, Jack?
This isn't geared towards you, Jack. This is just
It's an aloe drink, and look, you can look here on the small letters. With energy, there's 418 kilojoules per serving of energy. I mean, you know about the aloe?
Mhm.
If you get your hands on this shit, drink it.
Why is Cage?
It's like he's incapable of being an adult.
Right.
He drifted off. Cynthia, you were going to say something, I thought.
That the
but yeah.
disappointment wasn't geared towards you, but that's great. That's great that you have faith in the connection with your
Jack alone, Cynthia,
self
you pompous
is
bitch.
always a good.
Don't be a pompous bitch, Cynthia. I love you. But don't make fun of Jack. Hey, leave Jack alone.
Everyone is. We can have fun with each other, but we don't need to jump to the insults, please.
No,
right?
I'm saying I don't think that's what she is, but I think she could be that. Just like anyone could be anything.
Well, amen. So any of us, all of us, could become enlightened beings. We could all become spirit in nature. We can all grow and develop. We could all be versions of the Christ.
Can you show it right now, reality?
Reality is not real. Only God is real.
But can you manifest it into this reality that we're in?
That is what I'm trying to find a way to bring out. Yes, Cage. I'm trying to find, how do I coax it out? What do I
You don't have
do?
to coax it out.
Well, people, yes and no. What I think is people don't realize the inner freedom and the inner peace that is available, because in order to receive it, you've got to dismantle and dissolve the egoic structure. It's scary because that's what the ego is. It's the persona that we feel protects us, but it keeps us separated from each other, and it keeps us separated from the divine. Because if we follow the logic through, that there is one essence of energy from which all form emerges, and our science calls it ether or whatever. If we can accept that we all come from the same source of energy and creation, then there is no separation from us and that source of energy and creation. Our skin.
What if I don't come from that same source of energy and creation? Then what?
You come from the same imagination.
Imagination is quote unquote everything, right? What do you think you are, Einstein over here? Get out of your imagination, brother.
Dude,
what about it's something more sick than that? It's like this. You know, my mother told me. My mother is like she's like a genius, pretty much. She's always been obsessed with books and libraries and all this kind of stuff. And you know what she told me? The only one Cage I'd ever fear. I wouldn't fear any of the characters. I'd fear the author. You know what I mean? You have to watch out for the author.
Well, the author reveals the truth. So if we stay focused on the truth, we can have a better approach. But here, this world and what I'm seeing, Cage, I think many people may see it too in these truth communities or wherever. It's human nature when we learn information, knowledge is power, right? Truth is powerful. And so the ego, the limited ego, will learn a little bit of knowledge and make itself feel strong.
Yeah, I respect the
real
author,
arrogant.
Jack. And
Okay, so the description here is, welcome and thank you for those who are exploring these adventures with Jack Talcott. I hope to have fun while sharing some observations on life that may be helpful for others at this time of history. The stream will begin with some continuing conversations about our human experience with hopes to share some of my faith. After initial commentary, the panel will open and the stream will flow with the energies and participants that the universe might bring. A link to participate in the conversations will likely be pinned in the chat once the streaming begins, so feel free to join if able. Orderly, encouraging, and helpful conversations are welcomed. For those who wish to connect with Jack, there's hashtags down there. Hashtag God, love, peace, panel, freedom. Some good hashtags there. Hashtag consciousness. Chats with Jack, live without fear, Talcott time. He's really coming up on that hashtag game.
someone in the comments asking who is
Guess
the
I'll
author?
merge. Guess I'll merge with
Who
Jack.
is your author, Jack?
I call it God, the infinite force, the most high, the Godhead, whatever.
Do you think you're kind of a co-author to it in a way, in your own
I am-
sphere of reality?
Hey, yes, I see us. We have one author, and we are all the narrators. We narrate our own life to ourselves, and we tell others the stories that we want to share. So, what about you? Can you agree with that? There's one author, and we're the narrators because we are co-creating.
I think you're your own author in your own sphere of reality in a way, but it does almost like a bubble how they go into each other and create more geometric forms. The more that are added to it, it's like it kind of reality overlaps on itself in a way, and it's like an electromagnetic hologram, if you want to call it that. And we're all co-creating something. And if you can get the masses to believe in something subconsciously, then there you go. That's what we all point to as reality. So it's all an illusion, right? Like we can shape it. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's the paradox. We really have little control, but the other part of that is we control the entirety of our experience within. Well, that's not true. We don't control the entirety, but we do and don't have control. So what it comes down to is if we can recognize that we are the awareness of the being, we are the awareness of the thoughts, the awareness of the desires. But if we use responsible, loving awareness, we'll avoid allowing ourselves to follow temptation, to hurt others, to take when it's not ours.
Why would you hurt someone else if you're not hurt yourself? Only hurt people hurt people.
Amen. But we got a lot of people who hide their hurt well. They present as nice
They say you're
people.
terrible. They say everything like that. But you know what? Actions speak louder than words. People can act a certain way. Well, let's see what they're going to do. All right, let's see how they're going to act within this sphere, this reality, the Malkuth, the kingdom, as they call it, the bottom of existence, and the Kabbalah. You know, and they call it the Malkuth. So how are they going to act in that? Are they really? You know, a lot of people want a bunch of things, but don't act like they really do. That's the funny part.
Well, yes, go ahead, Cynthia.
Jack, thank you. I'm gonna be on my best behavior when it comes to Cage. Again, tell me if I go too hard.
I'm ready for it.
I'm gonna share.
That's a good point, Sunshine.
Because I hear you talk about the hurt.
Where's Tommy? Where's Beth?
And it's something I just kind of did a live on, and it was the story of one time that there's a bird. He was flying, and it got so cold that he froze and fell to the ground. And as he lied there dying, a cow came and took a shit on him. And then the shit just warmed him up, and he was so happy that he started singing that he was defrosting. And about that time, a cat heard his singing and came along and wiped off the feces and then ate him. And so the moral of the story is everybody who takes a dump on you isn't your enemy, and everybody that helps you isn't your friend. So sometimes I just kind of I just don't know if I'm in a different part of the self journey, but I'm at the part where I try to see things through other people's eyes. And I try to understand, like, are they in a hurt position and they're just, you know, like someone who's drowning, you're just grasping for anything and you end up.
Well, that's the point, Cynthia.
Oh my God, Cage, can you just
but Cynthia, I agree with you.
Learn that. Can you just learn when to come in?
No, I agree with you, Cynthia. You won't care at a certain point. You won't care who wipes their brow opposed to the person who's shitting on you at the same time. You won't care. You know what I mean? As long as someone gives you what you need, that's all you need. That's it. People can play that game. You know? You're not going to care the person that wipes your brow on the brink of death to the person who's shitting down.
You little dipshit. Like, you don't even understand the concept of when you can build off that conversation if you learn the art of timing, and that you lack it. Do you have autism? Like, that's a legitimate question because you lack awareness.
No, I do it on purpose.
Okay, so you're just
I'm very adept at awareness.
You don't want to see growth. And that's what I've noticed a lot of times, Jack, is that you and Paul and other channels that I've been on will have conversations that promote growth and healing. And
I'm not going to go along
with somebody that wants to throw it off because they're afraid of it. And they want, you know how like.
No, do I have Asperger's?
You know how like sometimes like people.
I'm the Rain Man, bitch.
Down, so they want to hold everybody else down. I think the Cage is a perfect example of that.
You really think so? You really think I'm actually trying to hold you down and go against you? You really think that deep down inside? I thought you're supposed to have woman's intuition. You really think Cage is trying to hold you down and fuck with you and put you down? No, I know for a fact no one thinks that. I guarantee it. Because you know for a fact.
Hey, Cage, I'm not sure what would be most helpful here, but I'm seeing you two actually don't have a lot of disagreements, but what I'm seeing is two very different
over and over again, right, Jack? Same thing.
What's that?
Over and over and over and over and over and over.
Well, Cage, you do have a pattern. Cage, you've got a pattern to you as well. Okay. As you know, we attract the personalities and the energies that are intended.
Cage is a hater.
Well,
I'm not a hater.
No.
I love you. I want you to do better than any. Cynthia, you're like family, okay?
Cage is trying to hurt you. He's trying to hinder
No,
your growth. He don't
no,
want you to grow, Jack.
Don't be a
actually,
Makoto, Cynthia.
I see Cage with a similar, in a distinct, in a similar way to what Paul does. It's a tough love. It's kind of in your face, and it's a way of presenting truth.
Oh, it's in your
but
face. And your
truth is
ear.
really, it is the only thing that is
I'm
important.
nothing like Paul or any of that. I have my own
You
style.
have,
And
you
when
have
I'm always here
clarity.
for you. I'm here. As soon as you think I'm not, I'm right there for you to put you back up. You know what I mean?
I see. I believe that, and I actually think Paul's the same way, at least with me.
I'm like that with everybody. It doesn't really matter who they are or what they are, or if I can benefit off them or use them as a joke, right? Either way, I'd rather look at myself like the joke and still help others.
Nope. Hey, Cage and Cynthia, here. What I heard you saying, you're developing, you're working on improving,
Kabbalah.
growing your ability of awareness. It helps grow our empathy and our understanding, and that is, I love that. I never thought to do
I'm
that
stupid.
stuff.
I can't read too well.
Hey,
sorry,
Cage.
too good or too well.
Cage. Holy geez, man, you are like a.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up now, Jack. Sorry, buddy.
He's like a child.
Really?
He's like a full-grown child. And it was like, if he was my child, I would whoop him. If we were on aisle 4 in the grocery store, I would
Well,
I might need that.
See,
I am your child pretty much. I'm literally the age of your child, right? Just same with you. You two could be my
actually,
parents.
yeah. It very well could be. So here, what's up, Cynthia? Just as well for you. This little aggressive child is something for you to be. Why is that?
Why'd you create that, Cynthia?
Why did you create it?
I need to whoop his ass.
So you gotta beat me into submission to go along with your nonsense.
I'm gonna beat you so you understand how to act in public.
Actually, hold on.
Like
I know how to act in public. I'm very polite. I'm very kind. I'm very I'm actually really good in public.
I believe you could be on these panels, though, dude. You come across sometimes, and actually, here, Cynthia.
So
I've been trying to
we all, though,
understand.
Jack? Don't we all?
Yeah, I've been trying to understand you as well, Cynthia. Okay, from your words and your perspectives. From what I've learned of our minds, though, I wondered with you. You're working on trying to understand others. Have you practiced or have you considered
looking at things through the eyes of others?
Okay.
Someone said Cage needs a mommy, right? You guys don't even know about my mother. My mother's a fucking genius. She's the reason why I put in this effort into here.
See? So, Jack,
I'm telling you, I take care of my family,
for
especially
example,
my mother and my family.
I'm trying to understand that this is a man somewhere in his life, in his real life, is lacking something. And he comes.
I'm not lacking anything.
And he does these type behaviors.
What do you think I'm lacking?
Pay attention.
Cynthia, what do you think
for
I'm lacking?
Interaction, for the platform to act like he has something and he's puffy. Like, I don't understand the right way to say it. Like he's putting on a persona that's
Why
not.
don't you talk to my mother and then
And so that's what I'm like. I'm trying to say that. I'm like, okay, well,
it's your mother too.
for minutes, and then get back to work with Jack. But he doesn't stop.
I'm never gonna stop. Get used to it.
Well, we're gonna find ways.
I kind of just wanted to read what the comment that he pinned there. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Someone said Cage needs a mommy, right? You guys don't even know about my mother. My mother's a fucking genius. She's the real mother of my family.
Life is lacking something, and he comes.
I'm not lacking anything.
And he does these type behaviors.
What do you think I'm lacking?
Pay attention.
Cynthia, what do you think?
Okay, I just wanted to read that. Someone corrected, I guess, kind of corrected Cage and said that Malkuth isn't the bottom of existence. It's the singular point in which the 9, 10, including Da'ath, which is interchangeable with Kether, but in which the 9, or the root of the tree of life, also Malkuth means kingdom. That sentence isn't even a functional, coherent sentence, but whatever. And then Samantha continued that the word for paper and tie is gradath, which to me sounds like it could be a freckle of Dath or a freckle of the tree, but I know there's another word for tree in Hebrew. I don't know. It sounded like just something worth reading. My bad. Anyway, all right.
For interaction.
Should I merge to merge or not to merge?
The
I don't know.
platform to act like.
Speaking of merging, Star Daddy says Cynthia caught merging. That's what it seems like.
He has something and he's puffy. Like, I don't understand the right way to say it. Like, he's putting on a persona that's
Why
not.
don't you talk to my mother and then
And so that's what I'm like. I'm trying to say that. I'm like, okay, well,
it's your mother too.
For minutes, and then get back to work with Jack, but he doesn't stop.
Cage needs a cage again.
Get used to it.
Well, we're going to find ways to communicate. I am confident.
Hell yeah,
because that's my intention. My intention is to build connections, to build relationships, and that's all done through communication.
Okay, well, we have confirmation now that Beth is a brand new account. So obviously, put 2 and 2 together. Beth is some creature, some character created by likely, somebody, whether it's a Tommy creature, a Snafu creature. I'm starting to think it's not Sophia at this point, but rather a male creature. Maybe somebody else. Any other ideas who it could be? I'm not sure. Those 3 people though are most likely that. Yeah, Joni Rotten. I don't think Joni's got her own thing going. I don't think she has any issues either with anybody. So anyway.
Cynthia, I don't know what to offer. What I suspect is that your mind, there's an insecurity in you that may be preventing you from feeling comfortable with what you already know.
You see how synchronistic things are? Like Sophia just popped up in his chat to say hello. How synchronistic, man. The time
that you may have a level of insight and
timing,
discernment
man.
beyond what you're allowing yourself to trust.
And Cynthia, I look at you like my mother, meaning that I'm never going to stop. I'm always going to try helping you out. And no matter if you like it or not, I don't really care if you like me or not. Either way, we're going to take care of you. You understand that? Ask Hecklebus about it.
Hey, Wizard, I'm so happy to see you. Thank you, Jack, for the insight. I will say,
my neighbor says, I remember when I thought Jack was an agent. Keep in mind, I put my neighbor onto this whole fucking whatever you want to call it, this whole experience. Jack, Paul, and myself with my own channel and content, and some other people. And I put a good few, actually a good several people onto the same channels. However, my neighbor is definitely the most invested, I would say.
In my gratitude towards self journey of myself, and
He's a fucking joke in this, Cynthia. It's not.
I can't even have a real conversation with you, Jack.
Sorry.
This is like I want to talk about grown up things with Jack, but we have children in the room, so I'm just going to mute myself.
I raised
Cage.
I raised you and Jack and everyone here. Okay, what about that?
I'll take a beef with that. You ain't my daddy.
No, I know that, but are you my brother?
I'm your neighbor.
All right, that's good enough. Are you my neighbor then?
Greetings, everybody.
Hi, Smith. How are you?
Oh.
Nice to see you.
And I treat neighbors better than I treat myself.
On the phone, give me a minute.
Let's blow some bubbles and get to it.
Blow some bubbles.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing today, Smith?
Good. How you doing?
I'm curious. Are we ever going to get a coffee, get a lunch? We ever going to meet?
I don't know. Am I even a real person? I'm just Agent Smith.
Am I real?
Is even real, bro?
I'm trying to get confirmation that I'm real.
You sure you want that?
I've gone all over everywhere and put my name and my neck out there and defended you, whether you like me or not, Jack. I tell everyone you're real.
See, Wizard
and I
knows
respect the
about
hell out of you.
See that? That's all you need to see. If you don't understand that, I can't help you.
Wizard in his own, zone, blowing his bubbles, doing his thing, man. You gotta love Wiz, dude.
Smith, I've seen that and I've heard that, but here, brothers and sisters, seriously, our opinions don't matter. Our opinions don't mean shit. What matters is what's available and offered. And Smith, I appreciate and respect that you're offering your opinion to try and keep people aligned with what is true. But Smith, rather than have you defend me against people that I've probably never met,
exactly,
You think you're Agent Smith? Okay. You really want to play this game, right? Let's blow some bubbles on you and see how you feel about it.
I don't know. Hey, you showed up here, so I thought I'd put you on the spot. But I am feeling excited and hopeful for the future because, well, if there's confirmation that I'm real, as I said, regardless of who you guys might know, the people who I know, they've got connections, and I'm confident. Here,
hey Jack, come here. Wizard's opinion on this. He rarely speaks. I'd love to hear it.
An opinion on which part, Cage?
Everything.
Well, I just got here, so I don't know what's been stated.
It's been stated for since we were born. Wizard, you know what's stated.
All comments, spoken or written, are fiction.
It's all fictional. It's all entertainment purposes only.
Well, the only thing that is real is the things we believe to be real. The only things that are important are the things we believe to be important. And Cage, earlier we were talking about, if there was clarity and what we could do and what would we share. I tell you what, when people realize the power of truth, right? Truth is what heals us.
You know what Wizard's been trying to show you guys the entire time, blowing these fucking bubbles. You understand the significance behind it. No one does for some reason.
Well, Cage,
Cage, first your bubble, Cage, you're not interesting. That's what it means.
No, actually,
it has nothing to do with me.
Here, let me finish. The call to action, the movement. We can demand better. We can exercise our rights as equal citizens within these lands and find whatever ways we can. Think of who you can think of who might want to help and try.
You know what I think might want to help you, Jack? Law. Law is not something negative. Law is something actually to boost you up and make you stand in your position, because law is always there.
Yes,
it's not against you. It's actually for you.
Cage. Law is a tool, but without the people and the purpose and the algorithms together, Cage. The point is, we take away the power from the governments and corporations when secrets are no longer legal.
It's the algorithm, Jack. What about No More Secrets by Dr. Person? How come you don't play that?
I have.
No, you haven't. You played a few minutes of it. You said you were supposed to look into it yourself, but why don't you show it to your fucking viewers? You know what I mean?
Cage, I have.
Really about that.
Hey, you know what, Cage?
Dude, Cage is so obsessed with this one video, No More Secrets by Michael Persinger, that I've played it. Jack has played it. Cage claims he only played a few minutes of it. Maybe that's true, but I played the whole thing. Cage has played the whole thing multiple times. Cage almost got me to play it another time because I had forgotten that I had already played it in fucking full. He's obsessed, dude, with this one video out of all the videos in the fucking world. It's fascinating. It's almost like, I don't know, he's paid, or like that Michael Persinger's his fucking father or daddy, or it's fascinating.
I'm right here with you right now. Okay.
What do you, Marcus Aurelius?
What's that?
What are you, Marcus Aurelius? You're gonna give me, what are you, Julius Caesar? You're gonna give me an up or down thumb?
I am ruling.
Well, I'm a gladiator, and try me.
Praise be. I love you, brother Cage. Have a good afternoon. Thank you for sharing your time with us. Your perspectives, I find them helpful, but your patterns of interruption and the arrogance are not welcomed, especially with me. I'm very tolerant, very patient, and Cage, you and I, we think very similarly, but until people want to know different than they know, we become very resistant, right? If we don't want to accept something that would make us feel bad, we'll find every reason to think of to avoid it. What he brought up about the laws are a tool, yes, that's part of my inspiration, brothers and sisters. For those who do or don't know, and I encourage you to do your investigation. There are movements and groups being created. There's people coming together, creating local assemblies, using the processes, the systems of the court in order to challenge some of the choices that have been made by those employees in government. So we've got a lot of people using the system to face the system. My goal, my intention, my hopes is to use the people, okay? And not use the people. I'm hoping people will want to join, because I'm kind of all in on this idea, if you haven't figured it out, that God is with us, truth is on our side, and we have the opportunity to find a way to end wars and slavery.
I agree with your sharing faith, and I agree with the concept that you're looking for in ending the secrets, but I posted a couple links. First, I'm going to start out with Ecclesiastes 12:14. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. This is the judgment we don't have. That judgment is for God. Psalms 44:21. Shall not God search this out? For he knoweth the secrets of the heart. Yeah. So when it comes to the secrets, I always seek counsel in God, and he's the one that leads me to the secret that I need to be enlightened about, that need to be exposed to help the corruption come to an end. So when it comes to the secrets, we have secrets in our heart that belong only to God. Okay. This is the thing we have to remember. If we're bringing out secrets in people, that we make sure that that secret isn't going to harm people while we're trying to help people because of that secret. So there are some secrets that need to be kept because they're good, because they're good secrets.
According to
the scripture. For
so
hold on. Shall not God search this out? For he knoweth the secrets of the heart. So when he sits there and determines the secrets of the heart, whether they're good or bad, and I seek counsel in him to find out the bad secrets about other people, that's what I need. Because I already know that the secrets in my heart that are good are the same secrets in the hearts of other people that are good. We all have the same thing that we want.
What secrets of the heart? I have no secrets in my heart. I've rid myself of secrets and excuses and blame.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not about whether you've got secrets in your heart. It's about the secrets in the hearts of other men. And we have to be wary of those secrets, whether they're good or bad. A lot of times, most people don't look for those secrets. They're looking on the patent surface, the observable surface of the people they're looking at. Me, I try to take their smile because I know their smile is indicative through their eyes. Most people look at another man and look at their materialistic clothing and how they dress and determine that or use that as a category for classifying them as quote eagles, as my mom used to say. And those are the secrets that are false. I understand that. I agree with you there. Those people that think they have some kind of authority over others because of some work that they do. So I agree there. And that's where they lose faith. I was just down at the post office yesterday. And again, like I've expressed, that my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. So when I asked this lady if she would care to take a look at a couple of the codes that I was presenting to help educate herself, her immediate response was, oh no, that's not going to happen. So she's dismissing the plain benefit and holding secrets. And I don't care why she's holding them or what they are. All I know is she's not one for me to deal with because she's got secrets. It's plain and observable. She doesn't want to expose her idiocy, and that's the secret most men have. Dunning-Kruger effect. They lose all faith in everything else and think they are the know-it-all. They think they know everything, yet they're the ones holding the secrets. Go ahead. I yield.
I addressed some in the chat, so I allowed part of that my mind to drift, Keith. But I want to caution you as a brother, okay? Because having the relationship in the past exchanges that we have, your perception that you look beyond to find the secrets, if you're presuming everyone is a liar and keeping secrets like you did with me, you'll come to the conclusions that make you look foolish.
Okay, and I don't look for secrets. I'm looking for the good things in people. Their secrets are theirs. Like I said, I'm not supposed to judge their secrets. That's for him. People keep secrets in their heart.
Well, and that's the foolishness of mankind.
Exactly.
And that's what I hope to offer. Keith, I mean, this is what I've done, what I'm offering to people, what I'm suggesting to people, I've already done. I have achieved a place in my mind and my heart where I close my eyes and nirvana is received. Okay. It's a blissful state of being. So I feel like I'm pretty sure this is the way we're supposed to be. And so the way I reached this point, the gist of it is what I've said. I rid myself of secrets, excuses, and blame. When I stopped judging others, I started showing compassion to myself. And when I stopped judging myself, I had more compassion available for others. And this is when I realized, I mean, I've been coming to these levels of understanding that I know for a fact If we as a people come together and take control of what has been started, the governments and the economy, if we stop making excuses, we will end the corruption. We just need to get the right people involved and get the right ideas together. I know this is the way. How we're going to do it or what if it's going to happen, that's up to God.
And just one example of a good secret, so people comprehend where I'm coming from. If you've got a child and you know that the king is running around sending his men around to kill all male children, you're going to keep that secret. That's a good secret. Okay.
Well, it's not, I don't, you're right. I've never been in that situation where I had a child and the intention was to murder all the children. So
that's what we're facing.
Well,
I don't think anybody can deny it, Jack. It is an assault on our future generations, our younger generations, and it's so that they can come after them and enslave them, just like we've been enslaved through the indoctrination. They are going to do the way these people in power run this shit. You have to be able to stand up and beat them with their secrets. I agree, but at the same time, we have to maintain our own secrets on that good side to make sure we're protecting the things that we need to protect. That's what protection is about.
Well, all I know is that when we rid ourselves of secrets, we stop denying what we know. When we allow ourselves just to freely receive, allow truth to be true, and freely receive the truth, freely offer the truth, guess what? We become the living truth. That's what we are, unless we create patterns of denial, patterns of blame. It's really easy to do, but I tell you what, as they say, as I understand the story of Jesus, he lived a perfect life. He spoke no lies. He was perfect with his word. When he said something, he followed through with it. We all have that capacity to become true with our words.
And he cursed the olive tree and flipped the tables and various other things.
I know people like to make excuses for their anger, their reactions, and say, well, Jesus showed anger.
I'm not making an excuse. I'm just pointing out the opposite side to make sure that this concept of perfection is realized is the way it is in the scripture. Again, just like the secrets, there's a righteous anger. There's an evil anger and there's a righteous anger.
Well, all I know is that anger comes from judgment. As far as I'm concerned, my judgment throughout my past, it's been flawed. So I try not to rely on my judgment anymore. I trust my level of discernment because I pay attention. And I don't allow my feelings to prevent me from understanding someone. Not so much anymore. I used to. That's why, you know what? Hey, this is something. I love you guys. I do feel like kind of wrapping this up soon, though. But something I was thinking about earlier, for my life to change, I had to humble myself and accept where I was and who was responsible. It was me. Damn it. In order to change, it's a humbling experience because we must confess. We must admit that we were wrong. We must confess the truth to ourselves so we hear it. Maybe, and I encourage, do it in your privacy if need be, but Speak it out loud so God, the universe, hears the admission, and free yourself from the guilt, free yourself from the judgment. And if you're having trouble overcoming the judgment or the guilt, ask for help, seek help from God. Because God is there to provide us the answers, the strength, and the love. I truly believe that.
Jax, tying into you speaking on freeing yourself from the guilt, I can only share with you my experience. When I was always feeling guilty about things, I was talking to one of my older friends, and she was, talking to me, and she was like, why can't you forgive yourself if, when you confess your sins to God and you talk to him, he told they're remembered no more. So I don't remember things that people have done to me. If I forgive somebody, I don't remember that. That's like, I have someone mad about 3 years ago, and I don't even remember why he's mad, because again, we talk about the thoughts. You have to let them, like, they're not going to serve you anything. Their baggage, their weight, they bring you down, they hold you back, they trick you. And so if I have the Lord that I serve, if he can forgive me, and if I can honestly come to him and ask for this forgiveness, I too need to forgive myself and think about it no more. Now, I do need to grow from it. And me personally, I never liked that feeling. I didn't like the feeling I felt afterwards of like, well, Cage doesn't count, but you know what I mean? Like, if I was truly mean to someone that I loved in real life, or, we were super close, I didn't like the feeling afterwards. I didn't like the feeling of anger. And so in order not to feel that feeling anymore, I had to change the way I approached it and the way I approached myself. So yeah, that's just my own story.
Thank you. And it is humbling, and it is humbling, and it kind of sucks. But once we free ourselves, oh my goodness, to not be anchored down by those painful thoughts.
And it helped when I confessed them, because, obviously I confess them to God, but I have a very close Sunday school class, and that sometimes I feel so bad for the things I do. I just go in there and cry and be like, why did I do this? You know what I mean? And it's always good to have those core group of people reminding me to forgive myself. And again, this is what fellowship is. Now, I find fellowship in church and Bible study, but this also, YouTube can also be fellowship. That's why I don't understand why Cages and other people like that come in and want to disrupt it. Like, they don't want to, and when they can be part of the fellowship.
It's very interesting, isn't it? Hey, with what you said, it is important to confess and to share. With this world, though, be careful with enablers, because enablers will say, what I wanted to point on, though, was what you said about learning. Mm-hmm. When we go through the lesson and humble ourselves and receive the lesson, love without fear, and then live without fear of regret. Right? And we got to remember, love ourselves as others, not just one or the other. Cynthia, thank you.
And social media isn't the place to come and confess. Like, I want to believe, like, I know some people might think that is, but that it's not. You truly have to have that. For me, I have that in my Sunday school, in my Bible shop, but those are people I've known for 10 plus years, and I can trust that my secrets are safe with them, and that they're truly not going to judge me. So I really encourage everyone to find that community that will strengthen you when you feel weak, whatever that may be. But please don't make it Instagram or another content creator, because they will make you content.
Amen. Final words.
Thank you again. If anybody knows what's up with Tommy, like, somebody tell somebody. Like, again, we just want to know what's going on. I appreciate you, Jack. What a beautiful journey we're taking. Thank you again, Wizard. I always enjoy seeing you. and I'll talk to you later.
Blessings. Thank you.
Jack,
Keith,
I love
anything?
you. And you know the rest. I don't give a shit whether you love me back. But again, like I've stated before, you know what we're going through right now. We make it through this. It's going to be one of the most solid foundations of friendships there ever can be. Keep doing a good job, Jack.
Thank you, brother. Much love. Peace. Hey, and you'll feel better when you do give a shit if others love you or not. I mean, it's a fine balance. We want to care, yet we don't want to care. We want to honor, but not enable. You know, we want to fit in and yet not concede who we are. It's an interesting game, this game of life. And brothers and sisters, enjoy it. Because this is the life to live. And it's much, like I said, we got the same number of hours every day. So you can spend your life fearing and regretting, you know, living in the past, afraid of the future, trying to stay small in the today. But if you allow yourself to expand, right? To expand, allow yourself the presence of now. And I'll wrap this up. Brothers and sisters, thank you for sharing your now with me today. I hope you received some sort of inspiration, encouragement, and maybe entertainment, whatever. And I pray for better days tomorrow. But capture today. There's still some left of it. Till next time, choose love, brothers and sisters. Peace for everyone. Thank you again. God bless and live without fear.
Well, I ended up not joining, but that was a good, short and sweet panel, actually. You know, what was it, an hour there? What did you think? How much of it did you listen to?
Shit, I'll probably have to leave and try and come back. I just started skipping. I can't understand you. I think.
Whoa, what the fuck was that? That was trippy, man. I don't know if you guys heard that on your end. Wait, let me see. That was great.
And you to leave and try and come back. I just started skipping. I can't understand you. I think. Started skipping. I can't understand you. I think. Just started skipping. I can't understand you. I think.
Whoa, what the fuck was that? All right, we're gonna go for a loop here, guys. That was trippy, man. I don't know if you guys heard that on your end. Wait, let me see. Go for a loop. Get ready. Strap into your chairs. There's gonna be that was great.
And you to leave and try and come back. I just started skipping. I can't understand you. I think. Started skipping. I can't understand you. I think.
It's gonna be a
Just
weird
started skipping.
ride.
I can't understand you. I think.
Whoa, what the fuck was that? All right, we're gonna go for a loop here. That was trippy, man. I don't know if you guys heard that. It's pretty trippy how go for a loop. Get ready. You can do this here. There's gonna be
And you to leave and try and come back. Just started skipping. I can't understand you. I think. Started skipping. I can't understand you. I think.
weird ride.
I can't understand you. I think.
And I'll just keep talking, right? I don't know. It's pretty trippy how you can do this here. It's gonna be like my own DJ.
And you to leave and come back. Just started skipping. I can't understand you. I think.
And I'll just keep talking, right? I don't know. It's pretty trippy how you can do this here. It's like my own DJ. Yeah, it's pretty I need people support. I need people support. I need people help. I need people help. Tommy, anybody people help? Tommy. Oh, thank God.
Oh
Can
my!
you get me out of my confusion, Jackie.
Oh my gosh! Get out of the loop! Jump! Ah!
I'm out. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? It's been a day,
Quite.
huh?
Yeah, it's been quite a day. I listened to some. I don't know if you caught any of this the earlier part of the stream, but I was listening to some Kurt Kallenbach. I don't know if you're familiar with him at all.
I've been in and out all day.
It was a good day for learning. I don't know what happened to Mitchell there. I think you're having some technical issues, but
He got caught in the loop too.
oh, okay. He just said he's not sure if he'll be able to stick around, but he will try.
Come on.
Signal permitted. He said he wanted to say he's not. I'm not against you getting donations. Not sure if I made that clear. My main point is let it be. Don't be dependent on it. Okay. Don't expect it. Right. Right. You are being careful, and I'm trying to respect your way of going about it. Okay. Hey. Yeah. I want to be radically authentic, man. I want to be as transparent as possible, which at times is scary. I mean, it is scary.
It's a bit scary, isn't it, Sean?
Yeah, what happened there, Cage? You got into your failure to communicate mode, which is very rare for you, sir. You were in rare form over there. You were cutting people off. I've never seen you do that, Cage. It's very unlike you.
Sometimes the only way it can be heard, right? That's why we're having this conversation.
Hi, Cage.
What's up, Jackie?
Hey.
How
long have you been on for?
What does it say there? 5
hours.
5 hours. Yep.
14:05, 06:07.
Yeah, but the first 2 or 3 hours, the first 2 or 3 hours was I was listening to an interview. So, and then this past hour was pretty much Jack. So
May I interrupt and say something to you?
Go ahead.
Possible.
Go ahead, as Goblin would say. Go ahead.
Like, most people really don't understand what game they're playing. Like, I feel bad for people because they're trying to play something that they have no idea what it is, and then they're pretty much just, victims of natural law, if you want to call it that.
Are they victims though?
Willing participants, Someone has to win and lose, right? With anything.
Right.
I'm just in the mango grove chilling, though. Doesn't really matter.
Are you really? Are you kidding?
Maybe.
What am I doing here? What did I have? I never even ended up playing this, but Mitch told me about this guy Sovereign Living. So maybe I'll check that out before I end. I did kind of want to mow my lawn, but could always push that off till tomorrow.
Go mow your lawn so your mommy don't have to.
Jackie has a landing strip. Yeah, learn from her.
What's that?
Whoa, what? No.
Jackie mowed her lawn.
Oh my God.
I'm saying it all goes back to this fucking nonsense sexual fucking shit. Because really it is. Like, look, why do the Masons have the fucking,
The what?
The apron.
It
all goes to erecting things, obelisks, all this types of shit. That's what they use. They use people against each other to harvest energy out of them. You know what I mean? This is why you go on Z's channel, that's all he talks about constantly. Because he's being used like a fucking puppet. Just like everyone else on here. I mean, hopefully not you. Hopefully you're in the mango grove.
Please expound on what you're trying to get at, Cage.
It's a generative principle that people could take. It's like Aleister Crowley. It's like the sex magic type thing. You know what I mean? It's a generative principle people use against each other constantly. You can hear it every time. That's all it can bring up every time. It's fucking weird.
Explain to us the generative principle in layman's terms from your
perspective. In
layman's
terms, it's one of the basic foundations of creation. And
right,
if
and
you understand
it is the G in the compass, right? Others would say
it's one of the basic. It's one of the basic things. If you want to hear it, you got to let me speak, right? So it's one of the basic things of creation, and it can be extorted and utilized for different ways, and depending on what you want to get out of it. You know what I mean? So it can be utilized and manipulated. It's like the G in the compass.
Yeah, I mean, people will say that the G in the compass is the generative principle. They'll say it's gematria, geometry, God, of course.
Gnosis, whatever.
Right.
I'll go back to the same fucking shit. You know what I mean, it's
How do
really
you feel about what
disgusting,
Jack
man.
said to you, though? On another note, how do you feel about what Jack said to you there with the
I don't remember. What are you saying again?
Well, just that, you know, if you could learn to kind of work on the timing of within communication with others.
I have to go in their timing with their communication. That's not gonna happen ever. I'm sorry to say it. That's my response to it. Not gonna happen.
Where do you want to go with this, guys?
I don't know. I don't see where I never have a problem with your communication when you're over here, Cage. I don't have no issue with you ever being on panel or other people with you. I don't know why.
Wonder why.
I don't know why other people have such a problem. Like right away.
I think maybe it's a
Because I make it very clear from the right away that I'm not going to go along with their nonsense, and people don't
Yeah.
really like that, you know? They want to hear what they want to hear.
This is Jackie. If you're talking about Jackie, Sophia, that's Jackie, and then Cage is in the right now because I switched the boxes around, so I'm not sure who was there before. But yeah, we're not sure about Lori either. We're not sure about Lori. We're not sure about.
It's very easy to take advantage of people applying Neil story and interrupt. If you want, you know, I could tell you whatever you want to hear, take advantage of you always, and use neo-linguistic programming, all types of shit. You know, the first book for NLP is literally called The Structure of Magic. You know what I mean? Using words and the way you speak and how you... I'm going to do the opposite, though. I'm going to ruffle your feathers a little bit, and, you know, I'm not going to be your fucking friend because your friend is not the truth. If your friend was the truth, we wouldn't be in this situation. You know what I mean? We wouldn't be seeing any of this shit around us. Jackie wouldn't even need to go and work the night shift anymore.
Why is that?
Because there would be no victim anymore. You know? It's all energy harvested.
Wow, I usually skip ads, but lately I just keep getting sucked into watching ads. I don't know what it is. I mean, this one is because it's a festival near me. I never really have been one to, well, I shouldn't say never, but oftentimes I've not been one to pay to go to festivals. I kind of just managed to find my way in somehow. But lately I don't even go for the last year or two. I've just been kind of behaving myself and taking off from that lifestyle. But I do miss it. Oh man, explosions in the fucking sky. Damn, man. Man, it's a good lineup. I've listened to them since I was 15. That's crazy. Wow, that lineup looks crazy. Sorry, I'm distracted. I'm distracted here. I apologize. I'm gonna skip the ad.
Are you
What I was really
kidding? Fine, Neil. God damn it. What the fuck?
All right, how's that? Is the music low? I'm trying to get a vibe in here, you know? I'm trying to... Is the music low enough to set the mood?
I guess so.
It's great. Yeah, I think you should get Cage to karaoke.
Oh, yeah, Cage, would you...
I don't sing or dance, unfortunately.
I don't believe you, though.
You could spoken word it.
Yeah, we could do slam poetry. Or we could do what's it called? Christos was supposed to come through and do slam poetry, but I think his schedule is not necessarily permitting because a lot of times by the time I start, it's already late. And admittedly, I should be starting them earlier, but I get caught up doing something, or I get caught up in someone else's stream, either on panel or, you know, either Jack's going or Paul's going or Wizard's going or And I get caught up. I get caught up. Admittedly.
I'm sure you do get caught up. That's the whole fucking point of it, right? It's all about what you put your attention onto. It's all energy harvesting, really. Where
your attention goes, your energy flows. Indeed, I agree. Yeah, I mean, I could, if I really wanted to, I could wrap it up here and tend to some real life things, and pick up tomorrow. Especially if OTW is not picking it back up. I don't know what's up with OTW. I thought he was only taking a day off.
You'd always end it now and then put it in the backstage and maybe have a backstage conversation and see where that goes. Maybe it'd be a little bit different from what people are being presented. Never know that.
I think I get what you're getting at, Cage, but it's a little bit of a reach. It's a little inappropriate, but I invite it. It's welcome.
It's definitely not inappropriate.
Okay, then I'm misreading I guess I'm thinking wrong. My head's in the gutter. I'm sorry. Or my head is not in the gutter, but I'm thinking yours is. Is that maybe that's?
Well, he did mention landing strip, so.
Right.
Jack's like, oh yeah, I just did that one.
By the way, how's Josh? I haven't seen Josh around.
He's good. He's upstairs.
Okay.
He's doing good. So he's there every day. He just hasn't been typing.
Did you catch Paul's show today? Because I didn't get to watch much.
Just a little bit. I've been in and out all day, so.
Okay. Yeah, I was kind of busy streaming, and then while I was streaming, I was doing some stuff around the house too. But I kept coming back and forth. That's the freedom of playing something. Especially that's a couple hours long, because I can be streaming and be multitasking. So, and I thought that was of value, and I got a lot out of it. And I'm probably gonna play some more Kurt going forward.
Hi Neil, what would you do if you went to pick a mango and then you seen the exact image of yourself doing the same thing? How would you react to it?
What do you mean? What now?
You're going to pick a mango in the morning and you see a reflection of yourself, but physically animated into this reality. How are you going to react to it? You're going to wave high? Like, what are you going to do to it?
You mean like in a psychedelic way? Like I had double vision and saw myself doing...
Pretty much, a literal reality way. Yeah.
Oh, like if I went to go pick a mango and there was already me there picking mangoes?
Yeah, what would you do?
I'd probably trip out. I would... I don't know what I would do. I would probably immediately enter some type of psychedelic mind state. Why, did that happen to you? Did you witness yourself watching yourself?
Yeah, I see myself in the mango groove.
Because that's essentially like what happens oftentimes during the astral projection induction phase, where you're kind of falling, and people see themselves falling into let me see something here. We got Alpha Widow, but I want to make sure.
Like I could put
It's
it like
Heidi.
this, Jackie. Let's say you're
hey Heidi.
At 4 in the morning, you have to go into the room and inject a patient with something. And when you go to inject it, you see your face looking back at you. What would you do?
I say, hey, Jackie, how are ya? I don't know. That's so freaky. I'd freak out, of course.
Of course you would.
Hey, I don't know why it doesn't show the avatar or anything like that.
Reload.
I don't know.
Reload it. Try it again. Reload
the
it.
patient's dying right there, and
I did it twice, but it just does something weird. Maybe we'll navigate it another time. I know you want to go mow your lawn before it gets dark. I was
Well, you can just turn your camera on. Then you don't have to worry about your...
I was gonna tell Cage, toot 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 toot. You're toot toot.
Nah, but think about it, Jackie. Like,
I'll get it.
You have a dying patient
because he's a grammar Nazi.
You can't see their face when they're entering the room.
Right,
but all of a sudden, they face towards it, and it's you. You see their reflection in the patient and yourself. Are you really your main patient? Is that what it is?
I'm trying to have some patience here, but I think Jackie's her own main patient. Really.
I think you're right.
Ah.
I think the rest is just
I think that
facade.
I think that's people's main problem with you, Cage, is that you don't have a lot of patience, and I'm glad to hear you say that because I've always liked Cage. I think he has a lot of
I do
knowledge
too.
and a lot to share, and I don't think he's
Agreed.
this whole thing that everybody makes him out to be. It's kind of entertaining at times because he's very passionate as well. And these men
It's
up
all
here
part.
crack me up.
It's all
I
part of the
understand that.
program.
But I don't think he's a threat
I'm the
like some
patient
people
looking back
feel.
at you.
You definitely mirror a lot of stuff.
Yeah, a lot of good, worthwhile. You know, and people can say what they will that there's no effort involved, but I was tuning into Cage today, and it was one of the first times I actually ever heard you talking on your stream, dude. So.
Oh,
Yeah.
see, I didn't even know he did streams until I heard you all talking about it. And I was like, I didn't even know. I went and watched some
he
movie on
mostly-
his channel one time. And I was like, that was pretty good. That's
Oh, what movie was that? You remember what movie it
a
was?
conspiracy movie.
Okay.
I don't remember the title. What's it called, Cage?
A documentary.
I do have a movie on my channel called The Conspiracy. If that's what you're referring to.
You know what? I've been meaning to rewatch for a while now. It's free on YouTube, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I've ever seen it either. Maybe I have.
It's not free. You have to pay for it, but you can get it for free over here at Cage. You know, kind of funny.
Why? What do you have, the paid version of YouTube?
No. Never
I do.
Really?
No, I don't pay.
How much is that anyway?
I think it's 11. Mine's $11. $9 $11 a month.
Okay. And what do you get with that besides no ads?
Yeah, you don't have to watch any ads ever. And
Right.
wait, there's a pass. And you also you could play YouTube in the background while you're doing other things on your phone.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
That's all you really get. You get no
That's
ads.
all you're.
And you can play stuff in the background.
Yeah, and you can like have your screen blacked out and still be playing YouTube. It doesn't shut YouTube out. Which I like at night whenever I'm playing meditation
It's
music.
not worth it though, because even like on your
For
mobile
the ads,
phone,
it's worth it.
on your mobile phone, if you don't use Google, if you use Dolphin or you use use a bunch of other apps or search engines, you get that for free. You gotta pay them.
Yeah.
Oh wow! I'm actually really surprised. I looked up conspiracy theory, and this might be custom catered to me, but it actually is showing something with Bill Cooper.
I'm not gonna support YouTube. I'm against YouTube. I don't like YouTube at all. You know. To be honest.
No, we love YouTube here, man.
I
All
say
about
YouTube.
free speed.
I kept telling YouTube to go fuck itself and delete me, and they won't do it. It's fucked.
I thought they did though.
Now they can't. Before I asked them to, now they won't.
Did you see in the messages? Sophia put something about there's a link where something had said about Tommy being somewhere earlier today.
I saw she just left a comment that said that Monk said that he's okay earlier.
No, Tommy is not dead. I called it from the beginning when I heard it. Tommy never got packed. If Tommy
I don't
got
think
packed,
anybody
no
thinks
one
he's
would talk
dead.
about it. Yeah. Tommy never got packed.
Looks like Charles was.
We're gonna
has been
send him
live
to
for a
Jackie,
while.
you know what I mean, all wrapped up and shit. She'll take care of him.
Okay, well, what I was trying to show is not showing, but basically the movie. Oh well, I should have typed in movie. Duh. All right, hold on. Anyway, in regards to what's coming out now with the Sound of Freedom or whatever, I just thought it's probably why I thought of it. And you were talking about conspiracy movie or whatever, but this movie Conspiracy Theory is free. Oh, what? Buy or rent? It was free. Sometimes there's two versions where there's a paid version and a free version.
No, that's not the movie I'm talking about. Go on my
No, I
channel.
never said it. I didn't say it was. I'm just saying it's supposed to be a really supposed to be full of breadcrumbs.
How come when you search this up, look what you get? That's fucking weird, man. But go on my channel, go on Cage Reality, and search up the conspiracy movie. It's an old movie from like 2011. Fuck. Now
Oh, wow.
A1's calling. I have to leave you guys for a minute.
Okay, well, speaking of Sound of Freedom, Alex Stein, Primetime 99.
I don't really give a fuck. I have to leave for a minute, man.
Freaking
Duty
goofball is live talking about it. Why does everyone hate the Sound of Freedom movie? Yeah, this is controlled opposition at its finest. Not just Alex Stein. I mean, this whole Sound of Freedom movie. What's his name was streaming about it last night. Oh, it looks like Heidi dropped out. What do you call it though? Who did I just? Oh, what's his name? Dave. Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Whatever. He was streaming about it last night, and I didn't really watch much of any of it, but what I did watch, I think it was Flow State was on there, and now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know what happened to Flow State earlier. He was on panel. I kind of just dropped out too. I probably went over to Jax, but yeah, it was an interesting. What I did listen to was interesting. Flow State was basically just trying to bring up the fact that they're obviously controlled opposition, and then Dave was saying, oh, it shouldn't matter. It's the message at the end of the day, and yeah, there's a lot of truth to that. But it's hard to have the discernment to really see through the programming when they've got the shit down to such a science. I think now with the controlled opposition, and the programming, that it's hard to really know how to see through it. You got to really have your discernment unlocked, man. So I'm kind of curious to see what this controlled opposition guy is saying about this controlled opposition film.
I didn't enter the Capitol in January.
So at this point, we're kind of just, there's 911 people watching this. At this point, we're just kind of browsing the web.
Incident, but that I witnessed the crowd passing up.
What is this guy by Alex Stein?
And that I joined in with the crowd, saying the word
shaving on his head. What is it?
Those were the two smoking gun moments that they claimed against me, that I said the words "go, go," and that I said the words "take it, take it." But I was never alleged to have gone inside the building.
Primetime Alex Stein, welcome to the show. And
I don't think I've ever watched this guy's
pressure
streams.
or importance on the job that I do, which is basically just making jokes about Hunter Biden's dick, because I realize that I'm just a goofball that is only interested in trying to make you laugh. But then we have some forms of art, like the #1 movie from this past weekend, The Sound of Freedom.
Wow.
Which is a story about a child trafficking ring getting exposed and shut down with a Hollywood.
All right, my internet's trash.
Happy ending. And the mainstream media is freaking out. But like usual, there are some people on the right that aren't happy that the movie didn't do enough to solve child trafficking, or that maybe, possibly, people are being influenced to talk about the movie, which is the exact same thing that all mainstream media, liberal Hollywood movies do by getting influencers to plug their latest project. And to be honest, I'm just happy that this movie is shedding light and causing the mainstream media to melt down. So this is a win. But it kind of makes me laugh because there's a major form of human trafficking that often goes overlooked at many nail salons in urban and rural areas. They have tons of human trafficking victims that come from China, South Korea, or Japan to work in order to get their passport. And oftentimes, the girls that were unsuccessful in the nail salons are forced to work at massage parlors, giving unhappy endings until they've earned enough money to have their freedom. This is a major problem, and I'm so happy that The Sound of Freedom is bringing more attention to this matter. But with the constant human trafficking of children by the cartel through the United States border, I have very little hope for child trafficking ever getting eradicated. And with powerful elites like Bill Gates and Bill Clinton, who both hung out at Epstein Island, I don't think the people in charge actually even want it eradicated to begin with. So the moral of the story is this. Thank you, Sound of Freedom, for bringing attention to this horrible crisis plaguing the world. But unfortunately, it's going to take a lot more than one #1 hit movie to even crack the armor of the demented, satanic system that we call Hollywood. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Primetime with Alex Stein. I'm your host, Alejandro Stein, and we have a lovely show in store for you this evening. We have Brandon Straka on to come talk about how he left the left. That sounds kind of repetitive, redundant, but he's going to talk about it. And we have a beautiful in-studio guest. She's not only a model, she's not only a comedian, but she's also the creator of Comedy Brand. Welcome to the shit show. Please welcome the beautiful Diana Choker.
Oh.
Did I pronounce that right, Choker?
Yeah.
He put that phonetically in there. I was asking him. I feel like it's Shokar or something. Is there? It's not.
No, I mean, if you're Middle Eastern, yeah.
That is.
But yeah, I do it the white way, so it's just choker.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah,
I love
yeah.
Middle Eastern stuff. But you know what I don't love is my producer, Jimmy. You know Jimmy.
He's the worst.
He really
He's
is.
like the absolute worst, yeah.
He has like a
So
bunch
he's
of
got
issues and stuff. And then for this, I think there's a
Epstein.
helmet over there. Can you grab that helmet?
Which one?
That
He's
one will
got
work, yeah.
Epstein sideways as a flag. That is fascinatingly strange. I don't know if I'm going to entertain this. I actually thought that was Bella Thorne for a second, which would have been highly ironic, considering she was allegedly one of the few people to come out to talk about her supposed abuse and whatnot through Hollywood. Sexual. I don't know about trafficking, but more so the like Dan Schneider type of creepy, rapey vibes that I guess she was a victim of actual sexual abuse or something. But it's interesting because a lot of these people who come forward, obviously, it seems that there's an agenda. Okay, it looks like, oh shit, we got Illuminati confirmed in the house. Yeah, I saw you doing that, man. You can't
Hey, listen, I only came in for a second. I can't stay long because my battery's going to die. As soon as you said 9/11, this fucking oven that's not set on the right time was on 9/11.
What?
It's on 9/12 now, but
Bum bum bum.
that's why it took you so long to let me in. You said 9/11, and I looked over because I'm cleaning this fucking nasty ass maggot shit out of their fridge, you know, and and it was 9/11. I don't know. I was just trying to add to it.
Yeah, no, you definitely added to it. That's pretty bizarre. That's the synchronicities, man, of this life that I'm living. So they're every
That's my
day.
company logo.
Let me see. Oh, I like that, man. What is that? True. You made that?
Oh, my uncle designed it.
I dig it, man.
He's my co-partner, my co-owner.
What do you think about this Alex Stein character and this Sound of Freedom movie? More importantly,
Alex Stein. I like Alex Stein. He's funny, but he's all fucking stupid. He doesn't know what he's doing. And then the Sound of Freedom movie, I haven't paid attention to it. I just know it's about child trafficking. Whatever. I don't know. Fucking don't care. To be honest, I know what's going on.
Not to sound wrong, because it sounds really terrible to say whatever after you say child trafficking, of course. But yeah, to me it's kind of like
I'm not gonna trip out. I'm not gonna be like, there's fucking children getting trafficked. We all fucking know, dude. We all know.
Right.
What fuck are you gonna do about it? Go get your gun. Come to my house. Let's strap up and go knock on doors, motherfucker. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's this website you can go on, and you can see like all the chomos, or even just people who've had sex sex assault charges or whatever, any sexual offenders. Essentially, there's like a registry, and then there's a site where it shows you the map. And I think one time I looked at it, and it showed like my neighborhood, and I was like, what, dude? There was like dots everywhere. I'm like, that's crazy, man. I guess that's just. Then again, people get probably obviously wrongly charged all the time and get
they do.
I don't know how it works, if it includes
happens.
people who've even had their charges dropped or something, or if it even includes people who maybe had a lot of times domestic charges can be wrapped up in that.
Yes.
Yeah, and so
domestic abuse. Yes.
Right. And I know for me,
I was on an ankle bracelet, and I thought everybody'd think I was a fucking pedo, but that was just when I got out of prison for selling fucking weed and having a firearm. So, I had to walk around with the ankle bracelet on, and I was like, oh, people probably think I'm somebody they got to watch or whatever. But whatever, fuck those people. Fuck what they think. They don't know. They don't know me. They don't know my sister. They don't know what hood we're from. They don't know what fucking flags we bang.
Right.
Just kidding. We don't bang shit.
So what do you think I should do? Do you think I should drag this out some more, or do you think I should go attend to some real life things like mowing my lawn and cleaning the litter and
What do you feel you should do? If you get your real life things done, will it make your real life better for today?
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
And if you don't, will it make it worse?
Right. Good questions. Yeah, well, I do want to
I appreciate your stream.
Well, I'm glad, sir. I mean, then again, I have 5 hours and change for people to go back and review if they care to. I would recommend going back to hear the Kurt Kallenbach interview if you missed it. But not that I
heard it.
It was a replay of it. Yeah, it was a replay of it. I've also had the thought to like leave my platform, whatever you want to call it, my channel, get away, open so that people can, you know, have the floor to just have a panel here where people can talk and stuff like that. But then again, I would want to attend to it, not just so I could hear the conversation, but that obviously so that I can make sure nobody does anything stupid, show things they're not supposed to, and whatnot. But I want to, maybe I'll start a new, you know, have another channel where I can do just that, you know, just for people to, just to provide a platform, kind of build it up a little bit. And then,
yeah, and open, yeah.
Right. Maybe even name it just like the open panel channel, you know, the open panel channel.
People would like that. I did the same type of thing with Facebook. Like I have my page and then I made a page for people that can join and post whatever the fuck they want. And there's no approval and you can invite whoever you want and all that shit.
Right.
So
on what now? On
they
Facebook?
like it. Yeah. And I've just let it go and there's like 120 people on it. I just fucking invited some people from my actual page and then everybody who I invite to my page, it also invites them to that, and then they can just share all their thoughts with it or videos. And that's literally the description of it.
Okay, well I got you on Facebook now, so send it to me when you can, or is it easily findable on your main page?
It should have sent you an invite when you like the other page.
Okay.
But if not, yeah, I can send it to you. It's just called Envision, Build, and Share for betterment of all.
Okay. I like that.
It's a long ass name, but
yeah,
I'm tying in the numerology and Freemasonry and all that bullshit into it, you know.
Well, because you're Illuminati confirmed, obviously, so.
You know, that's why I clean houses.
Right.
I'm fucking rich. Right. Balling out.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to get a job here this week. I'm gonna need to find someone to clean, some sidewalk to clean. Maybe my neighbor who's in the chat. I keep meaning to ask them. I keep forgetting.
I made a Facebook page for my business too. I got one lead off of that so far. It's only been up for like 2 weeks and I made one post, so it doesn't hurt.
On where now? On the
Facebook.
Same page? Oh, okay.
No, it's a different page, but I just made a page for my business, you know. So that way people can go to it and fucking review or contact me there. I can run ads on it and shit, you know. And then Facebook gives you free ad credits so you can run more ads to people in your area and you can set the demographic and that range and age group and all that shit.
Right.
Do it.
Yeah,
free advertising.
I don't know. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. I don't know if OTW is going to go live tomorrow, but if he doesn't, I guess I'll do this again.
Just keep doing it regardless.
Right. Well, see, that's the thing though. When OT goes live, I want to, you know, tune in. So it's hard to.
That's what I want to do with you and like one other person is do like a daily show, probably in the morning, I'm guessing, unless you want to do late, and do open panel, and then my old co-host can join if he wants to. That way he doesn't feel left out or whatever, and then pick a subject every day, something. Or every couple days or something like that.
We could always test the water and just do it once a week or twice a week or whatever, 3 times, you know, thrice a week. You know,
consistency. Yeah.
Right.
If you're consistent at the same time, it's like a TV show for people. They'll always tune in at the same time. You'll capture that audience at that time frame, which is nice.
Yeah, I would have picked up. I know I would have picked up a lot more traction with my Friday night streams and Saturday night streams, especially Saturday night, because I've been going a lot longer on the Saturday night streams. But I've had to switch from Pineal Power to Shaun of Source, back to Pineal Power, back to Shaun of Source. So it's like, and I, on top of it, you know, I get subs removed every day and all that kind of shit. But aside from the shadow banning aspect, because I don't want Mitch to say I'm victiming here. I'm not victiming. I'm just saying, if it wasn't for the having to
switch fuck all that.
No, I'm just saying honestly, if I didn't have to switch,
we're all victim, non-victims.
Right. Yeah, victim, non-victims. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, if I hadn't had to do that though, If I hadn't had to have done that so many times, done that, Jesus. Then I know I would have had a bigger, following by now. But I don't even care, to be honest. It's not really what I'm after. So, but
Yeah,
I
it's not what's
guarantee I would have
important.
had twice as much live viewers by now if I would have been able to be consistent on just say Pineal Power.
You will be.
Yeah, I'm gonna be back on Pineal in no time. I'm not worried about it. I want to try again to message YouTube and try to get that strike removed because it was complete nonsense, cyberbullying and harassment. You know what I mean? But they don't make it
That
easy.
last video you shared with like Chevy Chase on the thing or whatever. Was it like Chevy Chase on the
No,
thumbnail?
no, that's really old. That's on this channel, I think. No, it was
Oh,
Not My King, No King Can Conquer Me, like stream right after the coronation. I think that was the one that got it taken down. That got it stricken. But I don't know if it was necessarily for cyberbullying and harassing the king, quote unquote king, or if it was for somebody I was imitating, like fucking somebody in the quote unquote trutherverse, Provo, or I don't know, or CBO, or who the fuck. But when it's in PIP, your screen, you turn the screen, I'll go right back on the button immediately. Okay, I don't know what he's talking about. I'm guessing you're talking to somebody else.
she came in here saying 2222222, and all I could think in my head was 222222. Not TOO or TO, but TWO.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about. Wait, who did? Sophia did?
I don't know. Somebody.
Heidi. Yeah, Heidi did. Yeah,
Okay.
she was because Christos is always correcting the use of the word
I know.
chew. Hey, look, man, I was a spelling bee champion growing up. Like I am a spelling bee. I'm pretty good with the spelling. That's definitely one of my strong suits. So I feel Christos, but I definitely feel grammar more and more every day. That grammar is a lot less important than the meaning and intention and presentment and et cetera behind the words that we speak.
Yes.
The grammar
Don't
is
get
kind
caught
of
up on it.
the semantics. The details aren't necessarily important.
If you know what they're saying, it doesn't matter.
Right.
It's actually it's a sign of people who are insecure about their own spelling to correct others on their spelling.
It does help to
I don't know
eliminate confusion. We got to get out of our confusion, and one way is to have proper grammar, though. So I'm not going to say,
I won't argue with that either. Right? Grimoire. That's proper grimoire.
Oh, hey.
Hey, my phone's gonna die. I'm gonna peace out.
All right. Yep.
Love you, man. Peace out.
Too, brother. Peace. I'm gonna wrap it up too. I'll go for another couple minutes so I can end on 5 hours and 55 minutes and 55 seconds, just because I'm insane. What up, Cam? You want to say hi? Yeah, say hi to the peeps. Oh no, you ain't about it, huh? Come back. Come on. Come on. All right, she ain't about it. She ain't about that life. On September 10th, okay, so on the day before 9/11, you were sitting outside in the afternoon and felt horrific. Felt something in your soul that something horrific was going to happen. Yeah. Yep. You might have a little bit of an intuition on you then. Most horrific part is that our own people ought to tell you. Yep. Yeah, well, I wonder, I really do wonder every day. Well, not every day, but I often wonder what happened on that day. Because I don't think there were planes. But then again, I'm a crazy theorist. So do I want to listen to any more of this? Not really.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, I drank some Diet Dr. Pepper and burping a little bit. Okay.
Totally get it.
Well, did you know Jimmy's recently married last year and his wife is
I got a
pregnant?
cool shirt.
I know. I'm
for
so
my
excited.
marriage. Check out my shirt. Can we put it on?
Why do you always make the show about you, Jimmy?
No,
I'm
no,
so-
look. Okay. Oh, it's a little.
Yeah, it's not even
I'm
legible.
no longer a virgin.
So he got himself a Jimmy as well, just like Joe Rogan has a, isn't it Jimmy? He's like, roll that. Oh no, it's Jamie. Whatever. Same thing.
Nobody cares. Not funny.
Yes.
No, that's not funny.
Love that.
Do not clap
Love
for
that for
that.
you.
The fact that he waited that long is very closeted, but that's neither here nor there. Doesn't matter. Well, he's a closeted heterosexual. Carrie, his wife, has been complaining because they just bought a lovely new home.
Mhm.
That Jimmy likes to put all of his trinkets in the living room.
Yeah, I can see that.
And this is one of his trinkets. It's from a chess tournament that he won when he was 11 years old.
Seriously?
Yes, Jimmy. Do you remember when you won this tournament?
Wait, is that actually my trophy?
Yes, you know.
When you were 11?
Yes, do you remember?
No, I like put it on my resume when I applied to Princeton.
Yeah.
No, what the?
Yeah.
And they let it-
Yeah, I'm gonna go mow and count down in 3 minutes. So
Anyway.
Yes, this is
No.
your trophy. And I just wanted to
Oh
say,
my
this is what I think
God.
about your trophy. Can you,
No.
yes, can you show us why? Put on the helmet. Put on the helmet. Dana, put on the helmet. Do you have glasses? Put on the glasses.
Oh,
too.
do I?
We had a guest get a shard of glass in their ankle. Okay. This is for you, Carrie. This is not for me. Jimmy, you did a horrible job. Horrible job. Jimmy, you suck. Oh, you won a little chess tournament. Oh, nobody gives a shit. So I just wanted to do that. What did you?
Is that now?
Yeah, you can take them off.
Okay.
You're safe now.
I love that.
I will say, I think Carrie is like, I never thought he could get married ever.
Yeah.
Carrie's beautiful. She's absolutely gorgeous. So
Yeah.
he struck gold.
Well, not
For
really.
sure.
She needed a green card, and that's why. Isn't that true, Jimmy?
you know, it's funny. I actually do mow the lawn barefoot. I do everything barefoot for the most part. And again, we're not supposed to wear these synthetic things, guys. We're not. We're supposed to connect to the earth, and even aside from the actual earth, I mean, I try to when I take a walk around the neighborhood, I walk barefoot. I'm probably pretty much the only person who does it, and I know people look at me and they're like, who the fuck's this guy? But again, when I do walk around the neighborhood, I'm walking through all the grassy parts too, of course. But when I'm on the road, I'm walking too. But it's great, even when you're on the road, and even if you're doing a little jogging, it's great for the well, not so much on the road for the joints, but it's great for the feet. It's like a foot massage. But I try to do my jogging in the grass as well. But anyway, I'm gonna wrap it up here. Let me catch up on the comments and then log off. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Again, you can go back, listen to the Kurt Kallenbach interview. It was really great. Again, I didn't interview Kurt Kallenbach, but I just replayed one, and now I think I have a decent understanding and comprehension of what his teachings are about. And I can't even say his teachings because it's just what he learned and gathered from source creator and kind of remixed into his own really, really awesome presentation, honestly, how he presents the information. So do I even need to play anymore?
I told you not to discuss that
This is a
publicly. How did you
citizenship.
get my
Complete
no,
nonsense.
Yeah,
no.
Jimmy, you can put it back together, honestly, if you have enough glue
know you
and
have-
wherewithal.
No, when did you get that?
I got it from Carrie. She was pissed off that you were trying to freaking showcase this crap.
I was wondering where it was.
Yeah, well, it's gone now. It's in the trash now. So now you can, if you need it, you can just close your eyes and just dream of it.
Oh, okay, just get the
Does
camera.
it
off,
hurt?
George.
Is it painful? Does it hurt inside, Jimmy? Because that's what I want. I want you to feel the pain.
Yes, it hurts. This is.
He's crying.
It actually hurts a
Yeah, that's
lot.
what you get for being a
Oh my
bitch
gosh,
ass.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
if you weren't such a bitch ass, I would have hung up the trophy in my house. I would have showcased it. But that's what you get for being. I don't know. Is this thing on? That's what you get for being a baby back bitch ass your whole life and playing chess. Now, if that was a real trophy for something cool like selling weed, I wouldn't have broken it. Dude, these are such low quality freaking walkies. I can't even understand what you're ever saying. Okay, let's get to our guest, Jimmy. Don't talk back. So, Diana, how are you doing this evening?
I'm great.
Professional shill. And again, I was watching Alex Stein, I think not a lot, but a little bit back when he was still just doing like mediocre, his mediocre comedy with his, I don't remember, maybe like 2 years ago. And so he's come a long way now on the Blaze with fucking, what's his name? Sean Hannity, or not, Glenn Beck, I mean, rather. So yeah, maybe if I keep doing this long enough, I'll get, approached by the Illuminati and they'll ask me if I'm interested. And of course, I will decline. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll play into it and then flip the whole table on their head. All right, thanks, y'all. Peace and blessings. I love you guys. All right, 5:55. I'm insane. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you. Peace.